Recorded Books and One Click Digital present Silent Melody by Mary Balogh, narrated by Rosalind Landor.
Prologue 1756. It was hard to leave, but it was impossible to stay. He was leaving from choice, because he was young and energetic and adventurous, and had long wanted to carve a life of his own. He was going to new possibilities, new dreams, but he was leaving behind places and people, and though, being young, he was sure he would see them all again some day, he knew too that many years might pass before he did so. It was not easy to leave. Lord Ashley Kendrick was the son of a duke, a younger son, and therefore a man who needed employment. But neither the army nor the church, the accepted professions for younger sons, had appealed to him, and so he had done nothing more useful with his 23 years than sow some wild oats and manage the estate of Bowden Abbey for his brother, Luke, Duke of Harnden, during the past few months. Business had always attracted him, but his father had forbidden him to involve himself with something he considered beneath the dignity of an aristocrat, even of a younger son. Luke felt differently, and so Ashley, with his brother's reluctant blessing, was on his way to India, to take up his new post with the East India Company. He was eager to go. Finally he was to be his own man, doing what he wanted to do, proving to himself that he could forge his own destiny. He could hardly wait to begin his new life, to be there in India, to be free of his dependence on his brother. But it was hard to say goodbye. He did it the day before he left, and begged everyone to let him go alone the following morning, to drive away from Bowden Abbey as if on a morning errand. He said goodbye to Luke, to Anna, Luke's wife, to Joy, their infant daughter, to Emmy. But he did not really say goodbye to Emmy. He sought her out, and told her he was leaving the following day, it was true. But then he set his hands on her shoulders, smiled cheerfully at her, told her to be a good girl, and strode away before she could make any reply. Not that Emmy could have replied verbally, even if she had wanted to. She was a deaf mute. She could read lips, but she had no way of communicating her thoughts, except with those huge grey eyes of hers, and with certain facial expressions and gestures to which he had become sensitive during the year he had known her, plus others they had agreed upon as a sort of private, secret, if not entirely adequate language. She could not read or write. She was Anna's sister, and had come to Bowden soon after Anna's marriage to Luke. Emmy was a child. Though 15 years old, her handicap and her wild sense of freedom, she rarely dressed or behaved like a gently born young lady, made Ashley think of her as a child, a precious child, for whom he felt a deep affection, and in whom he had been in the habit of confiding all his frustrations and dreams. A child who adored him. It was not conceit that had him thinking so. She spent every spare moment in his company, gazing at him, or out through the window of the room in which he worked, listening to him with her wonderful, expressive eyes, following him about the estate. She was never a nuisance. His fondness for her was something he could not put satisfactorily into words. He was afraid of Emmy's eyes the day before his departure. He did not have the courage to say goodbye. So he merely said his piece and hurried away from her, just as if she were no more to him than a child for whom he felt only an indulgent affection. He regretted his cowardice the following day, but he hated goodbyes. He got up early. He had been unable to sleep, his mind tossing with the excitement of what was ahead of him, his body eager to be on the way, his emotions torn between an impatience to be gone and a heaviness at leaving all that was familiar and dear behind him. He got up early to take a last fond look at Bowden Abbey, his home since childhood. But not his, of course. It was true that he was heir to it all, that Luke and Anna's firstborn had been a daughter, but they would have sons, he was sure. He hoped they would. Being heir was not important to him, much as he loved Bowden. He wanted his own life. He wanted to build his own fortune and choose his own home and follow his own dreams. But he loved Bowden fiercely now that he was leaving it, and did not know when he would see it again, if ever. He strode away behind the house, watching the early morning dew soak his top boots, feeling the chill wind whip at his cloak and his three-cornered hat. He did not look back until he stood on top of a rise of land, from which he had a panoramic view down over the abbey and past it to the lawns and trees of the park stretching far in all directions. Home and England. He was going to miss both. He descended the western side of the hill and strode toward the trees a short distance away, and through them to the falls, the part of the river that spilled sharply downward over steep rocks before resuming its wide loop about the front of the house. He had spent many hours of the past year at the falls, seeking solitude and peace, seeking purpose, seeking himself, perhaps. A little over a year ago he had been in London, but Luke had returned from a long residence in Paris, rescued him from deep debts and a wild and aimless life of pleasure and debauchery, and ordered him to return to Bowden until he had decided what he wished to do with his life. He climbed to the flat rock that jutted over the falls and stood looking down at the water as it rushed and bubbled over the rocks below. Emmy had spent many hours here with him. He smiled. He had once told her that she was a very good listener. It was true, even though she could not hear a word he said to her. She listened with her eyes, and she comforted with her smiles and with her warm little hand in his. Dear, sweet Emmy. He was going to miss her, perhaps more than any of them. There was a strange ache about his heart at the thought of her, his little fawn, like a piece of wild, unspoiled nature. She rarely wore hoops beneath her dresses, and almost never wore caps. Indeed, she did not often even dress her hair, but let it fall, blonde and loose and wavy to her waist. Whenever she could get away with doing so, she went barefoot. He did not know how he would have survived the year without Emmy to talk to, without her sympathy and her happiness to soothe his wounded feelings. He had felt despised and rejected by Luke, his beloved brother, and his own sense of guilt had not helped reconcile him to what he had considered at the time to be unwanted tyranny. He drew a deep breath and let it out slowly. It was time to return to the house. He would have breakfast while the carriage was brought around and his trunks were loaded, and then he would be on his way. He strode back through the trees in the direction of the house. He hoped everyone would honour the promise not to come down to see him on his way. He wished that he could just click his fingers and find himself on board ship, out of sight of English shores. He wished there did not have to be the moment of leaving. Ashley had told her yesterday that he was leaving today. It had not been unexpected. For weeks past he had been excited over the prospect of joining the East India Company and going to India. There had been a new light of purpose in his eye and a new spring in his step, and she knew that she had lost him, that he no longer needed her. Not that he ever avoided her or turned her away, not that he stopped talking to her, or smiling at her, or allowing her to walk about the estate with him, or to sit in his office while he worked. Not that he stopped holding her hand as they walked, or stopped calling her his little fawn. Not that any of the affection had gone out of his manner. But he was going away. He was going to a new life, one that he craved, one that he needed. She was glad for him. She was genuinely glad. Yes, she was. Oh, yes, she was. Lady Emily Marlowe curled up on the window seat in her room and gazed out on a grey and gloomy morning. She tried to draw peace from the sight of the trees and lawns. She tried to let them soothe her aching heart, her breaking heart. She did not want to see him today. She would not be able to bear seeing him actually leave. It would hurt just too much. And yet, instead of peace, the only feeling that would come to her was panic. Had he left yet? She could not see the driveway or the carriage house from her room. Perhaps even now the carriage was before the doors. Perhaps even now he was stepping inside, after hugging Anna and Luke. Would they have taken Joy down too for him to kiss? He would be looking about him for her. He would be disappointed that she was not there. Would he believe she did not care? Perhaps he was driving away, now, at this very minute. It could well be that he would be gone forever. It was possible she would never see him again, ever. She leapt up suddenly and dashed into her dressing room. She shoved her feet into a pair of shoes and grabbed the first cloak that came to hand, a red one. She flung it about her shoulders and rushed from the room and down the stairs. Was she in time? She felt that she would die if she were not. Ashley! Oh, Ashley! There was only one footman in the hall, and a mound of boxes and trunks by the doors, which stood open. There was no carriage outside. Emily sagged with relief. She was not too late. Ashley must be at breakfast. She took a few steps in the direction of the breakfast parlour, and the footman hurried ahead of her to open the doors. But she stopped again. No, she could not, after all, see him face to face. She would shame herself. She would cry. She would make him uncomfortable and unhappy, and she would see the pity in Anna's and Luke's eyes. She ran outside and down the steps onto the upper terrace and on to the formal gardens. She ran fleet-footed through 3 tiers of the gardens and then down the long sloping lawn to the 2-arched stone bridge over the river. She ran across the bridge and among the old trees that lined and shaded the driveway for its full winding length to the stone gateposts and the village beyond. But she did not run all the way to the village. She stopped halfway down the drive, gasping for breath. She stood with her back against the broad trunk of an old oak and waited. She would see his carriage as it passed. She would say her own private goodbye. She would not see him, she realized, only his carriage. He would not see her. He would not know that she had come to say goodbye. But it was just as well. Fond as he was of her, to him she was just a type of younger sister to be indulged. She could remember her first meeting with him. The day she arrived at Bowden Abbey to live with Anna, feeling strange and bewildered. She had instantly liked Luke, though she had learned later that her sister Agnes was terrified of his elegant appearance and formal manners. But he had been kind to her, and he had spoken with her as if she were a real person who had ears that could hear. And incredibly she had understood most of what he said. He moved his lips decisively as he spoke, and he kept his face full toward her. So many people forgot to do that. But she had felt uncomfortable during tea in the drawing-room, until Ashley had arrived late and demanded an introduction. And then he had bowed to her, and smiled, and spoken. "As I live," he had said, "a beauty in the making. Your servant, madam." She had seen every word. Tall, handsome, charming Ashley. He had gone to sit beside his sister Doris, and had proceeded to converse with her after winking at Emily. He had taken her heart with him. It was as simple as that. She had adored him from that moment as she had adored no one else in her life, even Anna. Ashley had a loving heart. He loved Luke, even though they had been close to estrangement for almost a year. He loved his mother and his sister, who were now in London, and he loved Anna and Joy. He loved her too, but no more intensely than he loved the others. She was Emmy, his little fawn. She was just a child to him. He did not know that she was a woman. He would forget her in a month. No, she did not believe that. There was nothing shallow in Ashley's love. He would remember her fondly, as he would remember the rest of his family. She would hold him in her heart, deep in her heart, for the rest of her life. He was all of life to her. He was everything. Life would be empty without Ashley, meaningless. She loved him with all the passion and all the intense fidelity of her 15-year-old heart. She did not love him as a child loves, but as a woman loves the companion of her soul. Perhaps more intensely than most women loved. There was so little else, except the sight of the world around her, with which to fill her mind and her heart. She had somehow made a life of her own dreams before meeting Ashley. It had not always been easy. There had been frustrations, even tantrums when she was younger, when perhaps she had remembered enough of sound to be terrified by its absence. She had no conscious memories of sound, since it had been shut off quite totally after the dangerous fever she had barely survived before her 4th birthday. Just some fleeting hints, yearnings. She did not know quite what they were. They always just eluded her grasp. Ashley had become her dream. He had given her days meaning, and her nights fond imaginings. She did not know what would be left to her when the dream was taken away. Today, this morning. She was beginning to think that she must have missed him after all. Perhaps he had gone ahead, and his luggage was to follow later. She was almost numb with the cold. The wind whipped and bit at her. But finally she heard the carriage approach. Not that she could hear it in the accepted sense of the word. She often wondered what sound must have been like. But she felt the vibrations of an approaching carriage. She pressed herself back against the tree, while grief hit her low in the stomach like a leaden weight. He was leaving forever, and all she would see was Luke's carriage, which was taking him to London. Panic grabbed her like a vice as the carriage came into sight, and despite herself she leaned slightly forward, desperate for one last glimpse of him. She saw nothing, except the carriage rolling on past. She moaned incoherently. But then it slowed, and came to a full stop, and the door nearest her was flung open from the inside. There had been a feeling of mingled sadness and relief as the carriage lurched into motion, drew away from the house, and turned at the end of the cobbled terrace to take the sloping path beside the formal gardens and past the long lawn to the bridge. He was on his way. Soon now he would be beyond the park, beyond the village, and leaving Bowden Land behind him. He could look ahead with pleasure and excitement. Ashley set his head back against the comfortable upholstery of his brother's carriage and closed his eyes with a sigh of relief. It had been easier than he had expected. But he did not keep his eyes closed. When he heard the rumble of the bridge beneath the carriage wheels, he opened them again for one backward glance at the house. He looked at the trees of the driveway and beyond. He could see a small group of deer grazing peacefully off to his left, and a slight flutter of red. It caught his eye when the carriage was already on a level with it, and for a moment he could not identify it. But then he knew. Emmy's cloak. He leaned forward without thought and rapped sharply on the front panel for the coachman to stop. Almost before the carriage had come to a complete standstill, he flung open the door and jumped down onto the driveway. He looked back. Ah, he had not been mistaken, and only now, when it was too late, did he realize that it might have been better if he had kept on going. He was not going to escape painful goodbyes entirely after all. She was standing against a tree trunk, holding it with both hands behind her, as if she feared falling. Her face was all eyes and ashen paleness, despite the slight colour the wind had whipped into her cheeks. He walked toward her slowly, and came to a stop only when he was a few inches in front of her. He felt guilty. He was off on an adventure, off to begin his adult life. All of the world, all of life were ahead of him. But Emmy, his close companion for almost a year, was to be left behind to what? What would life hold for a child who would grow into a woman who could not always understand others or communicate with them? "Little Fawn," he said softly. He clasped his arms together and shivered. "You must be cold," he told her in one of their private signs, as if physical comfort was of any significance at this moment. She made no reply. Her eyes gazed back into his and filled with tears. Oh, Emmy! He leaned forward until his body pinned her against the tree. He wished, Lord, but he wished he had not noticed the flapping of her red cloak. What could he say to her, in either words or gestures? He knew she was desperately unhappy, and her unhappiness clouded the exhilaration he had been feeling. He tilted back his head and closed his eyes. He clenched his hands tightly at his sides. He should have done this properly yesterday, instead of just telling her cheerfully to be a good girl. When he raised his head and opened his eyes, he found that she was looking at him. Her face was only inches from his own. There were no words, and no gestures, except one which was no part of their private language. There was only one way to say goodbye. Her lips were cool, soft, and motionless beneath his. She had been chilled by her wait for his carriage. He warmed them with his own, softly and gently. He warmed them until they pushed back against his, and he realized in sudden shock that what they were sharing was undoubtedly a kiss. A kiss not of a brother and sister, but of a man and woman. Her body against his, he noticed now that he had been alerted, was slim, colt-like, soft with budding womanhood. He felt a flush of heat, a rush of tightness to his groin. He lifted his head, feeling disoriented. She was Emmy. She was a child who needed comforting. She needed some sign of affection from him, something to wrap about herself until she had grown accustomed to his absence. She certainly did not need... He framed her face with gentle hands, keeping one still while the other smoothed back her wind-blown hair. "I will be back, little fawn," he said softly but distinctly, as he always spoke to her, noting that the tears had gone so that she was able to read his lips. "I will be back to teach you to read and write, and to teach you a more complete language you can use, not just with me, but with everyone. One day, Emmy. But by that time you will have found other friends to love. Other friends who will love you and learn to find meaning in your silence. You must not mind my going too deeply, you know. I am a careless sort of fellow. There will be others far more worthy of your affection." He smiled gently at her. She gazed at him in such a way that he was given the impression that her whole soul gazed out at him. Her right hand, clenched loosely into a fist, lifted and pulsed lightly over her heart. "I feel deeply. I am serious. My heart is full." It was a gesture he used sometimes when talking, a sign that he was speaking the deep emotions of the heart. It was a gesture she had picked up from him and added to their all-too-inadequate language. He wondered if the gesture was involuntary at this particular moment. "Oh," he said, "I know, Emmy. I know. I'll be back. I'll not forget you. I'll carry you here." He stepped back from her at last and touched a hand to his own heart. And then he turned and strode back to the carriage. He vaulted inside, shut the door firmly behind him, and sat back as the vehicle lurched into motion. He blew out his breath from puffed cheeks. Emmy, his dear little fawn, sweet child. He tried to convince himself that that was how he had seen her, how he had treated her right to the end. He had put his body against hers, and his lips to hers, in an almost instinctive gesture of comfort. Brother to sister, uncle to niece, man to child. But he was uncomfortably aware that his chosen method of giving comfort had been unwise and inappropriate to the occasion. He had discovered a body and a mouth that would very soon belong to a woman. He did not want Emmy to be a woman. Foolish thought. He wanted her always to be that wild and happy child who had brought him peace when his life had been in turmoil. He wanted to remember her as a child. He was ashamed of himself for reacting to her for one startled moment as a male. He loved her, but not as a man loves a woman. The feelings he had for her were quite unique in his experience. He loved no one else as he loved Emmy. He wished he had not sullied his feelings for her by reacting to her physical closeness as a man reacts to a woman. He would not remember her so. He would remember her standing on the rock above the falls, her skirts loose about her legs and short enough to reveal bare ankles and feet, her blonde hair in a wild, tangled mane down her back, her lips smiling, her lovely eyes telling him that, incredible as it might seem, she had found peace and harmony in her silent world. The village was already behind him, he noticed. He was well on his way. His future had already begun. His thoughts turned ahead to India and his new life. What would it be like? How well would he meet the challenge? He could feel the exhilaration of youth and the thirst for adventure humming in his veins. Emily stood where she was for many long minutes after she had felt the vibrations of the carriage moving off again. Her head was back against the tree trunk. Her eyes were closed. And then she pushed herself away from the tree and began to run recklessly, heedlessly through the woods, over the bridge, in among the trees again, faster and faster, as if all the fiends of hell were at her heels. She stopped only when she came to the falls and had bounded up the rocks beside them, so that she could cast herself face down on the flat rock that jutted out over the water. She buried her face on her arms and wept until her chest was sore from the weeping, and there were neither tears nor energy left. Behind her closed eyes she could see him as he had appeared when he vaulted out of the carriage, before she had been blinded by tears, tall and slender and handsome, his long dark hair tied back with a black silk ribbon and unpowdered as usual. He had been elegant in cloak, frock-coat, waistcoat and breeches, but elegant in his own almost careless manner, quite unlike Luke, with his Parisian splendour. She lay on the cold rock beside the falls, spent and passive, for hours, until at last she felt a hand on her shoulder. She had neither seen nor sensed anyone coming, but she was not surprised. She turned her head to see Luke sitting beside her, his eyes intent and sympathetic on her. She set her face back against her arms while his hand patted her shoulder. There was nothing left to live for. Ashley had gone, perhaps forever, taking her heart, her very life with him. And yet there was Anna, her eldest sister, who had been more of a mother to her than anyone else in her life. And there were her brother Victor, the Earl of Royce, and Charlotte, her sister, though both lived far away with their spouses, and Agnes, Lady Severidge, the sister next in age to herself, who would be living close by at Wycherley Park after she returned from her wedding trip. There was Joy, her niece, on whom she doted. And there was Luke. She loved Luke dearly. He loved Anna and Joy, and Anna loved him. Emily would love anyone who loved Anna, and he was Ashley's brother, though he was not as tall as Ashley, nor was his face as good-humoured or quite as handsome, at least not to Emily's partial eyes. But he was Ashley's brother. When he turned her, finally, and lifted her onto his lap and cradled her just as if she were a child, she cuddled against him, trying to draw comfort from him. He, too, must have hated seeing Ashley leave this morning. Ashley had used to say that Luke was cold and did not care for him, but she knew that it had never been true. Luke was neither cold nor unloving. Luke had made it possible for Ashley to find purpose in life. He had arranged for Ashley to join the East India Company, and he had given her a home here with Anna instead of forcing her to live with Victor and Constance, who felt awkward with her silence, even though they loved her well enough. She felt some warmth creep back into her body as Luke murmured comforting words to her. She could tell he was doing so by the vibrations of his chest. She loved Luke. She loved her family. But it was going to be very difficult to live on. Ashley had found purpose in life. How was she to find purpose in hers? Could it have meaning without Ashley? But she knew, emerging as she was now from the blackest depths of despair, that she must live on, and that she must do so without him, for he would not come back. She knew that. He might return at some distant time in the future, but the Ashley she knew and loved would change. And she would change. She would change. She would grow up into the womanhood that was already changing her both physically and emotionally, and she would learn to live without him. She would not mope and pine her life away for what could not be had. Ashley could not be had. He loved her, but she was not in any way central to his very being. He would soon consign her to nothing more important than a fond memory. She knew that. She had no illusions about what she meant to him. She would grow up without him. She would live without him. No one would ever know how much he would always be a part of her. She would live as if her heart had not broken from love for him, although it had. She would always love him. But from this moment on, she would take her life back and live it as fully as she had before she set eyes on Ashley a year ago, and all else had faded into insignificance. And it had been a full life, even if it had necessarily been an almost totally solitary one. Even at its darkest moment, life was a precious gift. Chapter 1 1763
"Faith, child,"
Lady Stern said,
"but you are as lovely as all your sisters put together, with no offence meant to the two who are present."
She laughed, clasped her hands to her bosom, and let her eyes sweep once more over the young lady who stood in the middle of the dressing-room.
"Oh, but she really is,"
Lady Severidge said generously.
"She really is beautiful."
At the age of 26, 7 years and 2 children after her marriage, Agnes was still pretty, though she had grown almost plump.
"Of course she is as lovely as all of us put together,"
Anna, Duchess of Harnden, said, smiling her bright, warm smile.
"and lovelier even than that. Oh, Emmy, you look wonderful."
But in truth, Anna herself looked equally lovely. Although she was well past her 30th year, and had given birth to her 4th child only 3 months before, her face was still youthful and unlined, and her figure was again as trim as it had been before her marriage.
"You will be the belle of the ball tonight as I live,"
Lady Stern said. She was in the dressing-room only partly by right of the fact that she was Anna's godmother. Although she was no blood relation, she had assumed the role of favoured aunt to Anna's sisters as well as to Anna herself. After all, she always reminded them, when a woman had no daughters of her own, then she simply had to adopt a few.
"'Tis a pity you cannot dance, child, but no matter. Dancing merely makes a lady flush and sweat and smell." "Aunt Marjorie!"
Agnes said, shocked. Lady Emily Marlowe's eyes followed their lips for a while, but it was a weary business, and she knew she had missed at least half of what had been said, as she always did in a conversation that involved more than one person. But no matter. She had caught the trend of the conversation, and it pleased her to for once be called beautiful, as other women were beautiful. She turned her head to steal another glance at herself in the pier-glass of Anna's dressing-room. She scarcely recognized herself. She was dressed in pale green, her favourite colour, but all else was unfamiliar. Her petticoat, with its 3 deep frills, was held away from her legs by large hoops. Her open gown was trimmed with wide, ruched, gold-embroidered robings from bosom to hem. Her stomacher, low at the bosom, was heavily embroidered with the same gold thread. The 3 lace frills that edged the sleeves of her chemise flared at the elbows below the sleeves of the gown. Her shoes were gold. Her hair, Ah, it was her hair that looked most unfamiliar. Anna's maid had dressed her hair rather high in front, in the newest fashion, and curled and coiled at the back. In the glass, Emily could see the frills of the frivolous lace cap that was pinned back there somewhere, its lace lappets floating down her back. Her hair was powdered white. It was the first time she had allowed anyone to do that to her. Beneath the gown, she could feel the unfamiliar and uncomfortable tightness of her stays. At the grand age of 22, she was about to attend her first real ball. Oh, she had occasionally, when Luke, Duke of Harnden, had insisted, attended local entertainments with her sister and brother-in-law, and there had sometimes been dancing, which she had sat and watched. And she had always been present at the occasional balls held here at Bowden Abbey, though usually she had watched unseen, looking down from the gallery. Dancing had always fascinated her. She had always wanted, almost more than anything else in the world, to dance. She could not dance. She was totally deaf. She could not hear the music, though sometimes she imagined that once upon a time she must have heard it. She could not remember music, or any sounds at all, but there was a feeling, an inner conviction that music must be more beautiful, more soul-lovely than almost anything she had ever seen with her eyes. Tonight she was to attend a ball, and everyone was behaving as if the whole occasion were in her honour, almost as if this were her come-out. In reality, the ball was in honour of Anna. There was always a ball at Bowden a few months after Anna's confinements, following the christening of the baby. There had been balls after Joy's birth 7 years ago, and after George's and James's more recently. Now there was to be this one, following Harry's birth. He needed to demonstrate to his neighbours, Emily had once seen Luke say, as he bent over Anna's hand and kissed her fingers, that his Duchess was just as beautiful now as she had been 3 months before, 9 months swollen with child. "Lud," Lady Stern said now, taking Emily's hands in her own and bringing both her eyes and her mind back from the glass. "But you have not heard a word we have said, child. I vow your head has been turned by your own beauty." Emily blushed. She wished Aunt Marjorie would speak more slowly. "Luke will approve, Emmy," Anna said, with her warm smile, cupping Emily's chin with one gentle hand and turning her head so that she would see the words. That would be no small accomplishment. Although Luke loved her unconditionally, Emily knew, he also did not always approve of her. He paid her the compliment of treating her as if she had no handicap. He often pushed her into doing things she had no wish to do, assuring her briskly that she could do anything in the world she set her mind to doing, even if she must do it silently. He was unlike Anna in that way, and the two of them sometimes exchanged hot words over her. Anna felt that her sister should be allowed to live her life in her own way, even if doing so made her unsociable and totally unconventional. The implication, loving though it was that Emily could never be quite as other women were. Luke was more capable of bullying. There had been the time when she was 15, for example, and he had decided that it was time she learned to read and write. And she had learned too, slowly, painfully, sometimes rebelliously, with Luke himself as her patient but implacable teacher. After the first week, he had banished Anna from the schoolroom and had never allowed her back in. "Enough of foolish tears," he had told her. Emily had learned in order to prove something to him, and, more important, to herself. She had had everything to prove to herself at that painful stage of her life. She had proved that she could learn, as other girls could, but she had learned the severe limits to her world. Books revealed to her universes of experience and thought she had never suspected, and would never properly understand. She was different, very different. On the other hand, there was, in her intense relationship with the world close at hand, something unique, she believed. Luke's approval, Emily thought now, smiling back at her eldest sister, was worth having. Sometimes she almost hated him, but always she loved him. He had been both father and brother to her during the almost 8 years since she had come to live at Bowden.
"And Lord Powell will be enchanted,"
Agnes said.
"Oh, Emmy, he is such a very distinguished-looking gentleman, and he seems genuinely not to mind the fact of your affliction."
Lord Powell liked to talk. He rather enjoyed the novelty of having a silent listener, Emily suspected. But indeed he was rather handsome, and his manners were polished and charming. It was hardly a surprise, of course. Luke had chosen all of her suitors with meticulous care. All 4 of them had been eligible in every possible way. She had rejected the first 3 without making any effort whatsoever to become acquainted with them, or so Luke had claimed. He had regarded her with pursed lips and a look of mingled exasperation and amusement in his eyes after each had left. "Emily," he had said on one of those occasions, "if you would merely cultivate a different image while you are being courted, my dear, if you would only not do your best to appear before the flower of male, unmarried society as the witch of the woods." It was unfair, as she would have told him if she had had his advantage of a voice. She might have written it, but she never enjoyed holding such awkward conversations. It was unfair, because it was she who had rejected them, not they who had taken fright and left her. Besides, she did not look like a witch, but it did not matter. And now Lord Powell was here, paying court to her. He had been here for 5 whole days. Luke had decided to invite him while other visitors were here for Harry's christening and for the ball that would follow it. Perhaps, he had reasoned, Emily was well acquainted with his mind, the formality of the occasion would force his sister-in-law to stay in company and to behave in a more conventional manner than was usual with her. And she had stayed in company, and behaved herself, and worn stays and hoops and shoes and curls and caps, though nothing as elaborate as tonight, it was true, but not just because of the house guests and the christening. This time she had decided to allow herself to be courted.
"I vow 'twould be strange indeed if he did not come to the point tonight," Lady Stern said. "He will make you his offer, child, and Harnden will make the announcement before the night is over. But mercy on me, I almost forgot that Victor is here. 'Twill be Victor who will make the announcement, mark my words."
Victor, the Earl of Royce, was Emily's brother. He was here for the christening with Constance, his wife, and their child. So was Charlotte, Emily's other sister, with the Reverend Jeremiah Hornsby, her husband, and their 3 children. Charlotte was in the nursery now, nursing the newest baby before attending the ball.
"Will you say yes, Emmy?"
Agnes looked eagerly at her.
"William says that Lord Powell has spoken privately with both Victor and his Grace. It can mean only one thing. How splendid it will be to have a wedding in the family again. But would it be here or at Elm Court? Victor will want it at Elm Court, I do declare. How provoking of him. Will you say yes?"
There was a feeling of breathlessness and panic at seeing on the lips of her sister and Lady Stern what she had really known already in her own heart. Lord Powell had come to court her. Luke had arranged it all on a visit to London. He had walked with her, and sat with her, and talked with her, and had seemed pleased with her. She had not discouraged his attentions. Tonight there was to be a grand ball, and she had been fully aware of the private meeting this afternoon involving Lord Powell, Victor, and Luke. Everyone had been aware of it. Tonight, in all probability, she was going to be called upon to make her final decision. Not that there was any decision still to be made. She had already decided to have him. She was going to be Lady Powell. She was going to marry and have a home of her own where she would be dependent upon no one. She was going to have children of her own. She was going to have a warm, cuddly baby like Harry to hold, but he would be all her own. She was going to change, again. She was going to be more than just half respectable. She was going to be entirely so. Anna and Luke and all her other relatives were going to be proud of her. But Anna was hugging her suddenly, as far as the combined widths of their hoops would allow. She let Emily see her lips before she spoke. "You are frightening her," she said. "Emmy does not have to do anything she does not want to do. She is different, but very special. She belongs here. We love her. You must marry no one just because you think you ought, Emmy. You may stay here forever. I hope you will stay here. How would I live without you?" Very well, Emily thought, watching her sister blink back bright tears. Anna had Luke, whom she loved dearly, and who loved her with an equal intensity, and she had her 4 children, on whom they both doted. Emily had no one. She belonged nowhere. It was true that her brother and sisters issued frequent invitations for her to come and stay, and always urged her to remain indefinitely. And it was true that even Luke had explained to her, it was just before the appearance of the first suitor, that Bowden was her home as much as it was his and Anna's and their children's, that he was thinking of her lasting happiness, but only she could know where that happiness lay. "You must never feel that I am urging marriage on you because I wish to be rid of you," he had said, looking at her with keen eyes. "Even though your sister, my wife, has accused me of just that." He had thrown a stern look at Anna, who had protested the introduction of a suitor. "I will present you with marriage possibilities, my dear, because I feel it is my duty to do so. You will decide if you want marriage, and all it can bring with it, or if you would prefer to remain with us here, as much a member of our family as Joy or George or James. Have I made myself clear, Emily? Madam?" He had made both her and Anna reply. "But Lord Powell is very handsome," Agnes said now. "I do not know how you could resist him, Emmy. I could not, if I was still young and unmarried, and he paid me court, I declare." She smiled kindly, but Agnes, who had had choices, had married the very plain and portly William, Lord Severidge, for love, and had long ago settled into dull domestic felicity with him. "And Lud," Lady Stern said, clapping her hands, "if we stand here for much longer, admiring the child and anticipating her betrothal, the ball will be over, and Lord Powell will have gone home, and no one will have seen Emily in all her finery. Come, Emmy." Anna smiled and took her by the hand. "Tonight you will stand in the receiving line with Luke and me, and my nose will be severely out of joint, because everyone will be looking at you and will not notice me at all." "Pshaw!" Lady Stern said as she strode to the door to lead the way downstairs to the ballroom. "Harnden has eyes for no one but you, child. He never has had, since he first laid 'em on you at just another such ball." Anna laughed as she slipped her arm through Emily's, and Emily could see the happiness sparkling in her eyes. Emily herself fought bewilderment. There had been so much talk, most of which she had missed, though she had determinedly kept turning her head from one speaker to another, trying to concentrate. She often noticed the fact that other people did not find conversation wearying, and did not seem to share her all too frequent urges to be alone and undistracted. It was just one more thing that set her apart. She drew a few deep, steadying breaths. This evening was so far beyond anything in her past experience that her mind could contemplate it only as a complete and rather terrifying blank. She was dressed as formally and with as much glittering splendour as Anna. She was going to attend a full-scale ball. She was to stand in the receiving line, smiling and curtsying to all of Luke's guests, and she was to receive the continued attentions of Lord Powell, and probably, his marriage proposal too. She was going to accept. By the time she came back upstairs in several hours' time, much would have changed in her life. Everything would have changed. She would be betrothed, as good as married. There was something resembling panic in the thought. Ashley. Oh, Ashley. He had forgotten just how cold England was. He shivered and drew his cloak more closely around him. He sat in a darkened carriage, looking out on darkness, though the landscape was not pitch black, it was true. There were moonlight and starlight to illuminate the way. Although the coachman had been reluctant, he had agreed to continue the journey after dark. The man had even commented on what a pleasant, warm evening it was for late April. Warm! He shivered again. He had had time to get used to the coldness during the long voyage home from India, of course, but somehow he had expected that he would be warm again once he reached land. Perhaps, he thought, setting his head back against the cushions, he would never be warm again. And yet Lord Ashley Kendrick still clung to the notion that there was warmth to be had. At Bowden, if he could but get there. For months he had been living for the moment that was now only an hour away, if that long. He must be almost on Bowden land already, he reasoned. The thought of Bowden had sustained him through all the months of his voyage, through calms and storms, through the sleepless nights. Luke, he thought, if only he could reach his brother. Luke was a pillar of strength. And Anna, sweet, warm Anna, and their children, 3 now. Joy would be 7, George 5, and James 3. Luke had been almost apologetic in his letter, announcing the arrival of George, Marquis of Craden, his heir to the dukedom. Ashley had been delighted, and even more so when he had read of the birth of James 2 years later. Luke was secure in his line. There could never be any question now of Ashley's breathing down his neck. He longed for Bowden, and for Luke and Anna, almost as if they could make all right for him, almost as if he were not a man capable of ordering his own life and handling his own emotions and purging his own guilt, almost as if there were warmth to be had, and peace. Ashley rolled his head on the cushions as if to find a comfortable position for sleep, but he soon opened his eyes and stared out onto darkness, and inward into deeper darkness. Peace. He had had the strange notion that it was to be found at Bowden, and only there. Now that he was approaching it, yes, he was sure now they were on Bowden land, they would pass through the village very soon. He stared at the truth. There was no peace to be had anywhere, not even here. Why had he thought there was? What was it about Bowden that always brought with it the illusory idea of peace, as if it were a place unlike any other on earth, a place of escape, a refuge, a home, a belonging? What was it about Bowden? He had come back from India with the desperate idea that if he could but reach home, all would be well again. Yet now, even before he had quite reached the house, the carriage was passing along the village street and slowing to make the turn between the massive stone gateposts onto the winding driveway through the park. He knew that he had deceived himself. There was no home for him, no end to his journey, no end of the rainbow. Even so, he found himself leaning forward in his seat, eager for his first glimpse of the house as the carriage emerged from the trees to cross the bridge at the bottom of the long, sloping lawn that led upward to the terraced formal gardens and the upper cobbled terrace and the house beyond. But he sat back abruptly as the wheels of the carriage rumbled over the stone bridge. Deuce take it! But they were entertaining. The house was lit up by what had to be 1,000 candles. There were carriages outside the carriage house and stables. Damnation! But what rotten bad fortune! He should have stayed in London for a few days, he thought. He should have sent word ahead of him. Zounds! But they did not even know he had left India. They did not even know. He set his head back against the cushions again and closed his eyes once more. No, they did not even know. "Well, my dear," the Duke of Harnden said to his wife, their first duties in the receiving line with his mother and Emily at an end, their secondary duty of leading off the opening set of country dances about to begin, You may, as usual, have the satisfaction of knowing yourself by far the loveliest lady at the ball. 'Tis almost shameful with Harry in the nursery for only 3 months, and you already, 29, is it?"
"For the 4th year in succession," she said, laughing at him. "Luke, you have been shopping in Paris again. Your coat is such a splendid dark shade of blue, and there is so much embroidery on your waistcoat that you put my gown to shame."
"Ah, but 'tis the woman inside the gown who dazzles the sight, madam," he said.
She laughed again. "I am glad you remembered your fan," she said. "It still scandalizes a few people."
He fanned her face with it. "My cosmetics I have abandoned with the greatest reluctance, my dear," he said, "in deference to country tastes. But a man must be allowed to retain some of his pride. Without a fan at a ball I would feel quite naked by my life."
"'Tis what comes of those 10 years you spent in Paris," she said. "Luke, what will Emmy do?"
"Emily," he said, "is looking so fine that every other lady's face except yours is tinged with green. And as I told her earlier, if she dressed thus all the time, I would by now be beating back all of His Majesty's army and navy, and the single portion of his civilian male subjects as well from my doors. Perhaps I should be thankful that she is more often the witch of the woods."
"Oh, Luke," she said reproachfully.
"If you must quarrel with me, madam," he said, "let it be later, much later, in your bedchamber. But I will not play fair, I would warn you."
"Will she have him?"
There was acute anxiety in her voice. "She would be a fool if she did not," he said. "Powell has everything to recommend him to a bride below the rank of princess, I believe. Looks, breeding, wealth, mildness of manners, and he is remarkably eager to bring the matter to a point. There are Emily's dowry and her connections to attract him, as well as his openly expressed determination to please his mother and do his duty by taking a wife and setting up his nursery. I believe, too, he is somewhat captivated by the prospect of a wife who will not prattle. There is the small question of love, of course, and experience has demonstrated to me that, in reality, it is no small matter at all. But I believe we can trust your sister to order her own destiny, my dear. There is nothing abject about Emily. One can only hope that Powell does not see her as someone who will be passive and biddable, poor man. The musicians and all our guests await my signal to start the ball. Shall I oblige them, or would you prefer to indulge in a fit of the vapours?"
"No one else will understand Emmy as you and I do," she said. "What if he does not like her when he learns more about her? As you say—"
"'Tis what marriage is all about, madam," he said. "Have you not realized it? 'Tis about discovering unknown facets of the character and experience and tastes of one's spouse, and learning to adjust one's life accordingly. 'Tis learning to hope that one's spouse is doing the same thing. 'Tis something only the 2 persons concerned can deal with. Let us dance."
He looked toward the leader of the orchestra, raised his eyebrows, and lifted one finger. The music began.
"Egad!"
Theodore, Lord Quin, Luke's maternal uncle, said to Lady Sterne, his long-time friend and lover,
"But the young girls grow lovelier with every passing year, as do the mature ones. That is a fine new hairdo, I warrant you, Marge, my dear. Takes 10 years off your age."
"Mercy on me," she said, "but that would make me more than 10 years too young for you, Theo." He threw back his head and laughed heartily before speaking again.
"So, will she have him?" he asked.
The 2 of them were sitting, rather than dancing, the opening set, which they had agreed was somewhat too lively for their ageing bones. They looked across the ballroom to where Lord Powell was seated on a sofa beside Emily, talking to her, despite the loudness of the music and conversation. "Do they not look splendid together?" she asked. "And her affliction really does not signify, Theo. The dear man likes to talk, and Emily is well able to listen with her eyes. I had no notion that she would dress up so fine.
though she has looked well for the past number of days, I declare." "Zounds," Lord Quin said. "But it would be hard, Marge, to be tied to a woman who could not answer one back. One hopes that is not her chief attraction to the man. One has the notion that there is more to little Emily than receptive silence. But how is one to know what she is saying with those big eyes of hers?"
"My dear Anna has always worried about her,"
Lady Stern said, her eyes softening on the sight of her goddaughter dancing opposite her duke, her face smiling and animated.
"She has always taken the full burden of her family on her own shoulders, even though Royce is the head of the family. It will be good for her to know that the last of her sisters is well settled. Anna can be finally and fully happy."
Lord Quin patted her hand, though he did not leave his own on hers. They were ever discreet in public. "And so can you, Marge," he said. "Anna is like the daughter you never had. You love her to distraction. I might almost feel jealous."
"But you do not."
She turned her head to smile at him. "But I do not," he agreed. "I am fond of the girl myself, Marge, and of Luke too. He has always been my favourite nephew, though one is not supposed to have favourites."
"Oh, look at them,"
she said, returning her attention to Emily and Lord Powell across the room.
"As I live, Theo, she is smiling at him, and he is dazzled enough to move back 6 inches. 'Tis just like my Anna's smile, I vow. If only they can be one half as happy as Anna and Harnden."
Lord Quin patted her hand again. "Leave love to take its course," he said. "By supper time he will have got up the courage to speak, and she will have given him her answer with those eyes of hers, and the announcement will have been made. Then our dear Anna will be happy, and you too. And hark ye, Marge, my dear, 'tis your happiness that concerns me more than all else." She smiled at him once more. Chapter 2. Emily sat beside Lord Powell on the sofa and longed to dance, but no one had ever asked her to join a set, and she supposed that no one ever would. People had a strange notion of deafness. They assumed that because one could not hear, one could not really see either. More important, they did not seem to notice for themselves how much of sound came in vibrations that could be felt. Sound was not just a thing of the ears. It affected the whole body. She could feel the rhythm of the dance, and she knew every step of every dance. She had watched with attentive longing for many years. Lord Powell was telling her about his mother and about his younger brothers and sisters, a sure sign, she supposed, that he was moving closer to a declaration. There was a whole brood of them, his own word. 3 of his 6 sisters were married, as was one of his 3 brothers. He had 2 nieces and a nephew already. He considered family, commitment to one's home and one's domestic duties, important. He had noticed how well Lady Emily was loved by her own nephews and nieces, and how she loved to play with them. Children, he had observed, never needed words when they were able to see affection at work, and children almost never returned love that expressed itself only in words. It was a compliment to the way she handled her deafness, Emily supposed. She smiled. Indeed, she had not stopped smiling since leaving Anna's dressing-room. There was a great deal to smile about, though she felt the strain of having to watch a man's lips when she longed to gaze about her, and even so missed many of the details about his family that he tried to share. His eyebrows were dark and thick, a little too heavy for perfection of looks, perhaps, but they were the only small defect to an otherwise handsome appearance. His nose was well-shaped, if a little prominent. His eyes were dark and compelling. His hair, she supposed, was dark. She had not seen him without his carefully powdered wig, but thought his own hair must be short beneath. His teeth were good, and only a little crooked, and not unattractively so. She had noticed several of the other young ladies present gazing at him admiringly and glancing at her in envy. He was a handsome man, moderately tall and well-formed. He dressed elegantly. Tonight he wore dark brown and gold. "I am engaged for the second set with Her Grace," he said, leaning toward her slightly, as if to be heard above the noise that Emily could not hear. "And for the third with Lady Severidge. I have not engaged the supper dance with anyone, Lady Emily. Will you sit with me for that half-hour? Perhaps, after we have eaten, you will allow me to send a maid for your cloak, and step out onto the terrace with me?" Emily opened her fan. The room suddenly felt suffocatingly hot. She kept her eyes on Lord Powell's lips. They were rather full lips, well-shaped. He had spoken slowly and precisely, she guessed, so that she would know the final request was important to him. "I observed earlier," he said, almost as if he felt his invitation needed explanation, "that it is a fine spring evening." She nodded and smiled. "Perhaps," he said, "you will allow me to speak on a matter of some importance. When we are on the terrace, that is." She held her smile and nodded again. "Splendid," he said, and looked enormously relieved as he rushed on with an account of his youngest sister's tyranny over her governess in the schoolroom. Emily could not understand most of what he said. She longed suddenly and illogically to be alone. Anywhere. Alone. "I believe she would like you, Lady Emily. I believe you would like her." She liked him, Emily decided, not just because she had determined to like him, but because he was a pleasant and earnest young man. She just wished he did not talk so much. Was silence so unnatural to those who could hear that they felt obliged to fill it without ceasing? But how could she dislike any man who loved his mother and his brothers and sisters, and who was willing to accept a wife who was handicapped, though she did wonder why. She wished she could ask him exactly why he wished to marry her. Did he think her beautiful? Did he like the fact that she was Victor's sister, Luke's sister-in-law? Did the mystery of her character intrigue him? She looked down briefly at his hands. They were blunt-fingered, capable-looking hands. She imagined them touching her body, beneath her clothes. She imagined his mouth against hers, his body. Imagination forsook her after that. She was not really quite sure. She looked up to find him telling her more about his sister. He had demanded that she apologize to the governess. He seemed to believe that because she could read lips, she could understand everything he said. Would he be disappointed when he learned that she did not? She had often wondered about physical love. Was it something that added a dimension to life, or was it an intrusion, the ultimate invasion of privacy? By both necessity and inclination, she had always been an excessively private person. She knew enough to understand that a husband would come right inside her body. This man, Lord Powell. She did not yet know his first name, she realized. On their wedding night, she would have to allow him inside herself. Only so could she be a wife. Only so could she have the babies she wanted. Would it be wonderful, magical, or would it be demeaning? She knew sometimes during breakfast that Anna and Luke had loved the night before. They would be horrified if they knew that she knew, but she did. Perhaps it was the absence of one of her 5 senses that had sharpened the others. Certainly it was nothing very obvious, just something about the softened look in Anna's eyes, something in the slight droop of Luke's eyelids, or perhaps not anything even as overt as that. But whatever it was something that told Emily that what they shared was more wonderful than anything she could yet imagine. Perhaps she would know soon, or perhaps she would be disappointed. Would it make all the difference, she wondered, that she did not love him, though she liked and respected him? But there were other things to imagine. This man would become as familiar to her as her own image in the glass. He would be her companion for the rest of her life. Her friend, perhaps. She would live in his home. It would become hers, and his family would be hers. She would learn to run his household. Would she be able to do it? She had watched Anna run Bowden Abbey. She would have to write things down, she supposed. She would visit his tenants and his neighbours. She would not be able to allow herself to be daunted by the fact that she could not speak to any of them, or even understand all that was spoken. Indeed, it was the exhilaration of the challenge that was one of the main inducements to her accepting the offer that was about to be made. She would become like Anna. She would have a marriage like Anna's. Or was she deluding herself? Was such a thing possible for her? But she would have a chance at happiness, at last, after so long, and she would be happy. She had learned through hard experience that the will was a powerful thing. She would will herself to be happy, and she would be. "The set has ended," Lord Powell was saying, bent slightly toward her again. "More is the pity, I vow. I shall dance each set until the supper dance, Lady Emily, but I shall look in envy at each gentleman who occupies this sofa with you." It was the closest he had come to a declaration of ardour, though Emily, sensitive to the language of the body, guessed that he spoke what he thought she expected him to say. She smiled at him, but something was wrong. The music had stopped, of course. She had felt that even before Lord Powell had mentioned it. There was something else. She felt something almost like panic, and looked over her shoulder to the doorway. A man was standing there. No one else appeared to have noticed him yet. He was wearing a long, dark cloak, and was only just removing a three-cornered hat, even though he must have entered the house downstairs and passed numerous footmen before climbing the 2 flights of stairs to the ballroom. He was tall and thin. Beneath his dark, unpowdered hair, which was neatly curled at the sides and bagged in black silk behind, his face was thin and pale to the point of being haggard. His expression was dark, morose. She did not recognize him with her eyes, only with her heart. Her heart lurched and left pulses beating erratically in her throat and in her temples. It left her breathless and gasping for air. She got to her feet and turned, and stood still, watching. Lord Powell, everyone, everything, no longer existed. Only Ashley. Ashley was her. It had been his intention, as his carriage approached the house, to avoid whatever entertainment was proceeding within. By the number of lights and carriages, it appeared that it must be nothing less than a ball. It had been his intention to have himself shown to a room, his old one, it was to be hoped, and to remain there until the morning. It certainly had not been his intention to make a grand theatrical entrance. But Coates, his brother's butler, was in the hall when he entered it, apparently giving some instructions to one of the footmen standing there. And Coates had looked at first stiff with suspicion of the stranger who had arrived apparently ill-dressed for the occasion, then shocked as he recognized the new arrival, and then his usual dignified, impassive self. And Coates informed him, when he asked, that there was indeed a grand ball in progress, and that the occasion was the christening of his Grace's new son, Lord Harry Kendrick. Ah, a new child, another son. Ashley bowed his head and closed his eyes and swayed on his feet. One of the footmen had taken a step toward him, arm outstretched, by the time he opened his eyes. He held up a staying hand. But he was close, so very close. Was he now to go to his room and shut himself inside and postpone everything until the morning? "They are in the ballroom?" he asked. "Yes, my lord," Coates said. "If your lordship would step into the salon, I shall fetch his Grace myself." But Ashley turned as if he had not heard, and made his way to the archway that led to the grand staircase. He would wait in no salon. He would retire to no bedchamber. Luke was close. "My lord?" Coates sounded surprised, even perhaps a trifle alarmed. It was indeed a grand ball, considering the fact that it was taking place in the country, where most of the guests must have had to travel a long distance. The ballroom seemed filled with light and noise and laughter, with colour and movement. Ashley stood in the doorway, unaware of the inappropriateness of his appearance, of his cloak and travel-creased clothes and top boots. He removed his hat, more from instinct than conscious thought. His eyes scanned the throng of people. He was unaware that a few of them were already beginning to look at him curiously. He was looking for only one person. And then he saw him. A set of dances had just concluded, and he was bowing over the hand of his partner and raising it to his lips. Luke, looking as richly splendid and fashionable and elegant as he had looked on his return from Paris 8 years ago. Luke, looking familiar and solid and dependable. Ashley stood very still. Luke raised his head and looked toward the doorway, and raised his eyebrows in an unconsciously haughty expression characteristic of him. Ashley watched the expression become fixed and frozen on his face. Then Luke took a step toward him, stopped, frowned slightly, and came hurrying across the ballroom. He kept on coming, opening his arms when he was near, then closing them hard, like iron bands about his brother. Ashley returned the embrace, and closed his eyes very tightly. "Good God!" Luke said, after what felt to Ashley like minutes, but was probably only seconds. "Dear Lord God! Ash!" His voice sounded dazed, shaken. "Yes." Ashley swallowed. He did not want to open his eyes. But Luke ended the embrace and took a step back. He set his hands on Ashley's shoulders. "By God, Ash, it really is you! What the devil?" He patted his brother's shoulders, as if to assure himself of the reality of his presence. "What the bloody devil?" Clearly he had forgotten his surroundings. Ashley, facing into the ballroom, had become suddenly aware of them. Noise, or rather the surprising lack of noise, considering the occasion and the largeness of the gathering, assaulted his ears. He was aware of people, of the very public nature of this reunion. He was aware of Anna, who came hurrying up behind Luke, looking scarcely a day older than when he had left, and every bit as lovely, looking as sweet and as sunny as she had ever looked. "Ashley," she said, and Luke stood aside, and she was in his arms. "Oh, Ashley, my dear, you are home!" And then his mother was there, looking her usual composed, dignified self, even though her eyes were wide with surprise. He had recovered some of his control, and bowed formally over her hands and kissed her cheeks. "Madam," he said, "you are looking well." And then a lady in pink satin and silver lace was hurtling across the room and throwing herself into his arms, and he closed his eyes again briefly as he hugged his sister to himself. "Ashley!" She said his name over and over again. "Oh, Ashley, you wretch! You have not written to any of us for over a year, so that we have been almost beside ourselves with worry, and all the time you have been coming home. How could you?" Doris, Lady Vimes, looked a vibrant and lovely woman, rather than the pretty, sometimes petulant girl she had been when he left. She had married Andrew, the Earl of Vimes, 5 years ago. They had 2 children. But Luke was recovering control of both himself and the situation. He turned to face his guests in the ballroom and raised his arms, though the gesture was unnecessary. The attention of almost everyone was already focused upon the drama playing itself out in the doorway. "My apologies for the delay in the festivities," he said. "As you can see, Lord Ashley Kendrick has arrived home from India unexpectedly. You will pardon my family group for withdrawing for a few minutes. The music will resume as soon as the sets are formed." He nodded to the leader of the orchestra. "Ashley." Anna had taken his arm and was leading him away from the ballroom.
Where have you left Lady Ashley, Alice, and Thomas? Are they downstairs? Or did you have Coates or Mrs. Wynne show them to a room?
He was aware of his family about him. A stranger had joined Doris, presumably Vimes. They were all beaming with happiness. They were in the middle of celebrating a new baby's christening with a ball. And he was tired, bone-weary, soul-weary. "My wife and son are at a hotel in London," he said. "They were exhausted after the long voyage. I came on alone. I wanted to come home." He was desperately tired. Perhaps tomorrow there would be peace. Not tonight. There was too much turmoil tonight. Perhaps tomorrow. A hand touched her elbow, and she came back from a long way away to find herself standing in the ballroom at Bowden Abbey. Lord Powell was smiling at her and gesturing to the sofa beside her. She sat. He stood looking down at her, his hands clasped at his back. The hilt of his dress sword, she noticed, was studded with rubies. They did not match his coat. But perhaps, unlike Luke, he did not have a sword to match each outfit. Or perhaps, unlike Luke, he was not so meticulous about such matters. He bent forward and waited for her eyes to focus on his lips. "Her Grace will not now be here to dance with me," he said. "I may spend the time sitting here talking with you, Lady Emily." She nodded, not quite sure to what she was agreeing. "If 'tis your wish," he said, "if you do not consider it improper, or an imposition, if you have not promised to spend the time with another gentleman—" She shook her head, and he seated himself beside her again. He smiled. He looked very pleased with himself. She wished he would go away. She wished she could be alone. Lips moved wherever she looked, but she could understand nothing. She was like an alien in an alien country. She did not want Ashley to come home. Not now, not ever. "Lord Ashley Kendrick," Lord Powell was saying, "from India. He is His Grace's brother, is he not?" She nodded. Yes, Ashley. Yes. But she did not want it to be Ashley. "What a happy chance," Lord Powell said, "that he has arrived tonight of all nights. They all seem exceedingly happy." She nodded. She wanted simply to close her eyes, to shut out everything. "I have observed," he said, "that this is a close and loving family, Lady Emily. You must consider yourself fortunate to be a part of it." Yes. Yes. Ashley was home. Lord Powell leaned a little closer. "I am reminded of my own family," he said. "You would find a similar closeness with us, Lady Emily." She smiled, stretching the corners of her mouth upward with a conscious physical effort. He was speaking of his family again. She tried to concentrate, to remember what he had told her of its members. She tried to think as his lips continued to move. And she tried not to think. She did not want Ashley to be home. She wanted to be able to look at this man and see in him her future husband and life's companion. She wanted to make a rational decision about her future. She wanted a husband and a home and a place of her own in society. She wanted babies. And perhaps beyond rationality, she wanted hope, the hope that an affection would grow, even love, perhaps. She wanted to have control over her own destiny. She wanted the impossible. She wanted to be normal. And she wanted the hope that her soul would be restored and healed and made whole again, so that she might take this man inside it. She had to blink her eyes suddenly, and saw, when she could do so clearly again, that he was looking at her with concern. "Yes, you would, on my life," he said, taking one of her hands in both of his. "And they would be willing to take you into their midst, Lady Emily. I know it. They love me, and they will love you. That is, they would love you if—" She wondered if she would have tumbled into love with him during the past week, if her heart had been whole, if her soul had not been shattered long ago. She rather thought she might have. But her heart and soul could not be mended by the power of the will she had discovered over 7 years, and so she had accepted reality and moved on. She watched Lord Powell raise her hand to his lips and hold it there for a few moments. She was aware that other people must be observing them, probably with indulgence, and that he knew it. She was aware, too, that the announcement of their betrothal must be a common expectation tonight. And then, before the set was at an end, Anna was there, and Lord Powell was scrambling to his feet and bowing. She smiled warmly at him and took the seat he had vacated. She took both of Emily's hands in hers. "Ashley has come home," she said unnecessarily. "He took passage from India without sending us word. He did it quite impulsively, he said. He was homesick. He has left Lady Ashley and their son in London. Luke is beside himself with joy. 'Tis a wonderful surprise for him, Emmy." Yes, there had always been a special bond between the brothers, even though they had been estranged for much of the year between Luke's return from Paris and Ashley's departure for India. Yes, Luke would be overjoyed. But Anna's eyes were keen on hers, and Emily knew why she had returned to the ballroom before the rest of the family and had come to talk to her sister. Anna knew. So did Luke, though not a word had been spoken on the subject since that dreadful day when he had found her and comforted her at the falls. "Luke plans to send our carriage for them tomorrow," Anna said. "I dare say he might even go himself to fetch them. 'Twill be good to meet Alice at last, and Thomas. The children will have yet another cousin with whom to play, though Harry will doubtless sleep through it all. He seems content to sleep his life away, except at 3 o'clock each morning, when he thinks 'tis time for a leisurely meal and a play. His papa had a stern word with him about it just last night, but Harry merely yawned at him and blew bubbles and tried to pull his nose. Luke says he must learn greater respect." She laughed, but her eyes were still on Emily's, and were still almost anxious. Emily smiled. Anna was saying more than she usually did all at once to her sister. Anna was worried about her, about how she would behave, how she would feel. "Lord Ashley Kendrick must be exceedingly weary," Lord Powell said. "But at the same time, he must feel great pleasure at being back in the bosom of his family." "Yes," Anna smiled warmly at him. "But he is weary, and so pale and thin that he looks almost emaciated. Travelling such a long distance by sea must be dreadful indeed. My husband has taken him to his room. Doubtless he will return to his guests soon. Ashley will want to sleep." Emily had wanted to die when news came 3 years before that Ashley had married Alice Kersey, the daughter of Sir Alexander Kersey, his superior in the East India Company. She had literally wanted to die. She had not wanted to live any longer. There had been nothing left to live for. It had been frighteningly easy, after 4 whole years, to regress to the terrible self-pity and feeling of isolation she had felt on the day of his departure. She had dreamed during those 4 years. Of course, she had known the difference between dream and reality. Deep down, she had known that Ashley had never loved her as she had loved him, that he would not come home to her, that there would never be a happily ever after with him. But it had been a sweet dream. It had sustained her through the pain and loneliness and emptiness she had felt deep within, even while outwardly she set about living an active and fulfilling life. Her deepest, most private self might have lived on the dream for a lifetime, even if 10, 20, 50 years had passed and he had not returned. But the news of his marriage had shattered the dream beyond repair, and life without the dream had seemed insupportable to her. She simply could not live without it. She had wanted to die. She had had to begin all over again the lesson of self-reliance. Soon afterward, Luke had presented her with her first suitor. Luke, she had realized, understood. He really did know her remarkably well. Better, perhaps, even than Anna. Luke had never offered her pity, except perhaps during that dreadful hour at the falls. Luke offered her solutions, and then stepped back so that she could accept them or reject them as she chose. Lord Powell had taken her hand again, and was raising it to his lips once more. "I shall return for the supper set, Lady Emily," he said slowly. The dancing had stopped, she noticed, and the dancers were preparing for the third set. "I shall look forward to it."
"What a very pleasant young man," Anna said after he had left.
Emily smiled at her and nodded.
"And a very attentive young man," Anna said. "You could be happy with him, Emmy?"
Emily nodded. Anna touched her arm.
"You could love him, Emmy," she said. "Oh, my dear, marry him if you have any feelings for him at all. I have told you repeatedly that you do not have to marry anyone, that you can stay here for the rest of your life and be as welcome as my own children. Luke has told you the same thing. We both mean what we say. But, Emmy, what you will miss if you do not love and do not marry, the closeness and the contentment, the faith, but this is not the time or place. I want you to be happy. You know that. I want you to be happy as I am."
There was passion in Anna's face. She was speaking with an earnestness that she would not normally have shown in such a public setting, and Emily had understood her, even if she had not seen every word. Ashley had come home, but Ashley was married. He was a father, and during those moments when he had stood in the ballroom doorway, looking about him, and then hugging Luke and Anna and the other members of his family, he had not once looked at her. Having greeted them all, he had been content. He had looked about no longer. He had not looked for her. Anna was afraid that Emily would forget reality. She would not forget. Now that she had had a few minutes to recover herself, she would not forget again. She looked deliberately about the room until her eyes found Lord Powell leading Agnes out to join the third set. She smiled, and knew that Anna saw both the direction of her eyes and her smile. He was home. He was here at Bowden. He was upstairs, preparing for sleep. He was thin and haggard, exhausted from his long journey. Tomorrow she would meet him again. Ashley was home. Chapter 3. "'Tis madness, by my life," Luke gave as his opinion as he sat in his brother's dressing-room, one leg crossed elegantly over the other, his eyes watching the powder in a cloud above Ashley's head, then lowering to watch the valet gingerly remove the powdering gown Ashley had donned over a full-skirted evening coat of burgundy brocade. Ashley grinned at him. "'Tis not every day one arrives home after a 7-year absence," he said, "to be reunited with one's brother and sister and mother, and to find a ball in progress celebrating the birth of another nephew. A third now between me and the dukedom, Luke. Well done." Luke raised his eyebrows. "'Tis in the nature of marriage," he said, "as you have discovered for yourself. One's brood tends to expand in number." Ashley laughed as he stood and buckled his dress sword at his side and slipped his stockinged feet into heeled and buckled shoes. He was feeling rather wild and reckless. What was the point in going to bed, as his mother and Luke and Anna had urged him to do? He would not sleep anyway. He rarely slept. But the absence of sleep was worse when one lay alone in a darkened room. No, he would go down to the ballroom and dance. "I shall look forward to meeting your sons and Doris's children tomorrow," he said. "And Joy. She was but a babe when I left, and is now a little girl who favours her mother in looks to such a degree," Luke said with a sigh, "that she has her papa wrapped very securely about her little finger and knows it. Wait until you have a daughter, Ashley laughed gaily. "Lead on to the ballroom," he said. "One would hate to arrive too late to dance. I shall dance with all the prettiest young ladies. Are there any?" Luke pursed his lips and looked keenly at him. "There are," he said. "Then present me to the prettiest first," Ashley said, opening the door and bowing with mock courtliness as he grinned and gestured his brother to precede him. "Who is she?" "'Tis a matter of personal taste, Ash," Luke said. "For myself, I can never look past Anna. But 'tis an affliction that does not affect all men, I am glad to say. 'Twould not be good for any other man's health." Ashley laughed again. "Anna is spoken for, then," he said. "I will have to settle for second best." His tiredness was forgotten. Suddenly he was filled with energy. Suddenly he wanted to dance all night and all tomorrow too. He wanted noise and laughter and movement and flirtation. Above all, flirtation. He was standing inside the doorway of the ballroom again a few minutes later, his brother at his side. A vigorous country dance was in progress. He resented the fact that he would have to wait for it to finish before he could dance himself. He felt drunk with exuberance and gaiety. He looked about him with interest. He saw the members of his own family, who looked surprised to see him all decked out for the ball, and then smiled at him. He saw a few familiar faces from the neighbourhood. He saw Agnes, Anna's younger sister, who was dancing. She was Lady Severidge now, he remembered, of Wycherley Park, close by. She had grown plump. Then his eyes lit on a young lady who was sitting on a sofa some distance away, half turned away, though he had the impression that she had looked away from him the very moment his eyes moved in her direction. He smiled. He had noticed the same thing with a number of other people in the room. Doubtless he was the sensation of the hour. "That one, egad," he said to Luke, indicating the young lady on the sofa. "The one sitting with Will Severidge, by thunder! He has grown more portly with age. Who is she? And pray do not devastate me by telling me she is married." Luke did not answer, and Ashley swung his eyes to him and laughed. "Zounds!" he said. "But you will not keep the secret. Who is she? Present me to her, Luke. I mean to dance with her, without delay. This particular set is ending by my life." "She is Emily," Luke said. "'Twere better—" Ashley did not hear what would be better. Emily? Emily? Emmy? Emmy? His voice was almost a whisper. "She is Emmy? Little Emmy?" "Yes," Luke said. He stared at her blankly. She was totally unrecognizable, though that was not the real reason he stared. She was the one person he had not thought about during his journey home. He had not really thought about her in years, and yet now he remembered all in a rush how very precious she had once been to him. He had carried her in his heart for many long months after his departure, half with pleasure, half with heaviness, until the heaviness had outweighed the pleasure. He had missed her. He had wanted her. Not sexually, she was a child. Nonetheless, he had needed her. Her companionship, her acceptance, her devotion, her happiness, her peace. But he had despised his need for a child, and he had been uneasy with some guilt over it. He could no longer remember quite why he had felt guilty, but he had put her very effectively from his mind. And then he had met and fallen in love with Alice, and had married her when he had found his feelings returned. It had been a love based on need, perhaps on both sides, just as his love for Emmy had been. But with Alice it had been reassuringly sexual in nature. She had been a woman and not a child. His lips tightened with memory for a moment. But by God, how could he have all but forgotten Emmy, and not even given her a thought during the voyage home, and not thought of seeing her in Luke's ballroom? It was as if he had pushed her ruthlessly from his consciousness and slammed the door on her. He could no longer remember why he would have done so. "Take me to her," he said, even as he watched another man step up to her and take her hand in his. William Webb, Lord Severidge, got to his feet. "We are expecting an announcement tonight," Luke said, "of her betrothal. To Powell, the man who is with her now. He has spoken with both Royce and me. She seems enamoured of him." "Does she, by Jove?" Ashley had not taken his eyes off her. In full profile, she was stunningly beautiful. He still could not believe she was Emmy. Emmy, all grown up, a woman and not a child. "Take me to her." He did not even notice his brother's reluctance. Or if he did not care about it. He had come here to dance with the prettiest young lady in the room. And she was the prettiest, by Jove. Emmy. He would dance with her. He had forgotten her deafness. She seemed to know he was coming. She stood and turned to watch him come. But Emmy, he remembered with a jolt of recognition, had always seemed to possess that extra sense. She had always seemed to know when he was approaching from behind her, even though she could not hear. Ah, yes, there was that. He recalled it with a shock of memory. Emmy could not hear, or speak, or communicate, except with her eyes and certain gestures he had grown adept at interpreting. And had they not devised something resembling a language between the two of them? Sounds, but he had forgotten so much. "My dear," Luke said, "here is Ashley come home to us." She was Emmy, right enough. Emmy masquerading as a grand lady, and doing magnificently at it. But Emmy all the same. There were the eyes, large and expressive, leaving one with the impression that one could look through them straight into her soul. But she was a woman. He felt strangely sad. "Emmy." He took her hand from her side. It was limp and icy cold. He smiled. "Hello, little fawn." He had forgotten his old name for her until he heard it coming from his own lips. And how inappropriate it seemed now. She was an elegant, fashionable, beautiful woman. Again he felt that flashing of sadness. The name had used to fit so well. Her mouth quirked into the most fleeting of smiles, but she was pale and serious. He brought her hand to his lips. "Tell me you were glad to see me," he said, almost instinctively speaking to her in the old way, mouthing his words carefully, speaking a little more slowly than he did with other people. "I have come all the way from India. It has been a weary journey. Tell me you are glad." She stared mutely at him, and there was nothing in her eyes that he would instinctively have recognized. Ah, she was not glad. 7 years had passed. He wished, unreasonably, that she of all people and places and things could have remained the same, a wild and lovely and happy child. What a selfish thought. "May I present Lord Powell to you, Ash?" Luke was saying. "My brother, Lord Ashley Kendrick Powell." Ashley made his bow, as did Lord Powell, briskly, the annoyance unconcealed on his face. So this was to be Emmy's husband, and he was already possessive of her. Even jealous, perhaps? Ashley turned back to Emily with a grin. "They tried to put me to bed," he said. "They tried to tell me I was tired, but I wanted to dance, Emmy. I am determined to do so. I promised to dance with the prettiest lady in the room. She is you. Come and dance with me." Her hand still lay in his. He covered it with his free hand. "You see, the sets are forming." "This set is mine," Lord Powell said stiffly. "Lady Emily has agreed to sit with me." "Besides, Ash," Luke said, "Emily cannot dance." "Because she cannot hear." Ashley grinned at her. "Is it true, Emmy? Does your deafness make it impossible for you to dance? Do you not know the steps? Can you not watch the other dancers? Do you not long to dance?" Her eyes had taken on depth, and he realized with some satisfaction that he could still read them, just as if 7 years had not passed since he had last looked into them. Yes, of course she longed to dance. She always had. He knew it as surely as if she had put her feelings into words. Had no one else this evening seen the longing there? The longing to dance to the silent melody she could hear in her heart, and he was drunk with longing himself. "Ashley," his brother's voice had taken on the firmness of authority, "Emily cannot hear the music. Besides, this set is promised to Lord Powell. Come, allow me to find you another partner." But Ashley was gazing into Emily's eyes. "Let Emmy choose," he said, smiling at her. "Which will it be, Emmy? Will you sit here, where I will wager you have sat all evening, or will you dance with me? Will you dance with me?" For several moments she merely stared. Her nod, when it came, was almost imperceptible, but they all saw it. "Emily," Luke said, but she was looking at Ashley, not him. "Ash!" But Ashley took no notice of him. He was still smiling at Emily, a look of triumph and recklessness in his eyes. Lord Powell bowed. "I shall return to take Lady Emily into supper," he said. "Come," Ashley said, squeezing the cold little hand that lay in his own. "We will dance, Emmy. We will prove to these unbelievers that a man who is weary through to the marrow of his bones, and a woman who cannot hear music or anything else, can dance without missing a step." She walked beside him to take their places in a set. Emily had not grown taller since the age of 15, he noticed. She had been slightly above the average in height then, and slim and agile as a young colt. She had developed womanly curves since then, accentuated by the fact that she wore stays and hoops. But she had not really changed in any other way. Not physically, anyway. He wondered if they really had tamed her during the 7 years of his absence, if they had imposed all the trappings of civilization upon her. He hoped not. By God, he hoped not. She looked up at him, and he smiled at her as the orchestra began to play. Ah, yes, and her face was no longer that of a pretty child, but that of a lovely young woman. He knew he had just done a dastardly thing. He had taken her from the man who was apparently to propose to her and announce his betrothal to her tonight. He had interrupted the set the man had reserved with her. He had stolen her away with the temptation of fulfilling a dream he knew very well she must always have had. Emmy would always have wanted to dance. Anyone who had ever known her must surely understand that, he reasoned. He had not known her for 7 years, but he remembered her as a child who was born to dance. He was drunk with emotion. He did not pause to analyze the strange thought. He had done a dastardly thing. Another heavy burden to add to a dauntingly long list. But he did not care the snap of 2 fingers. Tonight he had arrived home. Tonight he was going to enjoy himself. Tonight he wanted to dance with Emmy, and Emmy wanted to dance. And dance they would, by God. Together. It was only later that she realized what she had done, how very unmannerly she had been. She was remorseful then, for herself and the selfish weakness she had portrayed, and for Lord Powell, whom she must have humiliated. But it was only later that she felt those things. She had been caught up in some magical spell, and reality did not exist for her. He was there before her, speaking with her, holding her cold, cold hand in his strong, warm one, smiling at her, calling her his little fawn, as he had used to do, just as if 7 years had rolled back, and they were as they had used to be. He was here again, real flesh and blood. Ashley. He was the same, and different. His eyes were the same, his blue eyes that searched desperately for meaning, for peace. His smile was the same, boyish, mischievous, reckless. His restless energy was the same. He was the Ashley she had known and adored. But he was different. Peace had forsaken him. And with it, hope. Was it despair that impelled him forward now? It looked very like despair to her searching eyes, and he was no longer a boy to whom restlessness and eagerness were appropriate. He was a man, hard and harsh beneath the surface gaiety. He was thin, haggard, not with the paleness of one who has travelled long and far, but with the paleness of one who has suffered almost more than he can bear. He looked like a man who was close to breaking, and who might yet break. Ashley. Yet he was there before her. He had come home, and he needed her to dance with him. Not only wanted it, but needed it. She sensed his need like a tangible thing. Even such a small thing as her refusal might snap him in two. But despite that realization, there was magic. Irresistible, wonderful magic. He was asking her to dance. He did not doubt for a moment that she could dance, and he knew instinctively that she wished to dance, that she had always wanted to dance. She had almost forgotten how well Ashley had always understood her. Perhaps it was one reason she had loved him so dearly. He had seemed so nearly the other half of herself. He was asking her to dance. How could she possibly resist? How could she possibly say no? The temptation was just too powerful. Though at the time she did not even think of it as temptation. If she had, perhaps she would also have paused to realize that there was something wrong about accepting. But she did not realize it, until later. And so she danced, a minuet, with Ashley. It was not as easy as she had expected. Now that she was moving herself, she was not at liberty to watch as she always could when she sat at the edge of the floor, sometimes with her eyes half closed, seeing the rhythm and patterns of the dance as an ordered, visual kaleidoscope, feeling them in the pulsing of her blood. Although she knew the steps, now that she was part of the kaleidoscope, she was not quite sure of the timing. But Ashley grinned encouragement at her, and the magic caught at her again. She closed her eyes for several moments, not even trying to watch the other dancers, merely feeling the vibrations of their feet on the floor and of the instruments playing the tune. And then it was almost easy. She could feel the rhythm pulsing in her body. She moved her feet in time to the pulse, using the remembered steps and patterns of the minuet, as if she had stepped into a painting and had become part of the perfect symmetry of its composition. It was, she thought, the most glorious moment of her life. She was dancing with Ashley, and then she was smiling at him, feeling all her happiness flowing out to him, feeling all the joy of the music she had never consciously heard, and never would hear. "Oh, Emmy," he said after a half-hour, when sadly the set was coming to an end, "you need to throw off the disguise of fashionable woman and become again my little fawn. Though you never can be quite that again. You are all grown up. Is it a disguise you wear, or is this what they have done to you? Have they tamed you, and your heart has not cried out for the wild? Do they have you singing prettily here, like a linnet in a cage?" She saw his words. In addition, she could see the harshness and bitterness in his face. Ashley's face, also in disguise, like a grotesque mask that needed to be peeled away.
"Ashley!"
Doris had come up to them and had taken her brother's arm. She was laughing.
"You came back downstairs. I thought you were exhausted. And Emily, you can dance. How very clever of you. How do you do it when you cannot hear?"
"Emmy can feel the music," Ashley said. "'Tis inside her, Doris, whereas 'tis merely outside you and me."
"Oh, fie," she said, laughing. "How strangely you talk, Ashley. You were to take me in to supper. I have 1,000 questions to ask, 800 of them about young Thomas. Here is Lord Powell for Emily."
It was then that Emily too saw Lord Powell approach, and that the magic was broken. She realized what she had done. She turned to smile uncertainly at her suitor. "Egad, but the lad has the energy of a 20-year-old, Lord Quinn said to Lady Sterne, as they sat at the supper table, watching Ashley talking and laughing with his sister and her husband, with his mother, and with Agnes and William,
One would have sworn when he first arrived, Marge, that he was on the verge of collapsing with exhaustion. He is happy to be home, I warrant you."
"Lud, but so thin," Lady Stern said. "He looks ill, Theo. Though he is as handsome as the devil when he smiles, it must be admitted."
"Ay, but 'tis the voyage that has done that to him," Lord Quinn said. "A few English dinners and a few draughts of English ale will soon coat his ribs and plump him out again."
"Is he here to stay?" she asked. "'Twill mean much to Anna and Luke if he is. He has been sorely missed."
"I dare say," Lord Quinn stated. "He has made his fortune in India, or so 'tis said, and he has married a rich wife into the bargain. Her papa has died and left everything to her, and therefore to my nephew too. They have come home to stay, I warrant you, Marge. There is the young lad to be considered after all. England is the place to raise children."
"Yes," Lady Stern smiled. "And so I may drift into old age and know my adopted family and yours to be happily settled, Theo. 'Tis a comfortable feeling. All will be complete by the time this night is out, think you?"
She raised her eyebrows and nodded in the direction of the dining-room door. Lord Powell and Emily, having finished their supper early, were leaving the room together.
"Ay, by my life," Lord Quinn said. "A wedding in June, would you say, March? And Lady Powell will be delivered of her boy come 9 months following that same night."
Lady Stern sighed, too accustomed to the bluntness of her lover's language to be shocked by the indelicacy of his remark.
"Faith, but 'tis to be hoped," she said. "My little Emily settled. I did not think to see the day, Theo. I thought no man would be willing to overlook the affliction."
"Nay, but the girl is as pretty as a picture, Marge,"
he said, handing her a large linen handkerchief with which she dabbed at her eyes. He chuckled.
"And not daunted by her affliction. She can dance, by Jove. Egad, but my nephew had some audacity to lead her out into the set as he did."
"Dear Emily,"
Lady Stern said.
"and dear Anna. Who will make the announcement after supper, do you think, Theo? Luke or Victor? I can scarce wait."
Chapter 4.
"Luke."
Anna touched his arm and looked in the direction of the dining-room door.
"They are leaving."
He stopped cooling her face with his fan for a moment. "And so they are," he said. "Neither is hungry, and both find the indoors stuffy and long for air and exercise. 'Tis nothing to be alarmed about, my dear. 'Tis called youth and young love, I believe." He smiled at her. She gazed at him as if all the answers to life's worries might be found in his eyes.
"She will have him, you think?" she asked. "She feels an affection for him, Luke. She will be happy with him."
He raised his eyebrows. "Your questions become progressively less possible to answer, madam," he said. "'Tis my belief that the answer to all three may be yes, but only Emily and Powell can answer them for sure, and only with the passage of time. Are you intent upon creasing my cuff by gripping so hard?" She released her grip immediately.
"Luke," she said, "why did he come back downstairs? He was so very tired."
"I believe for that very reason," he said. "He was too tired to sleep. Too emotionally excited, perhaps, at being home again after so long. I may have trouble sleeping myself, Anna, unless you can be persuaded to help me, of course." His eyelids drooped over his eyes for a moment.
"Why did he dance with Emmy?" she asked. "And why did she dance with him, Luke? She danced with him. I had no idea she could."
Luke shrugged elaborately. "He wished to dance with the loveliest lady at the ball," he said. "Emily is the loveliest, after you. She danced with him because, apparently, she has wished all her life to dance. She did remarkably well, my dear. She did not make a spectacle of herself."
"Luke."
She looked at him with appeal in her eyes, yet she seemed to have no words for what she wished to say.
"Luke."
He drew his closed fan along one of her arms to the ends of her fingers. "Emily is receiving her offer at this very moment," he said. "She has appeared somewhat enamoured of him, my dear. Certainly she has grown into a sensible young lady who is unwilling to pine her way through life as either Victor's dependent or mine, and she is not near the untamed creature she once was. Ashley has his wife and his son staying at a London hotel. Tomorrow I shall go and fetch them home. I will persuade him to stay here and rest, instead of accompanying me. You must not upset yourself unnecessarily. There are realities to dictate everyone's behaviour."
"I am so very happy to see him at home again," she said. "Happy for you, Luke, because he is your only surviving brother, and there is a close bond between you. And happy for him. I cannot believe that India is the place to spend more than a few years of one's life. It is certainly not the place in which to raise a young family. I am happy."
"But you could wish that his timing had been a little better," he said with a smile. "That he had arrived at least a few days later, or preferably a few weeks."
"Yes,"
she said lamely. "You have ever been overprotective of Emily, my dear," he said. "You persist in seeing her as delicate and more than usually vulnerable merely because she lacks one of the 5 senses most of us take very much for granted. Emily is not delicate, merely different. Very different, I will confess. But she has a strength of character beyond that of almost any other woman I know, I do believe. Since the day he left, has she given one sign that she cannot order her life without him?" She shook her head.
"But we knew," she began.
He interrupted her. "Even on the day his letter announcing his marriage arrived?" he asked.
"I remember how you avoided for hours reading it aloud to her," she said, closing her eyes briefly.
"Or on the day the letter came telling of Thomas's birth?" he asked. She shook her head again. "Yes," he said. "Of course we knew, my dear. But Emily is a strong person. You can safely allow her to live her own life in her own way." She smiled ruefully at him.
"He is dreadfully pale and thin."
"Yes," he agreed.
"I hope Alice and Thomas are well," she said.
"Doubtless," he said. "If they are back in England to stay, they will wish to remove to Penshurst without too long a delay, since 'tis Alice's home, and now belongs to Ashley. In the meantime, you will persuade them to stay here, my love, and you will fuss over them and feed them and tuck them into their beds to your heart's content. They will look quite human again by the time they leave here." She smiled. "That is better," he said. "I thought the sun had disappeared behind a cloud. And, of course, my dear, you will have a wedding to prepare too. Royce seemed agreed that this would be the better place for it. You may plan and spend as lavishly as you wish. I shall not ask for an accounting."
"Luke," she leaned slightly toward him. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were shining again, her more normal expression. "All will be well, will it not?"
"All will be well," he told her, covering her hand with his own. "But we neglect our guests, madam. Shall we lead the way back to the ballroom?" "Lady Emily." He leaned toward her at the supper table until her eyes focused on his mouth. "May I send a maid for your cloak? Will you step outside with me?" Her heart was heavy with guilt, and other things. She had been unable to do anything more than toy with her food, and, rightly or wrongly, she felt that much attention was being directed at her. Probably rightly. She would be under observation for 2 reasons. It was expected that Lord Powell would declare himself tonight, and she had just danced for the first time in her life. Besides, she felt suffocated. She was very aware of the group clustered about Ashley, not far distant, and of Ashley himself, brightly chattering in their midst. She still could not quite grasp the reality of his return home. She would give anything in the world, she thought, to escape to her room, or, better still, to escape alone outdoors. She always found crowds and conversation overwhelming. She missed so much. She was always so aware of her differentness, of her inability to understand more than a fraction of what was being said, of the impossibility of communicating her own thoughts beyond the simplicity of smiles and nods. But she could not escape. She would not. She had pledged herself to be like other women as far as she could. She smiled and nodded. Lord Powell drew back her chair as she got to her feet and offered his arm. She took it, and felt the eyes of everyone in the room follow them to the door and through it, or so it seemed. It was not really cold outside, although it was only April and late at night. The slight breeze even felt refreshingly cool. They strolled the length of the cobbled terrace and back again. There was no one else outside. He stopped at the top of the steps leading down to the upper terrace of the formal gardens, perhaps thinking it would be too dark down there for her to be able to read his lips. He turned to her.
"Lady Emily," he said, "I believe you must know why I came to Bowden Abbey at his Grace's invitation."
She gazed mutely at him. If she could have stopped this moment, delayed it for a day or two, she would have. Her head was pounding in a tight band just behind her eyes. But it could not be delayed. Every moment since his arrival 5 days ago had been leading to this one. She wished suddenly that she had a voice, that she could apologize for her bad manners in dancing with Ashley when she had promised the set to him. His own manners had been too polished to allow him to refer to the matter during supper.
"I came here not knowing you," he said, "not knowing if... You are beautiful, poised and elegant and perfect in every way.
And a fraud. And without a whole heart to give. But perhaps he did not want her heart.
You cannot speak," he said. "'Twould be thought by many men to be an insuperable handicap in a wife, but not to me. I have always preferred quiet women, and my mother will gladly continue to run my household and entertain our guests. 'Tis what she does best. You would merely have to charm everyone with your beauty and your smiles."
He smiled at her. No. Oh, no. So she would merely be another protected child in another household that would run very well without her. He merely wanted an ornament for his home, a breeder for his children. He was choosing her because she was quiet and biddable, and because she would allow his mother to continue dominating his household. Did he believe that what he saw, what he had seen in 5 days, was everything that was her? She felt a stabbing of fear. He saw only a smiling, placid, reasonably lovely woman. Was she nothing more to him? But when it came to the question of what she meant to him, what did he mean to her? And what really did she know of him, beyond certain facts she had read from his lips? Was she merely using him to give purpose and a measure of independence to her life? Was it enough? Was it even fair? She had believed she had thought through her decision very sensibly and very carefully. Suddenly, she felt that she had not thought it through at all.
"Lady Emily."
He had possessed himself of her hand. Unwillingly, she noticed the difference between his touch and Ashley's. His hand lacked the warmth, the strength of Ashley's. She shook off the unwelcome thought.
"Will you do me the honour of marrying me?"
He had said nothing of love. That realization at least brought relief with it, but only for a moment. He was offering her everything else: his name, his home, his family, a place at his side for the rest of her life. He thought she was poised and elegant and perfect.
"Have they tamed you, and your heart has not cried out for the wild?"
She could see in her mind Ashley's mouth forming the words. But Ashley was married. He had forgotten her, or rather, she had never been of any importance to him as a woman, and he had married someone else. He had been married for 3 years. The fact that he had come home and had danced with her made no difference to anything at all. She had learned to live without Ashley. She had taken her life back for herself, and had pieced it together again. She had enriched it, making it more deeply lived than it had been even before she met him. The fact that Ashley would be a part of her for as long as she lived mattered to no one but herself. She wanted marriage. She wanted a home of her own. She wanted children. She wanted to be normal. She could fight for the right to run her own home and entertain her own visitors. She could show that she was capable of doing both. It would be the new challenge of her life, and she could do no better than Lord Powell. Luke had chosen well.
Lady Emily.
He was peering at her anxiously in the near darkness.
Will you? Do you understand what I have said? Is it too dark out here?
For one who had made up her mind quite deliberately over the past 5 days, she reasoned, she was alarmingly hesitant. There was no reason to hesitate. There was every reason not to. She had no reason to feel guilty. Her heart was no less whole than it had been 5 days ago. Her love for Ashley was her own private concern, always had been and always would be. Lord Powell had neither offered his own heart nor asked for hers. He had merely offered an arrangement that could be comfortable for them both. And as for the loneliness of not being known, well, she had never been known by anyone. Though almost by Ashley, an unwilling part of her mind whispered. She half nodded.
You will?
He smiled broadly.
Sounds... But I was not sure at all. You will marry me?
She nodded a little more firmly, though his lips were moving faster now, and she could not see every word. But he looked so very pleased. She resisted the temptation to close her eyes, to block out everything except herself. She had made every effort over the past few years to live outside herself as well as deeply within, to be a part of the social world in which she had to live her life. He had taken her other hand and kissed the back of each before holding her palms against his chest.
You have made me the happiest of men, Lady Emily, he said. My mother will be pleased. So will all my family. They have made me realize in the past year or two, you see, that 'tis my duty to bring home a bride and to set up my nurse... Well...
He looked embarrassed. But she had stopped making the effort to follow the rapid movement of his lips.
I knew as soon as Harnden approached me, he said, that you would be the perfect choice. You are the daughter and sister of an earl, sister-in-law of a duke, the possessor of a competent dowry. You are the right age.
He smiled.
Pardon me, but I did not want someone directly from the schoolroom. I wanted someone who has proved that she knows how to behave in society. I have a position to maintain. I have brothers and sisters yet to marry. I wanted someone I could trust.
His smile became almost boyish.
And someone quiet. I could scarce have done better on that score, could I?
From tonight on, her life would have to change more drastically, she thought. But could she bear to live every day as she had lived the past 5? Could she do this? Could she live permanently in the wearying world of other people, merely because she wanted... well, merely because she wanted?
And in addition to everything else,
he said, and her eyes read his lips again,
I have conceived a fondness for you.
Ah, she had not wanted that. She lowered her gaze and looked at his hands holding hers against him. And yet it was what she must want, for him as well as for herself. A relationship without fondness would not prosper. There could be fondness, even if there could not be love. Very deliberately, she turned her hands to clasp his, to squeeze them. He waited for her to look up.
May I have your brother make the announcement tonight? He asked her. Now?
She swallowed involuntarily. Tonight. Now. Once the announcement was made, it would be irrevocable. It would be like being married. There would be no going back from a public announcement. She would be bound to him for life. But that was what she wanted. That was what she had decided for her own future. It would be a good future, the best she could ever expect. Luke had helped plan it. She could trust Luke. Besides, she had already given her consent. But when she looked at him to nod her head, she found herself shaking it instead.
"Lady Emily,"
he frowned.
"Not tonight?"
She shook her head again.
"Tomorrow, then?" he asked.
Tomorrow. Yes, tomorrow. Not tonight, so very publicly. Tomorrow, when there would be just the family to hear. And Ashley, a treacherous part of her mind said. She thrust the thought back. She nodded and smiled. Yes, tomorrow. By tomorrow her mind would be calm. Good sense would have returned. By tomorrow she would have forgotten that she had danced tonight. With Ashley. She would never forget dancing with Ashley. It would be etched on her memory, like his departure for India, like the first time she ever saw him. But by tomorrow she would have put it all away again in that deep recess of her being, where it would not intrude on daily living or cause suffering to anyone except herself.
"Tomorrow, then,"
he said.
"Perhaps 'twill be better then. I have not relished the thought of going back into the ballroom and becoming so much the focus of attention. You are cold."
She had shivered, though she did not feel cold at all.
"Let me escort you inside," he said. "I long for tomorrow, to be able to write to my mother, to know that the future is finally settled."
She wondered what his mouth would feel like on her own, but she was glad he had not kissed her. Not tonight. Soon enough she would know his kiss, and a great deal more. Tomorrow she would think about it. Tomorrow she would begin to prepare for it. Tonight she was weary. So very weary. Waiting until today had not perhaps been a great idea after all, Emily thought, as she lay wide awake in bed. It was very early, or very late, depending upon the perspective from which one viewed the time. She had been in bed for only a few hours. The ball had ended very late, and she had forced herself to stay to the end. She had not slept at all. It was daylight. She would not sleep now. There had been an embarrassing air of expectation when they had returned to the ballroom. She feared she had deeply mortified Lord Powell by her insistence that they postpone the announcement. Perhaps Luke's guests thought she had refused him. She still did not know his given name, she thought. Yet they were betrothed. Yes, they were. She had said yes. Even though they had told no one, and no announcement had been made, she had said yes. They were betrothed. He would probably want to be married before the summer was out. She wished now that she had agreed to allow him to speak to Victor, so that the announcement might have been made. It would all be finally irrevocable. It was irrevocable now. Emily pushed the bedclothes back from the bed and got out to cross the room to the window. It was the very loveliest time of the day, now when no one was yet up, except perhaps a few grooms in the stables. It was the time of day she loved best, the time of day when she felt most free. She had promised herself, she thought, but she was tempted anyway. She gazed longingly across the side lawn over which her window looked, toward the line of trees in the distance. She could not see the river or the falls, but she knew they were there, just beyond the limit of her vision. Her favourite place in the world, her haven of peace. It was the way in which her differentness showed, her need for solitude, for the living things of nature that were as content as she to communicate without demanding reciprocity, to give and to receive without obligation. Her contentment, her happiness, her loneliness. Why had she had to grow up? Why had she had to need? Was it Ashley who had taught her unwittingly about loneliness, about the needs of a woman? She had promised herself that she would not go to the falls while Lord Powell was at the house. It was not a normal activity. She had promised herself. But it was very early, and no one would be up much before noon anyway after such a late night. Besides, she would not have many more chances for freedom. Once she was married, she would have to be much more careful to behave respectably, normally. She owed him that. But surely, just this once. Less than 10 minutes later, Emily was leaving the house and turning in the direction of the trees and the falls. She had paused only long enough to pull on an old and loose sack dress and to drag a brush through her hair. She had hesitated over her shoes. She knew that, lovely as the day looked from inside her room, in reality it would be chilly at this hour of the morning, and there would be dew. But she could not bear the thought of being shod. She had to feel the earth beneath her feet. She had to feel the connection. Beneath her arm and in her hands she carried her easel and paper and paints and brushes. She had tiptoed into the schoolroom to get them, hoping that she was not making noise that would disturb the children sleeping in the nursery rooms. She was going to paint. She had discovered painting fairly recently. She had been taught long ago to paint pretty watercolours by a very competent governess, of course, but she had always found the lessons and the exercises tedious. Why paint something that, however pretty, could not even begin to rival the real thing? Why attempt to reproduce what only God in his majesty could create? But she had discovered real painting, and it had become something of an obsession with her, something so deeply necessary to her that she wondered how she was to leave it alone when she married Lord Powell. She would have to leave it alone, at least most of the time, but this morning was hers. Later today he would tell Victor that she had said yes, and Victor would tell everyone staying at Bowden that they were betrothed. Later today she would no longer be free. She would exchange freedom for conformity, and the greater independence she would enjoy as a married lady. But this morning she was still free. Or, if that was not strictly true, then she would cheat a little. She would steal one more hour of freedom. She set her things down when she reached the falls, and stood for a long time, as she usually did, looking, listening with her body, smelling, feeling. She let it all seep inside her, the beauty, the wonder, the glory of it. Beneath her bare feet, cold and wet from the dew, she could feel the pulse of the world, the pulse of life. Idleness was so often seen as a vice. Every moment had to be occupied with busy activity and endless conversation, even if one never stopped to ask what purpose was served by a particular task or by a particular communication. Idleness was so often despised, and yet it was in idleness, she knew, that one touched meaning and peace. Sometimes she put the name God to what it was she touched, but the name was too evocative of rules and restrictions and sin and guilt. In the Bible, which she had tried to read since Luke taught her how, she had noted with interest how the great meaning and peace behind everything had instructed Moses not to name it. It had called itself merely the I Am. Emily liked that. It was in idleness that one came face to face with the I Am, with simple, elemental being. She stood still for more than 15 minutes before setting up her easel and starting to paint. She worked slowly, even hesitantly at first, not sure what the paper and the paint and the brush in her hand had to show her today. But soon enough she was absorbed in what she was doing. All else receded. She was free. She had found a way to pour out all the wordless, unformed passions that were inside. Chapter 5. Ashley had slept for maybe a couple of hours and woke up disoriented, believing he was still in India. He was surprised he had slept at all. He had still been filled to the brim with nervous energy when he came to bed. He marvelled at the coolness of the morning, the blessed coolness. Through the window that he had opened before lying down, he could hear birds singing, and somewhere far in the distance, probably in the stables or the carriage-house, the faint ringing of a hammer on metal. He was in England. He was home. He drew in a deep breath of cool English air through his nostrils and let it out slowly through his mouth. Then he threw back the bedclothes and jumped to his feet. He shivered as he crossed the room to the window. He had always slept naked, but perhaps it was not such a good idea now that he was back in a cooler climate. He was in his old room, one of the few bedchambers that looked out on the front of the house. The terraces of the formal gardens were still bright with spring flowers. Beyond them, the long lawns stretched to the stone bridge and the trees in the distance. The trees were bright with their spring foliage. He was here, where he had longed to be. The thought of Bowden had sustained him through the long, tedious voyage. If he could but get here, he had thought. Irrationally, he had expected to find peace here. He had expected to be able to put everything behind him, including himself. Or perhaps not. In reality, he had known very well that there was no peace to be found, anywhere. He should get dressed, he thought, and go riding. Luke must have some decent mounts in the stables. A good gallop would blow cobwebs away, if nothing else. Suddenly, he craved the recklessness of speed, the feel of a good horse between his thighs. It was early. He was unlikely to encounter anyone else, especially today of all days, after the ball. It had been well into the morning hours before any of them had gone to bed. He turned to stride into his dressing-room, but he did not ring for his valet. Poor Bevins had been up as late as he, despite the fact that he had been instructed not to wait up. An hour later he had completed his ride. He had taken out a powerful and skittish stallion, which his Grace allowed no one but himself to ride. The most senior groom on duty had explained pointedly. On the grounds that it was dangerous, Ashley had asked. "Aye, my lord," the man had confirmed. Ashley had laughed and led the horse from its stall into the stable-yard in order to saddle it up himself. And so had begun a grand battle of wills that had lasted the whole of the hour. But he and the stallion understood each other very well by the end of the hour, he thought, patting it on the rump before turning it over to a groom's care and leaving the stables. He wondered if anyone else was up yet. He stood still, looking toward the house, tapping his riding crop absently against one boot. He was reluctant to return, reluctant to face anyone. There was something that had to be told this morning. He drew a deep, slow breath, and then he remembered something. Somewhere, a place that had been gone from his memory until this very moment. Completely, almost as if he had deliberately blotted it out. Strange, really, considering the fact that it had been his favourite part of Bowden, the place where he had spent so many solitary hours, the place where he had always been most likely to find peace, especially during that last year. The Falls. He turned his head toward the trees to his left, and his whip tapped harder and faster. He was strangely reluctant to go there. Although he had forgotten it with his conscious mind, he knew now that in some way it had been the focus of all his longings during his journey home. All his hopes for peace and forgetfulness and oblivion were centred on the Falls. An absurd thought, an absurd hope. It was a hope impossible to be realised. But for as long as he did not go there, his jaw set grimly. He was going to be even more disappointed than he had braced himself to be, he thought a few minutes later, as he made his way through the trees and realised that someone was there before him. He could hear a voice. Luke's. But by the time he had stopped to listen, the man had ceased talking. Perhaps it had been merely a gardener passing by and talking to his dog. But he picked his way more carefully. He had no wish to be seen. to be engaged in social conversation before he had properly braced himself. Even with Luke. Especially with Luke. He saw Powell first. He was immaculate for so early in the morning, in dark blue frock-coat and knee-breeches with embroidered cream cotton waistcoat. His wig was carefully styled and powdered. It was not last night's powder, at a guess. He was standing silently in front of an easel, his hands clasped at his back. He was frowning. The easel was turned away from Ashley, so he could not see what was displayed there. Ashley drew back behind a tree. He had no wish to encounter the man he had treated rather badly last night, Emmy's betrothed. Though now that he came to think about it, no announcement of a betrothal had been made, even though Luke had predicted it. And then he saw her. She was standing some distance away, on top of the pile of rocks that ascended the bank beside the falls, on the flat one that jutted out over the water. She was looking across the water, very still. A gust of wind had flattened her dress against her and sent it billowing out behind. Her hair was blowing out behind her too. God, he thought. Lord God, Emmy. The dress was a loose sack dress, very loose, shapeless. It looked as if it might once have been a rich blue in colour, but now it was a nondescript grey blue. It must have shrunk from repeated launderings. It ended at least 2 inches above her ankles. Her feet were bare. Her blonde hair, unconfined and unpowdered, fell in wild and unruly curls to below her waist. God, he thought, memories stabbing at him. His little fawn. Except that she was no longer a child. Yet she did not seem quite a woman. She was more sprite than either child or woman, more a graceful and beautiful creature of the wild. How many times had he seen Emmy standing or sitting on that rock, and yet he had forgotten every single one of them, just as he had forgotten the falls, just as he had forgotten her. Yet he could not have forgotten what had been so important in his life. Why had he suppressed the memories? It was a lover's tryst, he thought. He felt a moment's resentment over the fact that his first visit to the falls had been spoiled thus. But perhaps it was as well. This was a mere place, after all. There was no magic here. And they had the right, the two of them, to meet where they would. They were to be married. And Emmy was of age. 7 years had passed since those days of his memory. Yes, of course she was of age. She had been 15 when he left, had she not? A child then. A woman now. But instead of turning immediately away, as he knew he ought to have, he watched as Powell removed a handkerchief from a pocket, touched it to his brow, and turned to stride the few steps to the bottom of the pile of rocks.
"Lady Emily!"
Lord Powell called. She could not hear him, of course, but she must have seen him with her peripheral vision and realized that he was speaking. She did not turn her head to see what he said. There was silence for a few moments. Ashley turned away. He had no wish to eavesdrop on lovers' words. He had even less desire to watch a lover's embrace.
"Lady Emily!"
Lord Powell said again, loudly and distinctly, as if he thought she was only partially deaf.
"I shall return to the house now. I shall see you at breakfast. I shall... Perhaps we may talk further."
Despite himself, Ashley paused and looked back. She had not turned. Powell stood where he was for a few moments, and then turned to stride away through the trees. He was still frowning, and watched the ground at his feet. He did not see Ashley. A lover's spat? But how could one quarrel with Emmy? Ashley mused. What could she say to make one angry? She could, of course, ignore one when one was talking to her. Emmy could more effectively ignore someone than most other women. All she had to do was refuse to look at one. It would be a trifle annoying, to say the least. Ashley grinned and set one shoulder against the trunk of a tree. He crossed one booted foot over the other. Good old Emmy. She was not after all allowing them to walk all over her just because she was deaf. He watched her. She did not move, except to clench her hands at her sides and tip back her head and close her eyes. Her hair cascaded all the way down to her bottom. She looked, Ashley thought, 100 times more lovely than she had looked last night, with her elaborately powdered curls, and her silks and lace, and her stays and hoops. And yet, even last night, she had been the loveliest lady at the ball. His little fawn really had grown up, he thought regretfully. It was strange how one could come back after 7 years, totally and dreadfully changed oneself, and yet imagine that everything and every one had left behind had somehow been happily frozen in time. If he had pictured Emmy at all during those years, it was as a slender, coltish child. He had made no sound. Even if he had, she would not have heard it, and he was well behind her line of vision. But after a minute of stillness, she opened her eyes and raised her head, and looked over her shoulder directly at him. Being Emmy, of course, she had sensed his presence. She had known he was there. She had known he was not Powell. She had refused to turn her head for him. She had known he was there. The years had somehow rolled back after all. For the first time, there seemed to be a thread of warmth in the morning. Usually, she sensed someone coming up behind her, especially when she was alone, but sometimes that intuition failed her. It happened most often when she was absorbed in some activity and lost all sense of time and place. Painting had had that effect on her for the past year or so. She turned with a start of guilt, only when whoever it was very close behind. She expected to see Anna or Luke. Anna would merely smile and hug her and commend her on her painting, and pretend not to notice her appearance. Anna perhaps did not realize that she still treated her youngest sister as a child. Luke would raise his eyebrows and purse his lips and look at her painting and make some satirical remark about witches in the wood. But it was Lord Powell who was standing there, looking perfectly immaculate. Even his wig had been freshly powdered, she noticed. If only she had heard him coming, she might at least have hidden her painting. Preferably, she would have hidden herself, too. She felt suddenly naked. Not physically so, but emotionally. He had come unexpectedly upon her other self, the very private self she could explain to no one. This morning he looked more handsome than usual. Even with the frown on his face and the aghast look in his eyes, he looked very civilized.
"It is you, by my life,"
he said. His perfect manners appeared to have been left behind at the house, at least for the moment. His eyes moved down her body, from the topmost hair on her head to the tips of her toenails. It was a look of sheer horror. Emily saw herself through his eyes. She saw her shapeless, shabby dress, with neither stays nor hoops beneath, and her bare ankles and feet, and her wild, tangled hair. In her embarrassment, she felt and resisted the totally inappropriate urge to laugh. This was her world, she might have told him if she had been able. So very different from his own. Why was she the one called upon to make all the adjustments? But for 5 days she had been so very careful, so very determined. She smiled. He recovered his lost manners then, and made her a hasty but elegant bow.
"Lady Emily,"
he said. She tried to picture him without his wig, with dark, close-cropped hair. She rather believed he would look more handsome yet, though quite undressed by current standards of fashion and propriety, of course. She hated fashion and propriety. Last night she had been dazzled and wearied by them. This morning she hated them.
"There are servants up and abroad," he said. "House servants, grooms, gardeners. 'Twas his Grace's butler who informed me that you were up and outside already and had come this way. He also informed me that his Grace and Lord Ashley Kendrick are up. You may be seen, Lady Emily."
She had been seen. By him. She could not tell if he was warning her of possible embarrassment to herself, or whether he was scolding her. She smiled again, and raised her shoulders in acknowledgment of the fact that she had been caught out, and was perhaps sorry. Yes, she was sorry. This morning was in the nature of a swan song to freedom, she would have told him, if she had had words. She must work on some sort of shared language with him, she thought suddenly, as she had with Ashley. But then, perhaps she did not want anyone else to know her. Perhaps she hid deliberately behind her deafness and muteness. Perhaps she was too frightened by, or attached to, her differentness to expose it to someone who might not understand or accept. But this man was to be her husband.
"Zounds, but it does matter."
His frown had returned, and his heavy brows almost met over the bridge of his nose.
"The careless shrug does you no credit. Appearances do matter, especially in one who is the daughter of an earl, and one who is to be a baroness and wife of the head of a family. I have younger sisters, who will look to you as a model of appearance and behaviour. I do not believe your deafness can be used as an excuse for such shocking impropriety."
Emily frowned in incomprehension. Why was he angry? She looked into his eyes and raised her chin. She did not often feel anger, but she felt it now in response to his. Though she realized that her appearance was improper, and that after 5 days it must be a shock to him to see her thus on the 6th. He was speaking hastily, before he had given himself time to digest what he had seen and to react more rationally. She watched him draw a deep breath, and watched his frown lessen in ferocity. Perhaps he had realized his mistake. Perhaps he would apologize for his hasty and hurtful words, beg her pardon. Perhaps he would smile at her, and she at him. Perhaps they would even laugh together. And perhaps she would run back to the house ahead of him and change into more acceptable clothes, and there would be an end to this unfortunate encounter. But his eyes had moved beyond her shoulder and focused on her painting. Her first instinct was to move across in front of it, to block it from his view. But she did not do so. It struck her, suddenly, that through her painting she could communicate with him for the first time beyond smiles and nods. She could show him something of her inner self. She felt terribly afraid, and almost breathless in anticipation. She moved to one side and watched his face. His brows snapped together again. He gazed at her painting, rather as he might at a poisonous snake. He turned to her after he had gazed long and hard. "You did this?" he asked. She nodded. Why was he angry? "But what is it?" His polished manners seemed to have deserted him yet again. It was not obvious, then. Her painting was no substitute for words. She lifted her arms and indicated the trees around them. Then she raised her arms to the sky, stretching her fingers tautly upward, and closed her eyes. Then she looked at him again. "I see no trees or sky in the painting," he said. "Did his Grace not hire a drawing-master or a governess capable of teaching watercolours when you were in the schoolroom, Lady Emily?" She nodded. "My sisters have had the good fortune to enjoy the services of a very superior governess," he said. "They all paint charmingly. I have paintings of theirs hanging in my study and my bedchamber. They have been taught to create gentle beauty out of the world around them." She watched him intently. It seemed important to see every word he spoke. God had created gentle beauty, and ferocious beauty too. She had no interest in slavishly copying what had already been done. But perhaps to people who could hear and talk, it was not so important to be able to speak through a painting. She wondered if he would understand, even if she could explain to him. She had the rather alarming notion that he might not. The burden of understanding was always on her. She was the odd one, the one who lacked speech and wits, or so it seemed sometimes. But she was being unfair to Luke and Anna and a few other people.
"This,"
he said, indicating her painting and turning his face to it,
"is the ravings of a madwoman."
She was not sure if he had meant her to see his lips, but she had. She had been watching intently, and her eyes widened in shock and hurt and anger.
"I beg your pardon,"
he said too late, looking again at her.
"'Tis not entirely your fault, perhaps. I am beginning to understand that his Grace might have been too lenient with you, Lady Emily, because of your affliction."
She thought of Luke leaning over her desk as she learned to read, firm and implacable, despite her frequent tears and occasional tantrums, telling her that the effort might well kill him and shatter his marriage, but that she would read and write, and that they would persevere for 1 more hour before stopping for tea. And yet never for 1 moment, she had never quite known how he did it, had she doubted that he loved her dearly. If she had, she would probably never have learned.
"It is understandable,"
Lord Powell said, his eyes softening somewhat.
"He must pity your affliction. My mother will help you when we are married."
But she had been too deeply shocked, too deeply hurt to be soothed by his apology or his assurances, though she saw his lips offer both. And now indignation had been added to everything else. His mother would help her to learn what was what, as if she were a gauche and ignorant, somewhat spoiled child, or a half-wit, perhaps. She turned sharply away from him, even though she realized that he was speaking again, and darted along the river-bank and up the rocks that took her almost to the top of the falls. She stood on the top one, looking out across the fast-flowing water that rushed and bubbled downward over the steep rocky slope to the level below. She deliberately did not turn her head, though she knew that he was still there. She wanted him to go away. Fortunately, he did not try to come after her. Luke would have understood her explanation about her painting, she thought. He might not have approved of it, and he might well still have made his remark about witches, but he would have understood. And if he had not, he would merely have shrugged and suggested that perhaps it was time for breakfast. He would not have raved. More important, he would not have condescended. Luke treated her as if she were a real person. And Ashley had asked her to dance, even though he knew very well she could not hear music. But she did not want to think about Ashley. Not now. Lord Powell, she could see, though she did not turn her head, had moved from in front of her easel and had gone to stand at the foot of the rock pile. She willed him not to come up. She needed to recover from her hurt before she could smile at him again. He needed to see her again as she had been for the past 5 days before he said more. They both needed time. "Go away," she told him silently, without looking at him. "Please go away." And finally he went. She had the feeling that he had said something first, but she had no curiosity to know what. It was very clear to her, even clearer than it had been before, that her life would change completely on her marriage. Even if the wedding was not to take place immediately, even if there was still time here alone with Luke and Anna and the children before it, she must accept the fact that life was to change, she told herself. She must prepare for it. There must be no scenes like this after her marriage. None. She had not really expected that the changes would have to be so very sweeping. Much would have to go. This freedom, this communion with the natural world around her, her solitary wanderings, her painting, everything that she had held most dear all her life, everything that had given her life meaning and texture. It was what was called growing up, she supposed. and it was probably about time. Anna lived very well within the bounds of convention and propriety. So did Agnes, and Charlotte, and Doris. So did every other woman of her acquaintance. It could be done. It would be done, even if she did have a handicap that made her situation not quite comparable to theirs. But should it be done, she wondered? Must she sacrifice herself in order to conform, in order to achieve the respectability and relative independence of marriage? Was it in the nature of womanhood that one had to amputate oneself for the sake of a man? She rather thought it must be. Emily clenched her hands at her sides, closed her eyes, and lifted her face to the morning sun. Yes, she would change from this moment on. Everything from the past would be gone, and she would accept the challenge of the future. She would fit in. She would be normal. She would learn to smile and nod and endlessly read lips. But everything would be gone. Ashley. Even as she thought his name, before she could push it firmly away from her, she felt him. He was there, not just at Bowden. He was there, here close by, watching her. She had but to open her eyes and turn her head to see him. For a few moments she hesitated. If she did not look, he would perhaps go away, and there would be an end to it. For once she left the Falls, she knew she must never come back. In many more ways than one, she must never come back. Ashley would be gone. Gone forever, even though she would see him at the house over the coming days, with his wife and his son. And so this was the end. Or not quite. There was this, now, this final moment, and she could not resist it. She was not yet strong enough in her new commitment. She opened her eyes and turned her head and looked at him. He was dressed for riding, with the old careless elegance that had always characterized him. His long dark hair, unpowdered, was caught at the back of his neck with a black ribbon. His three-cornered hat was in one hand. He was leaning lazily against a tree, smiling at her. And yet she was aware that beneath the relaxed, careless stance was the haggard weariness that had translated itself into frenzied gaiety the night before. His thin, haunted body pretended to a well-being this morning that might have fooled everyone but Emily. She was not fooled for a moment. Chapter 6. She did not move. She stayed where she was, unsmiling. But there was nothing unwelcoming in her stance either. She merely looked at him. He remembered then that the first time he had met her here, he had been alone, hurrying toward this place to find solitude and peace. But she had been here before him, and had bounded down the rocks to take him by the hand and lead him back up to join her. They had sat side by side on the flat rock, and she had asked him to talk to her. Yes, she had, even though she had not been able to ask in words. And so he had talked. There was an ache of something in the memory, of a friendship lost. She did not come down now, or invite him to join her, but she did not tell him to go away either, as she had just told Powell. He pushed his shoulder away from the tree and lessened the distance between them. He stopped at the foot of the rock pile. "I should have known I would find you here," he said. "Where else would you be, so early on a lovely spring morning?" But she was not to be amused. Her eyes, which watched him unwaveringly, gained depth, but she still did not smile. "Emmy," he said, reaching up one hand, "come down." But he wanted to go up to her. How many hours had they spent sitting together on that rock, while he talked and talked, pouring out his heart to her? And yet, strangely, those monologues had felt more like conversation. Though silent, she had seemed like a participant. He longed for her friendship again, but she was no longer a child. Was friendship with this woman possible? It was as if she had read his mind. She shook her head slowly, and beckoned once, and then touched the fingers of her beckoning hand to her heart. He felt a fluttering of memory. It had been one of their secret signals. Not just, "Yes, please join me," but, "Yes, do join me. I want your company." Without that extra sign, they knew that the other was just being polite, and therefore had not intruded. Not that that had happened more than once or twice in the year they had known each other. He wondered now if she remembered, if the gesture had been conscious. He must not try to recapture the past, he told himself. She was a woman with a life of her own, not a child willing and even eager to listen while he unburdened himself of all his troubles. He grinned at her as he strode quickly up to stand beside her. "He said he would go back to the house and perhaps see you at breakfast," he told her. "He said that the two of you must talk further. Did you wonder what he was saying, Emmy, when you would not turn your head? 'Twas nothing more significant than that." She looked down at her hands for a moment, and then back at him. "I did not hear it all," he said. "You must not fear that I was eavesdropping. Was it a quarrel, Emmy?" She did not answer him. "Do you wish to talk about it?" he asked, smiling at her. He meant what he said. She could tell him if she would. Emmy had always been able to make herself understood to him, on some things at least. But then, that had been a long time ago. "As to an old friend, Emmy? As to a brother?" The thought of listening sympathetically to someone else's concerns, to her concerns, was strangely seductive. To be able to give back a little of what she had once given him so unstintingly. To forget for a few moments about his own concerns. Her eyes went beyond him, down the slope and back to him again. She raised her eyebrows. He turned his head and looked. "The painting," he said. "You quarrelled over the painting?" He did not like it. What a scoundrel he was if he said so. No gentleman would do so, Emmy. Shall I go down there and give you my judgment? But she caught at his arm and shook her head, and then dropped her hand quickly. He caught the look in her eye. It was one of dismay, even fear. She was afraid to let him see the painting. She pointed in the direction of the house, and then at herself. She indicated the whole of herself, with hands sweeping downward from her head, and she took a step back, so that he could have a good look at her. She looked at him ruefully. The truth was, he supposed, that if she had been anyone else but Emmy, he might have been almost shocked. Her body was softly and revealingly feminine beneath the loose dress. Her legs were bare to well above the ankles. Her hair was displayed as no woman's hair should be, except to her husband in the privacy of their own bedchamber. He objected. He chuckled. "I cannot understand why, Emmy. He must be a fool. Last evening, before I even recognized you, I was knocked over by your beauty. But this morning you are many times lovelier. Today you are yourself. Does he not know you, Emmy? Does he know only last evening's lovely woman?" She looked lovelier still, with a blush of colour in her cheeks. It was such a relief to him this morning to see that she was still the old Emmy, a creature far more suited to the wild than to a ballroom, though he really had been dazzled by her beauty there last evening, before he knew it was she. But she was not as other women were. To try to make her so would only emphasize her handicap, and make her feel both unhappy and inadequate. She was different, but she was not inferior. Did none of them understand that? Not even Anna or Luke? But what did he know of her now? He had not seen or thought about her for 7 years. She had undoubtedly become a woman. "You are to marry him, Emmy?" he asked. Powell certainly understood, and was willing to live with her inability to hear and speak, Ashley reassured himself. It had probably been unfair to judge him on the displeasure he had shown a few minutes ago, apparently over what was on that canvas. She nodded. But the man had objected to her appearance too. She had just indicated so. Yet this was Emmy, far more surely than that dazzling beauty of last evening. Powell's disapproval did not bode well. "You love him, little Fawn?" It saddened him that the old name no longer suited her. She would not answer him. Her feelings for her betrothed were none of his business, of course. He was a stranger to her, as she was to him. They stood there for several moments, looking at each other. He realized that he was feeling more relaxed than he had felt for days, weeks, months. There was something about Emmy. There had always been something about her. "You," she said then, holding both hands palm up and beckoning quickly with her fingers. The old gesture. "Tell me about you." It was no mere polite inquiry. He could see the light of real interest and sympathy in her eyes. The temptation to do what he had done all those years ago was strong in him. He longed to open his heart, to pour out everything to her. Everything. Emmy had always understood him. He had been aware that she did not see every word that he spoke. He was never sure quite how many she had missed, but she had always understood him. With one hand, she indicated the edge of the rock where it protruded over the water. She seated herself there without waiting for his comment, and very briefly dangled one bare foot in the water. As he lowered himself beside her, she drew up her knees, clasped her arms about them, then rested one cheek on them so that she could watch him. Memory rushed at him again. She looked once more almost like the girl she had been. He felt almost like the very young man he had been. "I went to India for the challenge," he said. "I went to work to make my fortune. But most of all, I went to acquire a sense of my own worth. I wanted to prove that I could make my own way in the world. You remember all this, Emmy?" Yes. She needed neither to nod nor to smile. Yes, she told him. She remembered. "I did it all," he said. "'Twas like a dream come true. I was very happy. There was the war with France, of course, and it touched us in India. There was always danger and the threat of danger. But somehow it merely added to the challenge, the exhilaration. I have some close friends in the military. Major Roderick Cunningham, for example, who had come to fetch him." She gazed at him, and then invited him with those beckoning fingers to tell her more. She knew there was more. "And then I met Alice," he said. From the way he had worded it, he had made it seem as if meeting her had put an end to the happiness, the exhilaration. "Her father, Sir Alexander Kersey, was my superior in the company. She was newly arrived in India. She had been at home with her brother until he died suddenly. I met her when I was in the middle of a raging fever. My valet had sent word to Kersey, and when I came to myself from the delirium, she was cooling my face with a damp cloth. She tended me tirelessly for a number of weeks, her old nurse always hovering in the background. She was exquisitely lovely, Emmy. Small, dainty, dark, soft-spoken. Is it any wonder I tumbled head over ears in love with her?" "No," she told him, with large, calm eyes and a half-smile. He knew from the intentness of her gaze that she had read every word from his lips. No, it was quite understandable, perfectly understandable. Alice had been gentle and patient. She had been deeply grieving for her dead brother. She had responded to his sympathies and his attentions. She had fallen in love with him. And so they had married. "And so we married, Emmy," he said, "on a few weeks' acquaintance, during which time I knew her as a nurse, and she knew me as a patient. We set about living happily ever after." She reached across and touched his hand for a moment. Perhaps something of the bitterness in his voice must be visible in his face, he thought. "Why are you not happy?" her searching eyes and her puzzled frown asked him. "Why have you come home?" She did not need words or even gestures. He had never known anyone with as expressive a face as Emmy's.
"Her father died," he said, "and so, through my wife, I inherited property and another vast fortune. And then there was Thomas. Perhaps the challenge went, Emmy. Perhaps I was homesick and wanted to return to England. After all, I always said I would come back when I made my fortune, to settle on my own land, to live in contentment with my own family."
She knew it was not as simple as that. She told him, with her steady, intelligent eyes, that she knew something was wrong, that she knew he was in pain, even if she did not understand its source. Perhaps she had not even understood all he had told her, but she had sifted out essentials. She knew he had not told all. He would tell her no more. She was a woman now, with a life of her own to live, with a suitor of her own, and some sort of quarrel to patch up, it seemed. She did not need the burdens of a virtual stranger. Besides, he was no longer that boy who had selfishly loaded all his troubles onto the shoulders of a willing listener. He had learned to bear his burdens alone. Though he had come running back to Bowden, back to Luke, even back to Emmy, he had known, even before his arrival, that none of them could help him, partly because he would not allow any of them to do so. He was a man for whom self-reliance had been learned the hard way. He looked over his shoulder down at her easel, and then back at her. He grinned.
"May I see the painting?" he asked. "I confess myself curious, Emmy."
She bit her lip and flushed again. She raised her cheek from her knees.
"'Tis so very dreadful?" he asked.
He could see her hesitation. She looked downright embarrassed.
"I'll not insist," he said, laughing, "or keep you from your solitude, Emmy. I'll take myself off back to the house. Perhaps I will have breakfast with Powell."
But she relented then, and shook her head, and bounded to her feet to move lightly past him and down the rocks to lead the way to her easel. She turned to watch with wide and wary eyes as he approached. It was not anything he might have expected. Indeed, it was difficult to know what it was she had painted. There were greens and browns and blues, all bright. Her colours appeared to have been thrown at the canvas rather than smoothed on. He could see bold brushstrokes moving up through the paint in wild swirls that drew the eye upward to where they all almost converged. He had seen nothing like it before. He could almost sympathise with Powell's frown, except that there was something he could see. Whatever it was she had painted, she had done it with passionate conviction. It was a painting that pulsed with feeling. It spoke, though he could not understand the language.
"Emmy,"
he looked at her curiously,
"explain, if you will. I can feel the painting, if that makes sense, but I cannot understand it."
"Oh," she told him with eyes and hands, and he knew that she was spilling over with eagerness to tell him what the painting was all about. She showed him the trees around them, and the sky above, and stretched her arms and her hands and her fingers upward. Her head tipped back, and her eyes closed. There was a look of near agony, near ecstasy on her face. Her arms moved in small spirals. He looked back at the canvas. Yes, oh yes, he could see it now, though it was unlike any other painting he had ever seen. It was like music, wild, passionate music that exalted the spirit. He could imagine himself lying on the forest floor and gazing heavenward to that point where tree trunks and branches reached up and met the sky and merged with it. Emmy had seen that in her mind, and somehow reproduced it on canvas. She had been that close to what? To understanding the meaning of it all. He looked back at her, intrigued, almost awed. The wary look had intensified in her eyes. Powell had not understood, he realized, or been willing to try to understand. Powell had hurt her. He had expected her to read his lips, but had been unwilling to read her painting. Perhaps he had thought there was no meaning there. Perhaps he thought Emmy would be an empty receptacle, a comfortable but unchallenging life's companion. "You see life spiralling through everything," Ashley said. "It comes through the soil and bursts upward, through everything, and on out into the whole universe. Life is too powerful to be contained in one living thing, but must be joined to all other living things. Life is a passionate celebration. A dance, perhaps. Is that what you saw this morning, Emmy? What you painted?" Her eyes were bright with tears then, and she closed her right hand into a loose fist and pulsed it against her heart. Oh, yes, he remembered immediately. "I feel it deeply." She bent to gather up her paints and brushes. He felt somewhat awed, somewhat humbled. He had always known that there were depths to Emmy that all but a few of those who loved her had never even suspected. He had experienced her sympathy, her happiness, her peace. He had devised a very rudimentary language of signs with her so that they had some form of two-way communication. But for the first time he had glimpsed something of the complex depths of her vision. He felt privileged. "Emmy, my dear," he said, sensing that he had entered one of those rare moments of insight in his life. "If you could but speak." But she could not. And she would not be the person she was if she could, he realized. Besides, she was not even looking at him to know that he had spoken, or to know that bitter despair had welled up suddenly inside him. When she did look up, the rush of tears had gone, and she raised her eyebrows and gestured toward the house. Was he ready to return with her? "Go," he told her. "Leave me here. I am not good company for you this morning, or for anyone else either. You must guard your innocence and your happiness and your inner peace from such as me, Emmy. I could only destroy them." She did not look startled or hurt, as he had half expected she might, though he knew she had seen his words. She looked calmly at him, but the sadness in her eyes almost had him grabbing for her. He had spoken the truth, though. If once he gave in to the lure of confiding completely in Emmy, unburdening himself to her, as he had used to do, he would destroy her. He would cling and pull her into his own darkness and never let her go free. It terrified him that he was tempted. "Go," he told her again, and heard with surprise the harshness in his voice. He wondered if it showed in his face. She went, taking her easel and her painting with her. She was in communion with all that was light and joy and life-giving, he thought, or so it seemed to him. He had felt it in her painting, strange and wild as it was. He had seen it in her silent explanation. And he was all darkness, the very antithesis of what she had found. Emmy had grown up, he realized, and grown beyond him in the process. She had taken the limited opportunities that life had offered her as a woman, and a handicapped woman at that, and had used them to make herself into a mature and interesting person. He was sure she would be fascinating to know. He longed to know her, as he had once longed for her to know him. He was suddenly appalled by the selfishness of that former self of his, and by something else, too. He had taken the limitless opportunities that life had offered him and used them to discover hell. He must stay away from Emmy, he knew. If there was something good he could still do in life, he must do that. He must stay away from her. She was a woman now, beautiful, fascinating, alluring. Oh, yes. He closed his eyes and smiled twistedly. Even that demon had found him out. There was no point in denying it. She was alluring. Luke embraced his brother when Ashley entered the breakfast parlour, there being no one else present.
"Harry has decided to kick his heels and exercise his lungs," Luke explained. "An unusual time of day for him. 'Tis the advent of teeth, Anna swears. She has stayed in the nursery to help Nurse soothe him.
"Sounds, but 'tis good to see you, Ash." He indicated a seat at the table. Ashley smiled crookedly and sat. "I have been up these 2 hours or more," he said, "riding and walking. English air is more conducive to exercise than to sleep." "Yes." Luke had seated himself and picked up his coffee cup, but he returned it to its saucer. "Sultan was in something of a lather when you returned him to the stables, Ash. I was obliged to take him out again to calm him and to cool him gradually." Ashley laughed. "Deuce take it," he said. "Have you taken to trotting sedately about the park, Luke, at a pace to suit your children? 'Tis time, perhaps, that your mounts knew that there is a pace known as a gallop." Luke pursed his lips. "There is such a thing as respect for one's horse," he said. "Sultan is particularly difficult. 'Tis my theory that he was abused by his previous owner. I had advised my grooms that until further notice no one was to ride him but me. One of my grooms received a tongue-lashing from me this morning, probably unfairly." "I beg your pardon," Ashley said, somewhat frostily, turning to indicate to the footman at the sideboard that he was ready to be served. "I had forgotten that I am a mere stranger here now." Luke sat back in his chair, one hand playing absently with his cup and saucer, until Ashley's plate was heaped with food, and the footman had been informed with a mere lift of the ducal eyebrows that he might withdraw. "We have quarrelled," Luke said with a sigh when they were quite alone together. "On your first morning back. 'Twill not do, Ash. I refuse to quarrel further. What brought you back to England?" Ashley laughed again. "An inhuman climate," he said. "Inhuman for Englishmen, anyway. Wealth. I must almost rival even you in riches, Luke. The desire to move on to the next chapter of my life. Homesickness. And the desire to settle your family in their homeland," Luke said. "Ah!" Ashley laughed once more. "And that too." He pushed away his heaped plate, the food scarcely touched, and got restlessly to his feet. "And your family has expanded since I was last here, Luke. I must see your sons today, and Joy, and Doris's two are in the nursery here as well. Egad, but we have been a prolific family. Mother must be ecstatic." "'Tis never the way of our mother to show any emotion to excess," Luke said, "but she is fond of each one of us, and her grandchildren too. She will be pleased to see young Thomas at last. We all will. Speaking of which—" But the door opened at that moment, and Anna came inside. She smiled warmly at her husband, who got to his feet and smiled back, and hugged Ashley and kissed him on both cheeks.
"Ashley," she said, "I feared I had dreamed you up during the night, but you were really here. Dreadfully thin, though. I fear the voyage was too much for you. Is that your plate? Do sit and eat."
"Every mouthful, Ash," Luke said, his lips quirking with amusement. "Anna's wrath is dreadful to behold when one of her children refuses to be coddled. I have the notion that you are to be one of her children during the coming days and weeks, until she has fattened you up."
"What nonsense you speak," Anna said, smiling sunnily at her husband. "But, Ashley, if you are this worn and thin, what must our—"
"I have been drawing good English air into my lungs this morning at least, Anna," Ashley said. "I have been riding, galloping Sultan, actually, and incurring Luke's wrath in the process, and walking. I found Emmy and Powell at the falls, quarrelling."
Anna bit her lip and looked at Luke. He raised his eyebrows.
"Emily and Powell," he said. "Quarrelling?"
"I saw her just now before I came downstairs," Anna said. "She went early to the falls, Luke, to paint."
"Oh." Luke sighed and looked pained. "She was able to remain inside her cage, singing, for 5 days, was she? But had to break loose on the 6th. I suppose, Ash, she was not dressed demurely for the eyes of a lover and executing a picturesque water sketch?"
Ashley grinned.
"No," Luke said. "I thought not. Well, my dear—" He leaned forward sufficiently to pat Anna's hand.
I suppose he had to find out sooner or later that there are two quite distinct sides to our dear Emily. Better sooner than later. And they were quarrelling. How can Emily quarrel, pray? Ash? She can lift her chin in the air and refuse to look at the one who has the advantage of a voice, Ashley said. She can refuse to acknowledge his very existence. Dear me. Luke drummed his fingers on the table.
Emmy does not have to marry anyone, Anna said fiercely. She can remain here for the rest of her life if she wishes, dressed in her favourite rags and painting her strange paintings. I will love her no matter what.
No one, my dear, Luke said with raised eyebrows, is arguing with you. Ah.
He got to his feet again as the door opened to admit a seeming flood of late breakfasters. He bowed over his mother's hand, kissed Doris's cheek, bowed to Lady Sterne, and acknowledged Lord Quinn and the Earl of Vimes with a nod. There was a great deal of noise and bustle as the ladies hugged and kissed Ashley, and the gentleman shook his hand.
I expected,
the Dowager Duchess of Harnden said when they were all settled at the table,
that you would be on your way to town by now, Lucas. Lady Ashley and her son must be anxiously awaiting their removal here.
You are quite right to scold me, madam, Luke said. Blame a late night and a teething infant, if you will, or blame Ashley, who has been elusive this morning, and who did not tell me last night at which hotel in London I might find my sister-in-law and my nephew. But I shall be on my way within the hour.
I would go too, Anna said with a warm smile for Ashley, if 'twere not for Harry. There are a maid and a nurse, are there not, Ashley? Even so, will Alice and Thomas be well enough to travel as early as tomorrow? You certainly would not be well enough. I hope you have no notion of accompanying Luke.
No, Ashley said, smiling about the table. And there is no need for Luke to go either.
There was a chorus of protest, but he held up both hands. He chuckled.
There is something I neglected to mention last evening, he said. It seemed somehow unbecoming to the occasion.
Oh,
Anna said, her hands clasped to her bosom.
Alice is ill? Or Thomas? Oh, Ashley, are they having the proper care? How could you bear to leave them?
Hush, my love. Luke covered her hand with his and kept it there.
I travelled to England alone,
Ashley said. He was laughing.
I did not bring my wife or my son with me. Egad, Lord Quinn said. Then you'll be going back soon after all that. No, uncle.
Ashley smiled at him.
There is nothing to go back to, you see. I have resigned my post with the East India Company.
You have abandoned Alice and Thomas?
Doris's words were spoken in a near whisper, but they sounded loud in the breakfast parlour. Ashley looked at her with a crooked smile.
It has to be spelled out by my life, he said. No one understands, or no one wants to understand. They are dead. They died together when my house burned to the ground a little more than a year ago. I was fortunate enough to be from home at the time.
The only discernible movements were Luke's hand gripping Anna's more tightly, and the Earl of Vimes's hand going to his wife's shoulder.
It seemed an appropriate moment to tell it, Ashley said, with the whole family gathered for breakfast. Pardon me for blurting such shocking news without sufficient preamble. As for myself, I have had a year in which to grow accustomed to the facts, a year in which to shrug off grief. I am free, and I am wealthy, and I am home.
He got to his feet, and made them all a bow that seemed almost mocking in its elegance. He left the room as Luke, the first to react, got to his feet. But Luke did not follow him. He had a wife and a mother with whom to concern himself. Chapter 7. Emily did not go down to breakfast. She did not often do so. She preferred to eat alone. But since the arrival of Lord Powell 6 days before, she had been behaving as any normal young lady would. She had taken all her meals in the breakfast parlour or the dining room, watching the conversation about her, dazed by it, but smiling pleasantly to indicate that she was a participant, not merely a dumb spectator. This morning, however, she could not face Lord Powell at the breakfast table, or Luke. He would know by now. He would look at her with pursed lips and narrowed eyes, and she would feel more dreadful than if he scolded her roundly for 5 whole minutes. That was the trouble with Luke. He had learned early in their relationship that a few well-chosen looks were far more effective with her than 1,000 words. And she could not face Ashley either. She dressed herself carefully in her dressing-room, without the assistance of a maid. She had no personal maid. What was the point, Anna had said some time ago, with affectionate exasperation, when Emmy never made use of one? She wore one of her pretty open gowns, with its accompanying petticoat draped over small hoops. She dressed her hair smoothly in front and knotted at the back. She covered the knot with a lace-trimmed cap, and made sure that its long lappets flowed freely down her back to her waist. There, she thought, she looked civilized again, if not particularly grand. When she got to the nursery, she returned Anna's smile and saw that Harry was lying quietly in her arms, his eyes fluttering closed. Beyond them, Joy was lifting James off the rocking-horse, while Amy, Doris's daughter, waited to be lifted on. George was doing something at the table with 2 of Charlotte's children. James and the other children rushed toward Emily, demanding to be entertained. She laughed and obliged them. Soon Amy was scrambling down from the horse and joining them. Children readily accepted abnormalities. Emily had realized long ago. Even the youngest of her nephews and nieces knew that they had to thrust their faces almost against hers and talk with slow clarity if she was to respond to their unceasing demands. They knew, too, that she always did respond. Soon she was crawling on all fours, hoops notwithstanding, with 2 small infants drumming their heels against her sides. Luke had once told her that she was more foolishly indulgent of infant tyranny than even he and Anna. It always pleased Luke to pretend to be under the thumb of his children. In reality, Emily knew that a mere look from his cool grey eyes could quell inappropriately high spirits, and that a mere lifting of his eyebrows could put an instant end to incipient rebellion. Love there was in abundance in Luke's family, but there was also total obedience. Anna had just set a sleeping Harry down on his cot in an inner room and left the nursery when the door opened to admit Lord Powell. Emily felt hot and dishevelled, but he smiled at her as she got to her feet and checked that her hair was still confined by its pins and her cap was still where it should be.
"Lady Emily," he said, "will you do me the honour of stepping out into the garden with me?"
He had recovered from his frowns, she saw. She wondered if he had any inkling of exactly what he had witnessed this morning. A deaf woman in her own world, a world very different from his own. A world of sensation and feeling and thought, though not quite as people with hearing thought, perhaps. Did they think in words? She wondered if Lord Powell understood that she did not. Probably not. Probably he never would. But she would not feel hurt or angry. She had decided to marry, to move into that other world. The burden of adjustment was hers alone. The children looked disconsolate, but, ever resilient, they went in search of Joy, the eldest, the substitute playmate now that Aunt Emily was being taken away from them. The sun was still shining. The air was considerably warmer than it had been when Emily had left the house earlier with her easel. Lord Powell led her down the steps onto the first terrace of the formal gardens, and they strolled together along the gravelled walk there, her arm looped through his.
"I would make my apologies to you," he said, drawing her to a halt at last and turning toward her. "You are in your own home. 'Twas unpardonable of me to be critical here of your appearance and your behaviour. Forgive me."
Critical here? Would he feel justified in being critical elsewhere, then? In his own home, perhaps? But it was a point too complex to be considered now, and it was a handsome apology. She nodded. "You look remarkably lovely this morning," he said. "It pleased me to see you playing with your nephews and nieces, even at the risk of the perfection of your appearance. It pleases me to imagine you playing thus with your own children." Your own children. Yes, the effort, the sacrifice would be worthwhile. She ached with longing somewhere in the region of her stomach. Your own children. He had taken her hand in his. He raised it now to his lips. "I would ask only," he said, "that when we are wed, Lady Emily, you will appear as you did earlier this morning to no one but me. I would not have my mother or sisters, or, worse, my brothers, see you thus and think you wanton, or even mad." He smiled. Mad. He had thought her mad, merely because her dress had been too short and her hair had been down her back. She felt a flaring of anger again for a moment, but it was merely a word, mad. It meant essentially the same thing as improper, and she would admit that her appearance had definitely been that. She would not quarrel again over a word. "For myself," he said, "I could find your appearance thus almost appealing, if the gown were but richer. But 'tis improper to indulge such imaginings yet when we are merely betrothed." She saw the look in his eyes. Admiration. He found her attractive. She wondered again what his love-making would be like. Would he, even then, be concerned with what was right and proper? But she did not know herself what was right and proper, or what was wrong and improper for that matter. She just hoped there would be some passion. The thought took her quite by surprise. "I know now," he said, smiling at her, "what I will give you as a wedding gift. Something unusual, perhaps, but something I am sure will please you. I shall engage the services of the best drawing-master I can find for you. I could see this morning that you very much wish to paint, but do not know how. I shall see to it that you learn how, from an expert. And I will predict that before a year is out, I shall be replacing my sister's paintings in my bedchamber with paintings of my wife's." She had watched intently. She had understood what he said, but he had so totally not understood that she could only stand now and stare at him, and feel the hurt and frustration again despite herself. What was worse, he did not even realize that he did not understand. She thought unwillingly of Ashley. He had understood instantly when she had explained that there were both passion and meaning in that wretched painting, and afterward he had put into words exactly what she had been telling him with her hands and her body. But Ashley had always understood. He had always known that there was a person behind the silence, not just a person who listened with her eyes and would have responded in similar words if she could have, but one who inhabited a world of her own and lived in it quite as richly as anyone in his world. With Ashley there had always been a language. There had always been a way of giving him glimpses of herself. "I could see the anger in your painting," Lord Powell said. "The impossibility you felt of ever painting what you wanted to paint, of ever reproducing what you saw with your eyes. 'Tis something you feel often." His eyes were warm with sympathy. She saw his words, and his intended kindness. He had entirely misinterpreted the emotion that lay behind her painting. How could she marry a man who knew her so little that he believed her unhappy and frustrated, all locked up inside herself, wanting only to be able to hear and to speak? "Harnden told me you can read and write," he said. "When you are in my home, Lady Emily, as my wife, I shall give instructions that there are to be paper, ink, and quill pens in every room in the house. You must write down what you wish to express. I would not have you unhappy with suppressed anger and frustration. I would know what you have to say. I would listen to you,
to the writings of your hand, as you listen to the motions of my lips."
But he was a kind man. He wanted to help unlock her from her perceived misery. He was willing to give her a voice and to listen to her. He could not know that when Emily wrote, it was for merely practical purposes, not for the revelation of self. She did not have enough skill with language to translate her world into written words. But he was kind. She smiled at him. Their attention was distracted. Someone had come hurrying out of the house and down the steps into the garden, and almost collided with them before he saw them. Ashley. He stopped abruptly, said nothing, laughed, and skirted around them to go scurrying on down through the terraces and over the low hedge at the bottom to the lawn beyond. He was hatless.
"Strange,"
Lord Powell said, looking again at Emily.
"Lord Ashley Kendrick is rather peculiar. It must be the effect of a foreign clime."
Ashley had been different this morning, she thought. He had been as friendly toward her as ever. He had listened to her and understood what she had said to him. He had accepted her, both her appearance and her painting. He had neither condemned nor covertly criticized. But he had not talked to her as he used to do. He had spoken to her, yes, even at some length, but it was more what he had not spoken of than what he had actually said that had put the bitterness, the tautness, the haunted suffering in his face. There was a great deal shut up inside him. Once he would have sat there with her, time forgotten, and poured out his whole heart to her. But no longer. He had sent her away this morning. He had told her to go. She was aware of him striding away down the lawn in the direction of the stone bridge. It was as well. This morning at the falls had been the end of everything that was past. This now was the beginning of everything that was future. Perhaps she would not so easily be able to put the past behind her, where it belonged, if she carried the burden of Ashley's confidences in her heart. Yet even now, knowing nothing, her heart ached for him. She had seen him laugh just now, but the look on his face had not been one of amusement. It had been a grimace. There had been wildness in it. Lord Powell had both her hands in his, and she gave him her full and determined attention.
"I was very annoyed with him for forcing you against your will to dance last evening," he said. "I was almost ready to call him out, but I would not create a scene and embarrass you or my host. If he had succeeded in drawing you into making a spectacle of yourself, though, I believe I would not have been able to contain my anger. But you acquitted yourself well. I was proud of you."
He squeezed her hands. Against her will. He thought she had danced against her will. She knew that she would never, ever forget the exhilaration and the sheer wonder of that half-hour and that minuet. Her heart already ached with the memory.
"I would have our betrothal announced today, if you will," he said. "Your family is almost all gathered here, and Lord and Lady Severidge are to come from Wycherley later for dinner, I believe."
Yes, it would be a good time for the announcement. Suddenly she wanted it to be soon. She regretted that she had not allowed it last evening. She wanted her future to be final and irrevocable. Ashley, she was aware, though she did not look in that direction, was standing on the bridge.
"May I speak with Royce?"
Lord Powell asked. Victor would make the announcement at dinner. Everyone would be pleased. Even Anna, who kept insisting that Emily did not have to marry anyone. She nodded and smiled, and was rewarded by a wide smile in return.
"You have made me very happy, Lady Emily," he said. "The happiest man in the world."
She had to share her news. Lord Powell had gone to the library to write to his mother. Anna and Luke often spent a half-hour or so together in Anna's private sitting-room in the middle of the morning, between the hour they spent playing with the children, or taking them outside, and the separate duties they busied themselves with for the rest of the morning. The household was not following quite its normal routine this week, of course, what with all the guests, and Luke was supposed to be setting out for London this morning, but perhaps he had not left yet. She knocked on the door, and after a decent pause, opened it gingerly and peered around it. At first she was embarrassed. She thought she had walked in on a very private moment. Luke and Anna were standing in the middle of the room, clasped in each other's arms. But then she saw the pallor of Luke's face and the shaking of Anna's shoulders. "My dear," Luke held up a staying hand. "Do not go away, I beg of you." Anna lifted her head, apparently only just becoming aware of Emily's presence. Her face was red from crying.
"Oh, Emmy," she
said.
"Emmy, Ashley's Alice and Thomas are dead. They perished in a fire more than a year ago, and we were not there to comfort him. He has borne the burden entirely alone, and the burden, too, of having been from home himself when it happened. How he must blame himself. He has come home for comfort, Emmy."
She saw every word, as if she really could hear and could not stop hearing. Luke, as was to be expected, was in command of himself, though only just, Emily guessed, as her eyes widened and turned to him. "Emily," he said, "stay here with Anna, my dear. She has need of you for a while. I must find my poor Ashley. He has offended my mother by laughing as he told us about it, the foolish man. He is deeply, deeply hurt. You will stay?" There was a faintness in Emily's head, but she nodded as Luke transferred Anna from his arms to hers and then hurried from the room. Ashley, she thought. Oh, Ashley! Why had he not told her? Had he thought her arms not strong enough, her heart not big enough? 7 years was an eternity after all. The distance between them had grown vast. He had not told her. Oh, Ashley! As she sat down on the sofa with Anna, their hands clasped tightly together, she forgot why she had come to the sitting-room.
"Emmy,"
Anna said, her reddened face a mask of grief,
"we are going to have to be very gentle with him, and very kind to him. Poor Ashley."
Emily raised her sister's hands and set them against her cheeks. Luke had come to stand beside him on the bridge. He said nothing as he rested his arms on the stone parapet and gazed down into the water of the river flowing beneath. Ashley was throwing stones into it, trying to skip them, but the angle was too sharp. They all sank quite decisively. "I suppose," he said, breaking the silence at last, "you left Anna and Doris in tears, and Mother not in tears?" "Theo and Lady Stern bore our mother off between them," Luke said, "and I left Doris to Wimes's care. Anna was in tears, yes." "For something that happened more than a year ago," Ashley said, throwing the next stone farther than the others. It still sank. "To people she did not even know. 'Tis foolish. Oh, well. I noticed that Powell had Emmy almost in an embrace in the garden a short while ago. Anna must be in high hopes of having a summer wedding to plan." "Ash," Luke said, "you need to talk about it, my dear." Ashley laughed. "Zounds," he said. "I remember how disconcerted and indignant I was when you first called me that, Luke. You have still not abandoned all your Parisian ways, I see. I noted your fan last evening. 'Twas a glittering occasion, by the way. I am thankful I came in time for it." "You are as brittle as glass," his brother said quietly, "and I believe you could shatter into as many pieces." Ashley tossed his last stone over the parapet into the water and turned to rest one elbow on the wall. He looked at Luke with some amusement in his eyes. "No longer," he said. "Look at me, Luke. I am quite relaxed. It was merely the ghastly prospect of having to break the news to you all, you see. I was sorry in my heart I had not written to you before dashing off home. I knew very well that Anna and Doris would dissolve into tender-hearted grief.
that Mother would stiffen her upper lip and accompany it with a face of stone, and that you would square your shoulders and attempt to take my burdens upon them. You play the part of head of the family exceedingly well. I did not come down here as head of the family, Ash, Luke said. I came as your brother, who loves you. You are in pain. Am I? Ashley smiled. It was a long and a tedious voyage. I ate poorly and slept worse. Both will be rectified now that I have my feet on firm earth. You came home, Luke said. Not just to England, Ash. You came to Bowden. You might have stayed in London. You might have gone to Penshurst. 'Tis yours, I assume. But you chose to come home. Why? Just so that you might hold us at arm's length? So that you might spurn help? Help! Ashley laughed. Luke turned his head and looked assessingly at him, before directing his gaze back at the water. I have been trying to imagine, he said, how I would feel if 'twere Anna and one or all of my children. You are right. There could be no help, no comfort. Not immediately. Perhaps never. But I believe that after a year I might turn to my family. Yet I can see that even then I might be afraid to allow them inside the shell I would have constructed about myself. Damn you, Ashley said. I would be bitter and brittle. I might laugh from behind my shell. You know nothing, Ashley said. You know nothing. No, I do not, Luke admitted. Tell me, Ash. Tell me what happened. I told you, Ashley said. They died. They burned with the house. I did not know until a friend came to fetch me. I came home to smoking ashes. I had been away at a business meeting. How did the fire start? Luke asked. Was the cause ever determined? Ashley shrugged. A candle caught the draperies, he said. A lamp was tipped over. Who knows? There was a war in progress. There had been any number of sporadic and inexplicable atrocities. There was a suspicion of arson, then? Luke asked. But no proof, Ashley said with another shrug. Did you have enemies? Luke asked. A nation full, Ashley said with a laugh. I am an Englishman, Luke. Englishmen were at war with Frenchmen, and there were Indian men fighting on both sides. 'Twas not a wise time to leave one's wife and son alone at home. Anna said that you must be blaming yourself, Luke said. She was right. Were there no servants, Ash? My valet was with me, Ashley said. Alice had dismissed the other servants for the night, except her faithful nurse and companion, who had been with her since she was a girl. She died with them. Only one servant? Luke frowned. Why did she dismiss the others? Was it customary, even when you were from home? Ashley merely shrugged. There were those, you know, who said I did it, he said. When a wife dies in inexplicable circumstances, the husband is always suspect. Zounds, Luke said. They were, of course, wrong. Ashley laughed and drummed his fingers on the parapet of the bridge. I should not have come here, Luke. I should have gone straight to Penshurst. Yes, it is mine. I was penniless 7 years ago, but I am now in possession of 2 sizable fortunes, the one that I amassed for myself, and the other that my wife brought me. And I am free to enjoy both, unencumbered by wife or child. What more could any man desire? Stay here for a while, Luke said. Let yourself be loved, Ash. Let yourself be healed. I cannot know what you have suffered, or what you still suffer. 'Tis beyond imagining. But there is love to be had here, and perhaps healing too, if you will but give it a chance. If you will give it time. I will stay for a few days, Ashley said with a shrug, and then I will be on my way to Penshurst, to my new life. 'Tis the one I have worked toward since joining the East India Company, Luke, and now 'tis within my grasp. And so he lived happily ever after.
Luke turned his head to smile at him. And perhaps 'twill do the trick, too, he said. But stay here for a while. Anna will want to fuss over you. The children will wish to become acquainted with you, and discover how indulgent you can be when wheedled. And I have missed you. Come back to the house with me. I will have toast and coffee brought to the study, unless you wish for something stronger. I noticed you ate almost no breakfast after all. Later, Ashley said. I still revel in the coolness of English air. I would not willingly exchange it so soon for the indoors. Luke nodded, and after a moment turned to walk back to the house alone. Emmy, Ashley noticed when he looked after him, was no longer in the formal gardens with her beau. He should have written to them a year ago, and when he returned to England, he should have gone straight to Penshurst. He was a mature man now, independent, confident, assertive, resourceful. He had spent 6 years achieving that effect, overcoming the handicap of having grown up as a dependent, irresponsible, bored younger son of a duke. So he had lost a wife and a child. Every day men lost wives and children. He should have continued with a life he had made for himself, and by himself. But he had resorted to instinct rather than to cool judgment and good sense. He had come running home to Bowden and to Luke, and, without consciously realizing it, to Emmy, to a wild and happy child who no longer existed. He should have told her this morning, he thought. It somehow hurt to know that she would learn it from someone else. She would be sad for him. He should have told her himself, but he knew that he could not have done so. He could not have told her the bald facts as he had to his family at breakfast. If he had said that much to Emmy, he would have grabbed for her and poured out everything else too. Somehow, with Emmy, words could never be used as a shield. She seemed to know them for the inadequate vehicle of truth they were. Emmy saw to the heart. But he had no desire to use a woman as an emotional crutch. He had a sudden, unbidden image of Thomas with his soft down of gingery hair. It was an image he often held behind his sleepless eyelids when he lay down. Poor child, poor innocent little baby. The sins of the fathers. No, it had been an accident, a tragic accident, that was all. No one, least of all God, would punish a child. Chapter 8. The Earl of Royce was delighted by his talk with Lord Powell. He had begun to have doubts when nothing had been said after all last evening during the ball. Now he was happy and relieved for his youngest sister, whom he had not really expected to be able to settle in life. And he was grateful to his brother-in-law, who had made such efforts to find her a husband of suitable rank and fortune, and one who would be kind to her. Powell seemed genuinely fond of Emily. The Earl did, though, hesitate about making the announcement on this particular day. It had not taken long for the news to spread through the house, to those who had not been present at breakfast, that Lord Ashley Kendrick's wife and child had perished in a fire a year ago in India. But the Duke of Harnden was pleased, too, to hear that the betrothal had been agreed upon, and that Powell was both ready and eager to have it made public. The Duke insisted that the gloom that had descended on the house must be lifted, and that his brother certainly had no wish to wallow in it. The celebration of a betrothal in the family would be just the thing to lighten everyone's spirits, he maintained. And so the announcement was made during tea, when everyone was gathered in the drawing-room, including the children. Even Lord Harry Kendrick was there, asleep with open mouth against his father's shoulder. Agnes and William had come from Wycherley Park with their children. The mood of the gathering was subdued, or rather determinedly cheerful, until Victor rose to his feet, cleared his throat for silence, and informed them that Lord Powell had offered for his sister, that Emily had accepted and that there was no more to be said on the matter, except that making the announcement gave him the greatest pleasure, and that the nuptials would be celebrated some time during the summer, and that really he was no great speech-maker. There was general laughter. Emily, standing beside her betrothed, watched her brother's face intently, and felt a sense of finality, a calm contentment. It had been done now. The words had been spoken to all the people who mattered most in her life. There was no going back now. Not that she felt any wish to go back. She needed this marriage. She might be deaf, she might be different, but she was a woman. Lord Powell had taken her hand and was bowing over it in a touchingly courtly manner and bringing it to his lips. She could not hear the noise that the announcement aroused, but she could see its effect. Everyone looked at her, and everyone looked suddenly joyful. It had to be right, she thought, smiling. What she had done had to be right. Her family and Luke's were happy for her. They believed Lord Powell would make an excellent husband. But there was no chance to think further. She was being engulfed in hugs. And her betrothed, she saw, when she was able, was receiving his fair share as well. At the moment, Constance, Victor's wife, was embracing him, tears in her eyes. Yes, it had to be right. It felt right. Ashley was sitting in a far corner of the room. He had sat there all through tea, smiling, laughing, James on one knee, Amy on the other, Joy beside him. But they had abandoned him now, Emily saw, though she did not look directly his way, in order to join the general bustle of excitement about herself and Lord Powell. He sat there alone, still smiling.
"How can he smile and laugh?"
she had seen Agnes say earlier to Constance.
"Has he no feelings?"
But Emily, even without looking directly at him, had been able to feel the unbearable tension behind his smile. His wife and his son had died. Between leaving for a meeting and returning, he had had his whole family wiped out. Ashley. She wished desperately that he had confided in her out at the falls this morning, though that was not quite true either. For if he had told her, she would not have come back to change into pretty clothes and listen to Lord Powell's apology and agree to have their betrothal announced. She would have been caught up in a past that would have overshadowed her present and her future. Besides, she would have been unable to comfort him as she had used to do. Nothing could comfort him for what had happened to him. It would have hurt to know that she was powerless to ease his pain. Oh, but she wished, with her heart she wished that he had told her. And then, while Jeremiah, the Reverend Jeremiah Hornsby, Charlotte's husband, was congratulating her and Lord Powell, and hoping that they might do him the honour of asking him to conduct their wedding service, Ashley touched Emily on the arm. "Well, Emmy?" He took her hands in his and kissed her on both cheeks. "It seems I have returned home just in time to say goodbye to you. You were always like a dear sister to me. I hope you will continue to think of me as a kind of brother." Like a dear sister. That was all she really saw. Yes, she had been that to him. That was how he had seen her, like a sister. It was good to have been seen thus, closer than a friend, a sister, and she was to continue to think of him as a brother. Yes, he had said that too. Oh, Ashley. She smiled at him, but she squeezed his hands very tightly as well, and spoke to him with her eyes. He understood her. Of course he understood. But lest he did not, she closed her hand into a fist and pulsed it against her heart. "Yes, I know," he said. "I know it makes you sad, Emmy. But I have come home to give up sadness. Seeing you happy is good for me. 'Tis hard to believe you are no longer the child you were when I went away. You are all grown up. Be happy, little fawn. Promise me always to be happy." Yes. She smiled again. the child you were when I went away. Oh, Ashley. Yes, she would promise. She would promise to try. And then joy was smiling sunnily up at her. She was so like Anna, even in her smiles.
"Aunt Emmy,"
she said,
"may I be your bridesmaid? I am 7.5 years old."
Emily laughed and touched the child's hair. It had been a difficult evening. Agnes and William had stayed. Toasts had been drunk at dinner. Everyone had gathered in the drawing-room afterward for conversation and cards and music. Constance and Charlotte and Doris played the pianoforte. William and Jeremiah sang. The tea-tray was ordered later than usual, and they all went to bed late. But none of them had known quite if they should be sober and solemn, out of respect for Ashley, or bright and merry in celebration of the betrothal they had toasted at dinner. The only one of them who was unashamedly cheerful all through the evening, he had even suggested that the carpet be rolled back for dancing, was Ashley. Luke had said quite firmly that the carpet would stay where it was. They had all had quite enough of dancing the evening before, and of course they were all rather tired after the evening before, and thus it was more difficult to keep up their spirits. At last, an hour after Agnes and William had left for home, the Dowager Duchess got to her feet, and the rest of the party took her doing so as the signal to go to bed. Emily changed into her nightgown without assistance, and brushed out her hair, and was thankful that the day was finally at an end. It had been an unbearably eventful day, and the evening had been almost intolerable. Everyone talking, everyone focusing on her, expecting her to listen and understand. She had been unable to leave early, to relax into her own solitude as she had longed to do. Her eyes ached from such intent watching, and one foolishly insignificant fact had dominated her thinking all evening. She still did not know his name. She was to be his bride in 2 or 3 months' time, yet she did not know his name. The thought struck her as funny, and she laughed softly. It did not matter anyway. She could never speak his name. He knew hers. It was almost all he knew of her. Another foolish, insignificant thought. She was tired. She remembered suddenly that she had not slept at all last night, and had snatched only perhaps an hour's rest this afternoon between tea and dinner. She was very tired, but she was not sleepy at all. There was a difference, she thought, wandering from her dressing-room into her darkened bedchamber and standing before the window, still absently brushing her hair. She did not believe she would sleep, even if she lay down. She was betrothed, she thought, trying to feel different. She was going to be married. There were going to be form and purpose to her life, a totally new direction. Even her home and her companions would change. She would spend her days with his mother and his younger brothers and sisters, and with him. He was going to have paper and pens and ink set in each room. Without them, she could not hope to communicate in the simplest ways with all those strangers. He was a stranger too, she thought, and she would never be able to communicate with him. He would never know her. Such intimacy, but no communication, because words, even if she could speak or write them, could never explain her world to him. She rested one bent knee on the window-seat. It was a lovely night, bright with moonlight and starlight. It was a tempting night, one that beckoned her. How lovely it would be to throw on a dress and a cloak and to slip outside to wander, down across the lawn, along by the river. But it could not be done. She had made the decision. She had promised herself this morning. He would never understand a wife who wandered outside alone at night. If she were to, he would soon be echoing Luke's words, but in all seriousness, he would be calling her a witch. Emily sighed. Her new life was not going to be easy, but it was one she had chosen deliberately. She longed for it to begin. She looked back involuntarily at her bed. She wanted that too. It was strange how her body had come to crave it during the past couple of years or so, even while her head had been unable to fix upon any man, until now. and her heart had been faithful to an impossibility. Her body wanted to know. She lifted her shoulders and turned her eyes back toward the window and the shadowed lawns and trees beyond it. How she yearned to go out there, to wander quietly, not doing anything in particular, merely being. That was the heart of the difference, she thought. In her world she had learned to be. Other people seemed to gain their sense of identity and worth from doing. They pitied her idleness, believing it denoted emptiness, boredom. But now she had chosen to enter the world of doing. She wondered if it would disappear with time and perseverance, this yearning to be free, to be a part of everything that was natural and beautiful and timelessly turning with the days and the seasons. And then her brush stilled against her head, and she leaned forward, her lips parting. He was not strolling. He was not out there with any thought of enjoying his surroundings, or of merely taking the air before retiring to bed. He was hurrying with purposeful strides, his head down. He looked almost as if he thought himself pursued, though he did not look back either. He looked haunted. He was going to the falls. Of course he was going there. He was close to breaking. All last evening, all today, his smiles, his laughter, his gaiety had scandalized some of the family and aroused the pity of others. "How very brave the poor boy is being, Theo," she had seen Aunt Marjorie, Lady Stern, say to Lord Quinn. Emily had known that the gaiety had been no more than skin-deep. She had known that the company of his family had not helped him at all, but had possibly had the opposite effect. She had known that he was close to breaking, and that he might very well break. She could not help him. She leaned forward until her forehead was against the glass of the window, and closed her eyes. "Ashley, Ashley, I cannot help you." But she would not believe it. Nothing had really changed. She was here, and he was here. She could still listen to him, and he could still talk to her. Luke had come back to Anna's sitting room this morning, pale and weary, and said that he had tried to talk to Ashley, had tried to assure him that there were love and healing to be had at Bowden for the taking, but that he was not sure he had accomplished anything. Ashley had built a wall about himself. Luke had talked to Ashley. Perhaps what Ashley really needed, as he had more than 7 years ago, was someone to listen. Someone who could not give him verbal consolation or advice. Someone like herself. Perhaps he would talk to her if they could be together at the falls again, as they had so often used to be, as they had been this morning. Perhaps he would feel some of the old magic return. Perhaps some of the burden could be lifted from his soul. Perhaps he could be saved from breaking apart. She had been like a dear sister to him, he had said, just this afternoon. His words had hurt. They still hurt. He had been so much more to her than a brother. But her feelings did not matter. Besides, she could be no more to him any longer than a sister, and perhaps a friend. But was she fooling herself? She kept her eyes closed and looked honestly at the question. Could she go to him there, break the promise she had made to herself just this morning, and not be deeply hurt herself? Would she be going only for her own sake, because she wanted to go to him? But she did not matter, she thought. It was Ashley who was hurting. Even though she would allow her feelings for him to make no difference in her life from now on, she was never going to deny to her inmost self that he mattered to her more than anyone or anything else in her life, herself included. If she was hurt, it did not matter. She would heal, as she had healed before, and his pain was so much worse than her own. She wanted to go to him, she decided, because he needed her. If she was mistaken, if he spurned her, then she would bear the humiliation. But she did not believe she was wrong. There had always been an extra sense where Ashley was concerned, almost as if it had been given her in place of the sense of hearing. She knew that he needed her. And so promises and propriety and common sense and the very real possibility of being hurt mattered not one iota. Lord Powell, her betrothal, were forgotten. Ashley needed her. She was hurrying after him, the direction he had gone, less than 10 minutes later, having donned a dress and a warm cloak. She was wearing shoes against the chill of the night, and had tied her hair back with a ribbon at the nape of her neck. He stood for a while on the flat rock, looking down into the almost black water beneath his feet as it spilled and bubbled over the stony basin of the steep descent. He was enclosed by trees and night and the rushing sound of water. He breathed deeply, and remembered how he had always been able to come here and feel that he had left the world and its cares behind. But his cares had been insignificant things in those days. Even so, it was good to be alone. He had been alone in his bedchamber, of course, but it was not the same. He had felt surrounded by people, by family, by those who cared for him. He had felt suffocated by them. It had been a mistake to imagine that people would be able to help him, least of all his family. He had felt the depth of Luke's love this morning, and it had weighed heavily on his heart and his conscience. He had felt the love and concern of all of them. He had been unable to reach out and wrap it about himself. It had felt more like a heavy burden pressing down on him, stifling him. But how could he feel otherwise? How could he take comfort from his family when his wife and Thomas had died and he had not been there, and when he had wished 100 times for their deaths? No, that was not true. He shook his head from side to side, denying the terrible thought. He had never wished for Thomas's death, never. He must never burden himself with that untruth, and never seriously for Alice's either. But he had not come here to be plagued by memories or by guilt, he thought, closing his eyes, listening to the soothing sound of the water, trying to let it seep into his soul. He had come here for an hour's forgetfulness. He wanted to be able to go back to the house later to sleep. If only he could sleep. He had been wildly, passionately in love with Alice, as she had been with him. Two strangers who had mistaken an initial attraction for love. He had loved her because she had nursed him through a lengthy illness. She had loved him because he had needed her nursing. It had been almost inevitable. Neither could be blamed, perhaps. And she had married him for another reason, too. One he had discovered 24 hours after their wedding, after a difficult and disappointing wedding night. The passion with which his bride had responded to his kisses had changed to panic as soon as his hands touched her body, and to— it still made him shudder to remember— to revulsion as he entered her. He had finished the consummation quickly, unsatisfactorily, and she had not been a virgin bride. Her lover, she had told him when confronted the next morning, had been left behind in England. She had even told Ashley his name. Sir Henry Verney, a neighbour, her brother's closest friend. And yes, she loved him still. She would always love him. Always. The fierce, almost fanatical light in her eyes had left Ashley in no doubt of the truth of her words. Ashley had been left wondering exactly why she had married him, and exactly how he was to make anything of this marriage. She had answered the first question, though he had not put it into words. He had reminded her of her lover, she had told him with bitter defiance. She had thought he looked a little like him. She had been mistaken, dreadfully mistaken. He had not felt like the lover, Ashley understood her to have meant. Love had died an instant death on both sides. It was the only time they had been together as man and wife, he and Alice, though fidelity to Verney was certainly not her reason, or chastity its result. She had taken lovers, and not even tried to hide her infidelities from him, though she had been otherwise discreet. He had tried to reason with her, to persuade her to give their marriage a chance, since they were bound to it for life. But she had hated him, with a passion equal to the love she had shown him before their marriage, perhaps because she had realized too late that her lost lover could not be recreated in him. He asked why she had not married Verney. Perhaps he was married already. She had refused to answer his question. He had thought she was with a lover on the night she died. She had given her usual lame excuse, which he never even expected him to believe. She and Thomas were to visit her friend, Mrs. Lucaster, overnight, and she had left the house before he did. But inexplicably, both she and Thomas had been at home when— And yes, numerous times he had wished her dead. He had imagined the enormous relief he would feel to be free of her. Ashley laughed harshly, and then he turned his head sharply, some instinct warning him that he was no longer alone. Devil take it, but he did not want company. He had come here to be alone. Emily was standing at the foot of the rocks, looking up at him. She was wearing a long, dark cloak. All he could really see of her was her face and her fair hair falling in thick waves down her back from the ribbon that confined it at her neck. Emmy. Part of him leapt with hope and with gladness, but the saner part of him knew that she was the last person he wanted to see at this moment. He was not in a mellow mood. However, there was little point in saying anything. In the darkness, and at this distance, it was unlikely that she would be able to read his lips. She came up the rocks toward him, her eyes on him the whole time. She stood in front of him, close to him, looking at him. She made no attempt to say anything, as she could have done with her eyes and her hands. He knew very well why she had come. It was why she had always come. She had come to listen. She had come to give of herself. "No, Emmy." He shook his head. "Go back to the house. Go back to bed." But she touched her fingertips to his chest, and then to her own heart. "Speak to me." It was a gesture that had been part of their silent language. Not just talk, but speak to me. Tell me more than facts. Open your heart.
"There is nothing to say."
He laughed harshly.
"You heard it, Emmy. They died, and I blame myself. I am filled to the brim with bitterness and self-pity, and am no decent company for anyone, least of all you, on this of all days, the happiest day of your life. Go away."
But she shook her head. She was watching his lips intently. She touched them very briefly before beckoning with her fingers. "Speak to me. Tell me." She touched his heart with her fingertips again. He felt a sudden, shocking and quite unexpected stabbing of desire, and realized fully the danger.
"Listen to me, Emmy."
Desire converted quickly into anger, annoyance against her dangerous innocence in coming to him alone like this in the middle of the night, fury against his unwanted response to her.
"We are out here alone together. A single man and a single woman in the dead of night. The impropriety of it would be obvious to an imbecile. The danger of it should be apparent even to an innocent like you. Go home while you have the chance."
But being Emmy, she could see beyond his anger. Her eyes, gazing deeply into his, told him so. "Let me share it," she begged him, without having to use her hands at all. But then she did lift her hands to cup his face gently in her palms. One of her thumbs brushed his lips. "Speak to me." This had never been part of their language, but it was very eloquent. She was incredibly, foolishly generous, as she had always been. This surely must have been a deliriously happy day for her, and yet she had made room in it for him. This morning, and again now. For old time's sake, she was offering all her understanding and sympathy. She was offering her deaf ears for his dark secrets. She was offering her ability to probe beyond words. She wanted to soothe his pain, and all he could do in return was desire her. He felt himself harden into uncomfortable arousal. He took her hands from his face and held them tightly in the space between them.
"I have no use but one for you tonight, Emmy," he said harshly. "Go away while you may. Go!"
and yet he clung, without realizing it, to her hands. She raised their joined hands and set the backs of his against her cheeks. Emmy. Dangerously innocent, or dangerously courageous, or both. Feeling his need, and not really caring how that need showed itself. Prepared to give all that was needed to comfort him. Prepared to give until there was nothing more to give. Emmy, his saviour, the forgetfulness and the peace he had sought single-mindedly since leaving India, not knowing that it was she he sought. He groped blindly for her mouth with his own, his eyes tightly shut. Her lips were cool, closed, trembling, pushing back against his. He pressed his tongue urgently against the seam of her lips, and she opened to him, so that he tasted all the warmth and moistness and sweetness of the inside of her mouth. He withdrew his tongue and thrust deeply inward again. Desire was one strong, insistent pulse in him. He was still gripping her hands. He had lowered them from her cheeks and was using them to keep the rest of their bodies from touching. He raised his head. "'Tis your ruin you have come to tonight, Emmy," he said. "'Tis the only use I have for you. Go away. Leave me." He felt unfamiliar and unexpected tears spill down one cheek and then the other. She removed her hands from his, but even as he felt a mingling of panic and relief, expecting that she would turn and bound away down the rocks, she stepped closer and set her arms around his waist. She leaned lightly against him, turning her head to rest one side of it against his shoulder. He could feel all the warmth of her generosity, all her incredible foolishness. He wondered if she fully understood. He drew a deep breath and wrapped his arms about her. He shuddered. "Damn you," he said, lowering his face to her hair. "Damn you, Emmy. Damn you." He knew she could not hear him. He swallowed, and swallowed again. And then he had a hand beneath her chin, lifting her face so that she would see his lips, so that there would be no doubt of her knowing. "If you wish to give me comfort tonight, Emmy," he said, "it must be as a woman. My need for you tonight is physical." He took her hand in his, turned it palm out, and brought it against the front of his breeches, beneath his cloak. He was trying desperately to shock her. Her eyes widened, but there was no real alarm in them. "Go now. Go while you still can, while I can still allow you to leave." With all his mind he willed her to go. With his eyes he begged her to stay. She heard only what his eyes had to say, and she had come to give, whatever he needed. He knew that, and did not have the strength to reject her gift. He scooped her up into his arms suddenly and strode downward with her. Part of him, the cold, rational, intellectual part, could still not believe that this was going to happen, that one of them would not impose sanity on a dangerous situation before it was too late. But his body burned for hers. With blind instinct he yearned for her. He set her down on her feet on the grassy bank beside the river, removed his cloak and spread it on the ground, removed her cloak and laid her down. "Emmy." He came down beside her, leaned over her, brushed his lips lightly over hers, touched a warm, firm breast through her dress, and tried to tell himself that it was still not too late. But it was. It was far too late. He lifted her loose dress with both hands, and her shift with it. Then she raised her arms, so that with one motion he could remove the garments entirely. He dropped them above her head. She was wearing nothing else. She had kicked off her shoes when he had laid her down. Ah, rash, innocent Emmy! He made love to her with urgent, ungentle hands and lips, touching, stroking, pressing, sucking. She touched him with warm, gentle hands, and made strange, low sounds in her throat. He had no time to undress. Need was a pulse that drowned out even the sound of the falls. and a pain that drove him onward to release and oblivion and obliterated conscience. He undid the front of his breeches, his fingers fumbling with the buttons. He tried to mount her slowly. She was slick with wetness, but the passage was tight and virgin. He felt the barrier. He felt it stretch, and thought it would never give and release her from pain. But then it was gone, and he eased his full length inside her. He could hear someone sobbing. Himself. She was crooning to him with unknowing sounds. He waited in an agony of patience, giving her time to adjust to the hard and painful invasion of her body. He had his hand spread beneath her in an unconscious attempt to cushion her against the hardness of the ground. His face was buried in her hair, which had come loose from its ribbon. He tried to take her slowly, but she had lifted her legs and wrapped them about his own, and pivoted her hips, so that his pain was enclosed in a cradle of soft, warm womanhood. He drove into her, far too deeply, far too fiercely, half aware that this was all wrong. It was all give on her side, gentle, generous giving, and all take on his side, harsh, selfish taking. But she gave, and he took. He heard himself shout out as he burst and spilled into her. He heard himself sobbing as one of her hands smoothed over his back while the other softly played through his hair. And then, for a few blessed moments, or minutes, or hours, he lost himself. For a few moments he found what he had blindly sought for a whole year and longer, and rested in it. Chapter 9. She gazed up at the stars, finding the formation that always reminded her of a giant soup ladle with a slightly bent handle. She lay still and quiet and uncomfortable, cradling his too thin body with her arms and legs while he slept. She would hold him all night if necessary. She knew she had deceived herself. She knew she had come because she loved him. She knew she had come to comfort him. She had known and admitted those facts before she came, but she knew now that she had come with the sole purpose of giving herself if that was what he needed, and she had known deep down that her mere sympathetic presence would not be enough, as it had used to be. She had known that the passing of the years would have made all the difference. Even then, 7 years ago, when he had been leaving her, the change had been coming. He had begun to be aware of her as a woman, and so the possibility of pure friendship had been disappearing. Of course, she had always loved him as a woman loves a man. Even at the age of 14, she had known that her love for him involved the whole of her person, body as well as mind and emotions. She had come tonight to give her body for his comfort, if that was what he needed. And so she had betrayed the promise she had made to herself just this morning. Worse, far worse, she had betrayed another promise. She had involved another person in her betrayal, other people. She thought of her own family, and of Lord Powell's. He had written to them this morning, and sent the letter on its way. Tomorrow she would know bitter remorse. She would live with guilt and remorse for the rest of her life. She doubted she would ever forgive herself. It was all her fault, entirely. He had been completely frank with her. He had not only given her the chance to stop it and to escape to the house, he had urged her to do so, more than once, and she did not have the plea of innocence. She had known, deep down she had known, almost from the first moment, perhaps before the first moment, perhaps she had known it before she left her room. It had been different from what she had expected. Not sweet union, sweet romance. It had hurt, constantly, from the first moment, from the moment he had started to push into her. He had felt too big. She was still sore. He was still inside her, though she was no longer stretched painfully by his hardness. There had been no shared emotion, no shared tenderness, as she had dreamed there would be in such an intimate act. It had not been an act of love. Not in the romantic sense, anyway. She did not believe he had enjoyed it. But then, it had not been done for enjoyment. She could not feel sorry. She could not feel the wrongness of it. She could only think about her own guilt, and think about her sorrow for those innocent people she had wronged tonight. But she could not feel sorry. He was at peace. For these few moments at least, he was at peace. She thought of the kind of grief and guilt that could still torment him so even after a year, of the kind of love there must have been to have left such a storm of darkness behind it. She was exquisitely lovely, Emmy. Is it any wonder I tumbled head over ears in love with her? She stared upward at the stars, her fingertips still absently massaging his head through his hair. And then she knew that he was awake. There was tension in his body, a vibration in his chest. He had said something. He drew free of her body and lifted himself to one side of her, sliding an arm beneath her neck and about her shoulders as he did so. Cool air rushed at her naked body, but he reached over and drew his cloak about her. She could see his face quite clearly in the moonlight. He gazed at her for a long while before he spoke. "You have given a great and reckless gift this night, Emmy," he said at last. "I cannot condemn you. I am too touched by your enormous generosity. I can only wish that I had had firmer control over my desires. I will forever regret what I have just done to you." No, not that. No regrets. It had happened, and it had happened because he had had need of her, and the need had shown itself in physical form. She had come to bring him comfort, not more guilt. No, not regret, not forever. Forever was too long a time. "No," he said. "I know you will never blame me, Emmy. You never did. You never asked anything for yourself, did you? You encouraged selfishness in me, and I readily took advantage of what you offered. All those years ago, and again tonight. Well, it will be my turn now. My turn for the rest of my life." Though she did not catch every word he spoke, she could see the bitterness in his face. But he did not give her the chance to reply. He set his mouth to hers, his lips closed, and kept it there for a long time, one hand firm against the back of her head. "I hurt you," he said, when he finally put a little distance between them. She did not reply. It had been merely a physical thing. He had not hurt her. He put a handkerchief into her hand, but she looked at him, uncomprehending, and so he took it from her and used it himself, setting it gently against her sore and throbbing flesh, cleansing away what she guessed must be blood, folding it and pressing it lightly but firmly against her again, soothing her. She turned her face in against his chest and closed her eyes. She was soothed by the vibrations, though she did not know what he said. If it had been important, he would have lifted her chin so that she could see his lips. His hand massaged her head as hers had done for him just a few minutes before. She wondered what the future would be like now that there had been this between them. She wondered if it would be more or less bearable than the past 7 years had been. But suddenly she knew she would be fooling herself if she imagined even for one moment that it would be more bearable. She knew him now with her body as well as her heart. She had loved him with her body. She had given herself with the whole of her being. But it was her body he had taken, coming inside her and using her as a woman. She did not regret it. She knew that tomorrow, and perhaps for the rest of her life, she would bitterly regret many aspects of what had happened tonight. But she knew equally that she would never regret loving Ashley, with her body as well as with every other part of herself. She always had loved him. She always would. Without even realizing that she was close to doing so, she slept. She had slept, he guessed, for well over an hour, perhaps too, deeply, as he might have expected Emmy to sleep, warm and relaxed and trusting. But finally she stirred and looked at him, and smiled. How could she smile when she had been so misused tonight? And moved away from him in order to sit up and pull on her shift and her dress. He adjusted his own clothing, shook out their cloaks, set hers about her shoulders and buttoned it at her throat, pulled his own about him, and led the way through the trees back to the house. He considered sending her on ahead of him when they came to the open lawn and keeping an eye out for her safety. For her safety. But he rejected the idea. If they were seen together, what difference would it make now, anyway? Tomorrow, everything must change. He walked beside her, not touching her, not saying anything. He had not spoken a word since she woke up. He took her to the door of her room and opened it for her, but there was not enough light for her to see his lips. He put his arms about her and set his lips to hers, without passion, merely a good-night embrace. "Thank you, Emmy," he said afterward, though he knew she could not hear him. "For what you tried to do, and for what you did. Thank you. Good night, little fawn." He took a step back and waited until she had closed the door between them. He spent most of the rest of the night standing fully clothed at his window. He had debauched Emmy. Through all the darkness that had engulfed his life in the past 3 years, he had finally touched the very heart of darkness. He had taken sweet and bright innocence and destroyed it, pulling it into the darkness with him. And perhaps she did not even know it yet. Emmy. The Earl of Royce had walked with his wife and child and some of his nieces and nephews out to the hill behind the house. Ashley was strolling alone on the terrace when they returned. He declined the children's eager invitation to play, and Constance, throwing him a look of sympathetic apology, herded them into the house. Victor would have followed them, after nodding amiably, but Ashley stopped him. "I would have a word with you, Royce, if I might," he said. "Certainly, it would be my pleasure," Victor said, making to stroll along the terrace instead of accompanying his wife and the children indoors. He schooled his features to quiet sympathy. "In greater privacy," Ashley said. "Luke is out riding. The study will be unoccupied." "Certainly." Victor looked somewhat surprised, but he followed Ashley willingly enough. Ashley closed the door of the study behind them and half smiled as he stood against it. "This is going to come as something of a shock to you," he said, "especially in light of some of yesterday's events. But I must ask you for Emmy's hand." Victor, who had been in the process of seating himself, changed his mind. He stared blankly. "Emily," he said. "Her hand?" "In marriage." Ashley clasped his hands behind him. "In marriage?" The Earl still looked blank. "She is already betrothed to Powell." "But 'tis me she will marry," Ashley said quietly. "She is of age. I do not need your permission except as a courtesy. But there is the matter of a marriage settlement. I am well able to give her the sort of life the daughter of an earl might expect." Victor appeared to be recovering himself. He frowned. "Emily is betrothed, Kendrick," he said. "The announcement was made yesterday. You were there. A betrothal is as binding as a marriage. Besides, you have been back at Bowden less than 2 days. You came a little too late for such manoeuvrings, did you not?" His manner had become stiffer, more disapproving. It was hard to believe, Ashley thought, that Royce was younger than himself. The responsibilities of his position and family life had put dignity and the illusion of years on him. "Her betrothal must be ended," Ashley said. "She will marry me." "I am well aware," Victor said, now sounding downright irritable, "that you have suffered a severe loss, Kendrick, that coming home and having to break your news has put great stress upon you in the past couple of days.
But she will marry me, Ashley said. She has no choice. Neither do I.
The Earl of Royce went very still, and looked at him fixedly for several long moments before coming toward him.
What exactly do you mean by that? He asked. Just what you think I mean, Ashley said.
He saw it coming. He might quite easily have avoided it. He did not move, even to the extent of taking his arms from behind him. The back of his head crashed against the door. Pain exploded in the right side of his jaw, and his vision blackened for a few moments. He kept his hands where they were.
You swine!
There was fury and contempt in Royce's voice.
You will meet me for this, Kendrick? If I must, Ashley said. But perhaps it would be more rational to talk business. If I lived through a duel, nothing would have changed. If I died and there were consequences for Emmy, she would be in an impossible situation.
He watched the other man fight his fury as he considered the sense of what had just been said. His nostrils flared.
It was ravishment, he asked.
Ashley did not immediately answer him.
If she says so, he said, you must ask Emmy, but her answer can change nothing. We will marry. Powell may feel less concerned than I about whether you live or die, Victor said.
Ashley inclined his head.
That will be his choice, he said. I shall find him as soon as I have left here. No, Victor said sharply. You will leave that to me, Kendrick.
Ashley considered the matter and nodded.
Let us proceed to business, then, he said, indicating the desk that faced him across the room.
But Victor did not turn.
You will pardon me if we postpone this discussion until later today, he said. This matter is hard to digest, and by my life 'tis hard to accept. 'Tis not enough that you are scarcely out of mourning for one wife, but you must be stealing another from under the nose of a perfectly decent man.
Ashley's head went back, but he said nothing.
If you will excuse me, Victor said coldly.
Ashley stood away from the door, but he spoke again.
I would have no harsh words spoken to Emmy, he said. She is under my protection now, and I will allow no one to upset her.
The Earl of Royce paused with his hand on the doorknob. He did not look away from it.
Sounds, he said. But if you were a man, Kendrick, you would have been there with your wife and child. You would have saved them from the blaze or perished with them.
Ashley said nothing. His jaw was throbbing like a giant toothache. He did not touch it. Emily found Lord Powell in the morning room conversing with Charlotte and Jeremiah. Emily smiled at all of them and beckoned Lord Powell. He followed her from the room, looking half embarrassed, while Charlotte looked archly at Emily and Jeremiah looked somewhat disapproving. Emily led the way to the library, opened the door before either Lord Powell or a footman could get there to do it for her, and waited inside to close it. Lord Powell looked decidedly uncomfortable by the time she had done so.
"Good morning, my dear,"
he said, reaching out both hands for hers.
"How delightful to have a private greeting from you. But we must not be too long alone. We are as yet only betrothed."
He smiled at her. She did not smile back or take his hands. She reached through the slit of her petticoat to the pockets taped about her waist and removed the letter she had written this morning after she had woken up. She had been enormously surprised to discover that she had slept, and apparently for several hours. She awoke feeling sore and uncomfortable and heavy of heart. The remorse she had anticipated the night before had been there in full force. Guilt and sorrow and shame, they had assailed her from all directions. But she had refused to lie there and wallow in any of them. She had known what she did. She had known what the consequences would be. She had no right now to nurse her suffering. She had no right to suffer. And so she had written the letter, and then 2 more. She handed the first letter to Lord Powell, and noted with a stabbing of pain that he looked pleased. "For me?" he said. "You have written to me, Lady Emily?" She had not anticipated his expecting that it was some sort of love letter she had written. She lowered her eyes for a moment, but she would not give herself that comfort. She watched him as he unfolded the paper and read, and then watched as his eyes moved up the page so that he could read it again. There was no discernible expression on his face. "My lord," she had written. She could remember every word. She had taken a whole hour to write it. Words, even written words, did not come easily to her. "Forgive me if you ever can. I cannot continue our betrothal. I cannot marry you. The fault is not yours. It is all mine. I have written to my brother and to the Duke of Hunden to tell them so. With regret, Emily Marlowe." His eyes lifted and met hers and held them. "Why?" he asked. She could only stare mutely at him. "Your promise has been given," he said. "The marriage papers have been signed by both Royce and myself. The betrothal has been announced to your family, and to my own." She bit her lip. "Is it fear?" he asked. "Fear of leaving here, where you are loved and understood? Fear that your affliction will cause insuperable problems when you go to live among strangers? Is that it?" No. She had felt that fear, but she had been willing to accept the challenge. She shook her head. "Why, then?" He was frowning now. 2 evenings ago the answer was yes. Yesterday the answer was yes. Why is it suddenly no this morning when 'tis too late for no? There must be a reason. Write it for me." He looked about the library and strode toward the desk by the window. He pulled a piece of paper to its edge, tested the nib of a quill pen, dipped it in the inkwell and held it out to her. She moved reluctantly toward him and took the pen from his hand. What had he said so quickly and so angrily? What did he want of her? How could she marshal thought and feeling into words? Writing was almost as impossible to her as speech. Her mind did not think in words. "I cannot," she wrote, but he already knew that. He deserved more. She wished she could explain, but she could not. "Because of this," he said. "Because you cannot speak. Because you cannot hear. I knew these things before I came to Bowden Abbey. I was prepared even before I met you to accept you as a bride. You are eligible in every other way. Explain yourself." She could see that the anger in his face was almost explosive now. "I am sorry," she wrote, after dipping the pen in the inkwell again. She kept her gaze on the paper. She could not continue the conversation, if conversation it was. As it was, she would see his bewildered, angry face in her memory, and feel his humiliation for days and weeks to come. Perhaps longer. She had no illusions about that. What she had done to him was unforgivable. She would never forgive herself. She did not even have the excuse of having been so caught up by emotion that she had not thought of all the implications and consequences of what she was doing. She had known. But he had not finished with the conversation. His hand came beneath her chin and raised it, and even turned her head to the light from the window. It had started to rain, she saw. It had looked this morning as if it might rain. Heavy clouds had covered the sky since she had been lying outside, looking up at the stars. "There is someone else," he said, when her eyes came to rest unwillingly on his lips. "There has to be. And it takes no genius to discern who that someone must be. Lord Ashley Kendrick." She frowned and closed her eyes and shook her head, but his hand tightened on her jaw and lifted it higher so that her head was at an uncomfortable angle. She opened her eyes again. "He danced with you," he said. "You gave him the set you had granted to me. You had nothing but smiles for him. He calls you Emmy. There was the fondness of brother and sister between you, I thought.
I begin to believe I am a fool. But he will not marry you. He is a duke's son. He is enormously wealthy from all I have heard in the past day or so. He is somewhat above my stamp, Lady Emily. He will look for more in a bride than I am able to. Besides, he lost a wife just over a year ago, and has been devastated by her loss. Perhaps you dream of comforting him and replacing her in his affection." It hurt her to see the sneer on his face. It was not a pleasant or a becoming expression, and she had put it there. She could not grasp what he was saying. She read only the hurt and humiliation behind his words. "Perhaps," he said, "he will take the comfort if you offer it blatantly enough. But he will not marry you. You will be sorry you did not have me when you had the chance. I will take my leave of you. I will be gone from this house before the day is out. Believe me, it cannot be soon enough for me." He had removed his hand from her chin at last. He made her now a deep and mocking bow before hurrying past her. She did not turn to watch him leave the room. She lowered her head and stared downward for a long time, her eyes directed unseeing on the carpet beneath her feet. Chapter 10. She was not at the Falls, though he walked there in the rain to look for her. She was not in the nursery, where the children played with loud enthusiasm. He found her in the conservatory, seated among the large potted plants, almost hidden from view. She did not look up when he came into her line of vision. He stood looking down at her, not even attempting for a while to speak with her. Her hair was neatly dressed this morning. It was smooth over her head and knotted at the back. She wore no cap. She was wearing stays and small hoops beneath her simple, unadorned open gown. Her face was pale and composed. The hands in her lap were still. He remembered the smiling, exuberant girl who used to bound about outdoors like a young colt or a little fawn. He remembered the smiling, trusting eyes as she watched him speak. He remembered her warm, responsive hand, her cheerful patience as she mended his quill pens when he worked for Luke. Dear Emmy, sweet child. This was what she had come to, this pale, calm, beautiful woman. This was what he had done to her. He could still scarcely believe how all the tender brotherly feelings he had always had for her had been converted into unbridled lust last night. He had tried to fight it, it was true. He had urged her several times to leave. But the fault for what had happened was entirely his. Emmy had had only two faults, a vast innocence and an unbounded generosity. She had seen him suffering, and she had come to comfort him. She had not understood that he could no longer take comfort from her in the old way, and yet when she had realized it, she had not taken fright. She had given anyway. She had given the ultimate gift. And now her betrothal, her future, her life were in ruins. There had been a fondness, perhaps more, between herself and Powell. He remembered with deep shame how he had used her the night before. He remembered how she felt inside, how he had been less than gentle there with her, how he had taken and taken and taken. He did not want such memories of Emmy. He wanted her to be that sweet child again. He did not want to remember how he had lusted after her, how possessing her body had driven him wild with the desire for release. He wanted the gentle memories, not the harsh reality. He went down on his haunches in front of her and looked into her face. She gazed steadily enough back at him, though colour crept into her cheeks. "Emmy," he said, "how are you?" Foolish question. How did he think she was? Her mouth smiled fleetingly. "Are you hurt?" he asked, realizing the ambiguity of his words even as he spoke them. He had meant physically. He could remember the seemingly endless moments of stretching before the virgin barrier had broken.
He could remember the involuntary vigour with which he had worked to his climax soon after sheathing himself in her newly opened depths. She shook her head slightly. He felt a moment's relief about that at least, but he could hardly expect her to admit to soreness or pain, even if she felt either, he supposed. If there was soreness, she should at least have had the consolation of this being the morning after her wedding night. It should have been Powell. "I will not insult you by asking for your forgiveness," he said. "What I did was unforgivable." There was light in her eyes suddenly. She shook her head vigorously. "I know," he said, "without having to ask you, that you consider yourself equally guilty, Emmy. But you were not. You came to help me. Even through your happiness yesterday, you saw that I was unhappy. And so you came last night to comfort me, as you always used to do when you were no more than a child. Your generosity was boundless, and I was scoundrel enough to take advantage of it. And so I have destroyed your happiness. You do not intend this morning to continue with your betrothal." She frowned briefly, in that characteristic way of hers, when someone was speaking too fast or too long. But she understood his final question. She shook her head. "You have already spoken with Powell?" he asked. She nodded, her eyes huge and sad. "Poor Emmy," he said. "I am so very sorry. How did you do it, I wonder? But you can always make yourself understood when you want to. I have spoken with your brother already." Her eyes asked the question. She still did not understand, of course. Her sense of honour had led her to breaking her betrothal, but she did not fully understand. Perhaps she had thought she could retire quietly into her old way of life. "I shall wait to talk with a few other people today," he said, speaking more slowly. "Luke, your sister, your sisters, your clergyman brother-in-law, perhaps, and I shall stay to lend you some moral support today. But I will leave at first light tomorrow. I should be back the following day with a licence. Our wedding can be solemnized 3 days from now." Her eyes were wide with bewilderment, and then disbelief. She shook her head. He rested one knee on the floor. "Yes," he said. "Oh, yes, Emmy. We will marry." She tried to get to her feet, but he was kneeling too close to her and would not move. She sat down again. "No," she told him. "No, no, no." Her eyes gave him no reason, only the adamant refusal. His smile was somewhat twisted. "You loved him, Emmy?" he asked. "You love him? And only yesterday you were facing a happily ever after with him. 'Twas an evil day for you when I came home, but it signifies nothing in what must now happen. In 3 days' time you will be Lady Ashley Kendrick. You will be respectable again." The very idea of Emmy's not being respectable was preposterous. Innocence shone from her eyes, despite last night's dark deed. "No," she told him again. But now her eyes and her expressive hands said more. He did not need to do this. She had given freely. She wanted and expected nothing in return. There was no need of this. "Emmy," he said, and for the first time he touched her. He set his fingertips against the back of one of her hands. "I had your maidenhood last night. Your brother knows it this morning. Everyone in this house and at Wycherley will know it before the day is out. Thanks to my perfidy, you are a fallen woman today." The absurdity of his words was clear to him, as was their truth. "You must allow me to do what is honourable." He saw her eyes move to his jaw, which was doubtless darkening into a bruise, and he watched them fill with tears, and knew that he must wait. There could be no conversation, no communication while she could not see. None of the tears spilled over. She loved him, he knew. Only the deepest love could have prompted her actions of last night. But it was not a sexual love. even though paradoxically that was the form it had taken last night. She did not love him as a woman loves a man. Her love was purer than that, and he had sullied it. And now he knew he must forever shackle it to himself, and perhaps destroy it and her in the process. And so he had to destroy himself as well. He had been loved unconditionally, and he had selfishly squeezed the life and the joy out of that love. It was a heavy burden, the heaviest of all.
"Did you understand me?"
he asked when he could see that her vision had cleared. She had to understand that there was no choice whatsoever.
"We will marry. My seed might bear fruit."
He watched awareness come into her eyes and colour to her cheeks. He watched understanding dawn, that they had been together as man and wife, that perhaps they had begotten a child. Even to him, though he had thought of it before, the idea was dizzying. Not Emmy. Not in Emmy. He could not think of her so. He did not want to think of her in sexual terms. He did not want her as his wife, his woman. He loved her too dearly. Sexual passion and marriage were foul things. She lowered her head and looked at her hands for a long time. When she looked up at him again, her eyes told him nothing. They were unlike Emmy's eyes. There was a blankness in them, as if she had shut herself away from him. It was the worst moment of all. But he guessed she had accepted the inevitable. He covered both her hands with his own.
"We will marry in 3 days' time, Emmy,"
he said, smiling at her.
"'Twill not be so bad, you will see. I will devote my life to your happiness."
She shook her head slowly, her eyes still blank.
"You think I should not so devote my life?"
he asked her. She shook her head again, but he knew now that she was not answering his question.
"You will not marry me?"
he asked her. No, she told him quite firmly. She would not marry him, and she motioned away from herself with her hands. She was telling him something she had never told him before. "Go away from me. Leave me." Lord Powell was leaving. It had certainly not taken him long to have his bags packed and to summon his carriage. Luke and Anna were seeing him on his way, a grim-faced Luke and a tearful Anna. Ashley was careful to stay well out of sight. He was the last person any of the three of them would wish to see at that moment. He had half expected a challenge from Powell, but it had not come. Perhaps he did not know the truth behind his broken engagement after all. But Luke and Anna surely did. He was standing in the stairway arch when they came inside. Anna bit her upper lip when she saw him. "Ashley," she said. "Oh, Ashley, what have you done?" There was no accusation in her eyes, only a huge misery.
"You will oblige me by going to your room, madam," Luke said, "where you may have some peace. I will come to you there later. You and I will walk outside, Ashley."
There was chill command in his voice. He was, at that moment, every inch the Duke of Harnden, the man who had been respected and feared for 10 years in Paris for his prowess with sword and pistol. Anna disappeared without another word. They walked in silence through the rain, which had settled to a steady and chilly drizzle. Luke wore a cloak. Ashley did not. Dampness seeped into his skirted coat, into his embroidered waistcoat and shirt, and into his hair, which was tied back and bagged in silk. He did not even notice. They walked out behind the house, past the hill, to the no-man's land between it and the river. They were out of sight of the house there. Luke stopped and removed his cloak. He dropped it carelessly to the grass, and sent his coat to follow it, and then his waistcoat. Ashley watched him, a half-smile on his lips.
"Remove yours,"
Luke said, ice in his voice.
I am going to thrash you."
"I'll not fight you," Ashley said quietly.
"As you would not fight Royce,"
Luke said.
"I suppose the bruise comes courtesy of him. I noticed no matching sign of violence on his face when he spoke to me a short while ago. Very well, then. You may take your punishment without defending yourself, if that is your choice."
Ashley fought only one fight during the minutes that followed. He fought to stay on his feet, not to take the coward's way out and crumple to the ground to avoid the punishing blows of his brother's fists. His hands balled at his sides, but he did not use them. Luke's strength had not diminished with age, Ashley quickly realized, though he was well into his 30s. Finally, Luke took the edges of his coat in both hands and backed him against the lone tree that stood in this barren place.
"She is my wife's sister," he hissed. "She is here under my protection, and yet under my very nose my brother has ravished her and ruined her. Be thankful that you will escape this morning with your life, Ashley. You do so only because now she needs your miserable protection, and because I would not deprive her of that dubious comfort."
Ashley said nothing. He was concentrating on his physical pain, which was a welcome relief from a far worse pain.
"But by my life I swear this, brother," Luke said, "if you mistreat her, if you give her one moment of anguish, your life is forfeit. I will not ask if you understand me. You understand very well."
He released his hold on Ashley's coat as if he might contaminate himself with such contact, then turned his back. He stooped down for his discarded clothes and began to pull them back on.
"She says she will not marry me,"
Ashley said quietly. Luke paused in the act of bending for his cloak. He turned to look over his shoulder.
"What?"
he said.
"She says no," Ashley said. "She is quite adamant about it. I will persist, of course, but somehow I do not believe she will be moved."
Luke walked toward him and stood examining his own handiwork. Ashley did not avert his face or try to dab at the blood that was dripping from his nose onto his cravat.
"Well, my dear," Luke said, "perhaps you will be justly punished, not in being forced to marry the woman you have ruined, but in being forced not to marry her. I have always had great respect for Emily. That respect has just increased tenfold."
He turned to stride away in the direction of the house, not pausing to see if his brother would accompany him. They all knew, or would soon know. The whole family would know why she had put an end to her betrothal just the day after it had been announced. Because he had foolishly spoken to Victor, and had foolishly assumed that she would marry him. He might have asked her first. They might have spared their families the sordid, painful truth. But perhaps not. Perhaps they would have suspected. Lord Powell had, and questioned and cajoled. And then they would have thought the worse of Ashley for keeping silence. They would have thought, perhaps, that he was trying to avoid doing what was honourable. What was honourable? Emily, still in the conservatory, stared down at her hands. She had given her promise 2 days ago. Yesterday she had consented to a public announcement. And last night... She sighed. And she had been so very wrong. She had thought to give comfort. When she had understood what he needed of her, she had gone ahead anyway. She had sacrificed everything, including honour, in order to give comfort. And she had failed miserably. But she would not make matters even worse. She would not take the coward's way out. She would not marry him. Ashley. She spread her hands on her lap. There was not a part of her that did not ache, she thought. Even her fingers, even her heart, especially her heart. Anna was the first to find her. A long time later, or 5 minutes later. Time meant nothing to Emily this morning. Her sister drew up a chair and sat down beside her. It was tempting not to look up, to remain hidden inside her very private and silent life. and she did not look up for a while. But she could not hurt Anna more than she already must be hurt, Emily told herself. Anna had been a mother to her. She raised her eyes. Anna's face still showed the red marks of dried tears.
"Emmy,"
she said.
"Oh, Emmy."
Emily reached across and touched her hand, but it was too late to be offering anyone comfort.
"Lord Powell was so stiff and angry on the outside, so hurt on the inside," Anna said. "But you did the right thing, meeting him face to face, instead of having Victor do it for you. I must admire you for that."
Dear Anna, always so reluctant to condemn, always looking for good, even when there was none. Emily patted her hand.
"Luke just came to me," Anna said. "He told me you will not marry Ashley. Is it true, Emmy? And is it true that—"
She shrugged her shoulders, and colour flooded into her cheeks.
"But that is none of my concern. He told Luke that he will ask you again. Will you not have him?"
Emily shook her head.
"But you love him."
Anna had taken her sister's hand in both of hers.
"You always have, even during the years he was away, even after he married and after his son was born. That is the only explanation for what perhaps happened last night. It must have been dreadful for you to have watched the suffering he tried so very valiantly yesterday to hide from us. Now you could marry him, Emmy. Indeed, many people would say you have no choice but to marry him."
Emily shook her head. Anna squeezed her hand tightly.
"Then I will support you in your decision," she said. "I will not allow anyone to bully you. I have always told you that you need not marry anyone, that you may remain here for the rest of your life. You are my sister, but you have always felt like one of my own children. You were just a child when Mamma was so ill, and even when she died. I love you like one of my own, Emmy. You were as dear to me as Joy or any of the boys."
That was the trouble, Emily thought. Oh, that was the trouble. She would have no choice but to stay here, a burden for the rest of her life on people who had lives of their own to live. Ashley's own brother. There would be no escaping now. She had lost her chance with Lord Powell. She had refused her chance with Ashley, and there could be no other man.
"Come and have something to eat," Anna said. "I would guess that you have not eaten all day."
She shook her head. She could not eat. Even less could she go back into the house and face other people. They would all know by now. They would all look at her, perhaps with condemnation, perhaps with pity, perhaps with embarrassment. They would all know that last night she had lain with Ashley. How very public it had become, what they had done together at the Falls. Ashley, she thought, would have the additional embarrassment of having it known that she had refused to allow him to retrieve his honour, and she had thought to comfort him. Anna left her, but had a tray of food sent in a short while later. Emily ate an apple and sipped on a cup of tea.
"She will have to be made to see reason," Charlotte said. "The trouble with Emily is that she has always been allowed to do whatever she wishes because of her affliction. No one has ever taught her any sense of duty. Perhaps you would explain it to her, Jeremiah. Perhaps she will listen to you, considering the fact that you are—"
"I hardly think, my love,"
the Reverend Jeremiah Hornsby began.
"If anyone is to speak to Emily,"
the Earl of Royce said sharply,
"'twill be me."
Everyone, with the exception of Emily and Ashley, was gathered in the dining-room, though very little food was being consumed. A family conference was in progress.
"No one will speak to Emily,"
Anna said.
"She has made up her mind. We would do well to remember that she is of age, that she is no longer a child."
"Pox on it,"
Lord Quinn said.
"My own nephew is the villain of this piece. As I live, I would draw his cork for him this very minute if he were to walk through that door." "There are ladies present, Theo," Luke said.
"Lud, Theo,"
Lady Stern said.
Have you not noticed what Luke is hiding beneath the table by keeping his hands in his lap?
Luke pursed his lips and raised his eyebrows. "My dear," he said, "I have already explained. I skinned my knuckles while playing roughly with my sons and nephews, and even a niece or two this morning."
"Sure," Lady Stern said. "You must talk to Emily then, Victor," Charlotte said. "But you must be firm with her."
"Looky here,"
Lord Quinn said, wagging a finger about the table. His brows were knit together in a ferocious frown, marring his usually good-humoured expression.
"'Tis my nephew who must be firm with her, and I shall tell him so the next time I see him. Egad, she is such a sweet little girl, and with such speaking eyes. He has doubtless frightened her to death. He has to be made to convince her that he has put behind him grief for that unfortunate wife of his, and will devote himself to her comfort. Did he do that this morning, eh? I will wager not, as I live."
"'Tis a dreadful thing," the Reverend Hornsby said, "and a reflection on the honour of the whole family. Broken vows, seduction, a refusal to accept the consequences of sin. Pardon me, my love, and Anna, but the blame must be put squarely on Emily's shoulders. It does not signify how Lord Ashley expressed himself this morning, Lord Quinn. The fact is that he did express himself and did offer to do the honourable thing."
"Perhaps," Lady Stern said, "she will change her mind. Ladies like to be persuaded. Perhaps Lord Ashley forgot this morning to mention the fact that he is fond of her. Faith, but 'twould be a disastrous omission."
"Perhaps," Luke said, sounding infinitely bored, "we should eat the food that has been set before us. Perhaps we should allow the two people most central to our discussion to order their own lives as they see fit." He held up a staying hand, when Charlotte opened her mouth and drew audible breath. For a moment, everyone had a shockingly clear view of the raw knuckles he had skinned while playing with the children. "I shall speak with Emily myself before the day is out. I believe I have some influence with her."
"Luke,"
Anna said, reaching out to touch his arm. "Madam?" He turned his steady gaze on her. "Will you have some cold beef with your bread, or would you prefer the chicken?" Chapter 11. Emily had changed into the very old dress that had so shocked Lord Powell only the day before. She had taken the pins out of her hair and shaken it loose down her back. She had kicked off her shoes and removed her silk stockings. It looked wet and dreary outside, though the rain had stopped. She did not care. She slipped down the servants' stairs at the back of the house and out through a side door. She would not go to the falls. She was not sure she would ever be able to go back there, to the place where she had made the biggest mistake of her life. All of her memories of Ashley would be tied up in that one spot, all of them, culminating in the memory of how she had hung herself about his neck like a millstone just at the time when she had been trying to free him from suffering. Gifts were dangerous things, she thought. Sometimes one succeeded only in taking far more than one gave. She ran lightly in the other direction, across wet and chilly lawns, amongst trees whose branches dripped large drops of water onto her head and face and arms, and through to the meadow beyond. She had always loved this place, for the opposite reason to her love of the falls. The falls closed her into a small and private world. The meadow opened the world before her in a long and wide vista across fields and distant rolling countryside. She stood for a long time and gazed at the world beyond herself, at order and beauty and peace. The grass was wet beneath her feet, but she would not be deterred by it. She went down on her knees and then lay face down on the ground, her head tilted back so that she could gaze across the meadow almost from ground level. She saw the grass and the wildflowers as they would see themselves, rooted to earth and growing upward toward light and rain. She could see droplets of water on individual blades of grass and petals of flowers. Then she rested her forehead on her arms. Her hands were flat against the ground, her fingers spread. She could feel the world spinning with her. She could feel the pulse of the universe against her own heartbeat. She lay still and relaxed, feeling the connection. She felt no alarm, no unease when she realized that she was not alone. She did not even move for some time. She knew who it was. He would not disturb her or go away. She turned her head eventually and looked at him. He was sitting cross-legged on the grass a short distance from her. His elegant brown-skirted coat and the breeches beneath were going to be soaked, she thought. She studied his battered face, one eye swollen half shut, both cheeks red and raw-looking, a swollen, cut lip. Victor had given him the bruise beneath his jaw. Who was responsible for the rest? Lord Powell? Luke? "Luke," he said, almost as if she had asked the question out loud. She sat up and noticed how her dress was dark with wetness and clinging to her all the way down the front. It did not matter. She raised her knees and clasped her arms about them. "I saw you from my window," he said, startling her by signing the words with his hands in the private language they had started to devise long ago, "and followed you. There is no peace for you today, is there?" He smiled at her, and then winced before touching a finger gingerly to his lip. She wondered if Luke looked as bad. Why was it, she thought, that no one had come to beat her? She deserved a beating more than Ashley. "We need to talk, Emmy," he said, still signing the words. "It never even entered my head that you would refuse me, and so I nobly blurted out the whole truth to Royce, and he spread the glad tidings to everyone else in the house. Doubtless it did not enter his head either. I have put you in a very awkward position, to put the matter mildly." She wished he would stop taking responsibility for her. What she had done freely. He had offered her respectability, and she had refused. He owed her nothing else. He owed her nothing at all. She wanted to smooth her fingers very, very gently over his hurt cheeks and lip. "Ah, those eyes," he said. "They speak volumes, but sometimes even I cannot translate the language. And we never did invent enough signs for deeper thoughts and feelings. 'Tis not fair that all the burden of listening and understanding be on you. I remember once telling you that I would come back to teach you to read and write. Do you remember?" He had said it when he was leaving, on that most painful of all mornings, even more painful than this morning. "Perhaps," he said, "I should remain here for a while, Emmy, and teach you. Forget about last night. Forget about this morning. And just be dear friends again. Brother and sister as we used to be." She smiled sadly, but she pointed to herself, spread her palms flat before her, and read them as if she were reading a book. Then she dipped an imaginary quill pen into an imaginary inkwell, and wrote an imaginary word with a flourish. She looked back at him. "You can already read and write," he said. "Who taught you, Emmy? Luke?" "Yes, Luke." "Damn him," he said. She lifted her shoulders. "And so there is nothing I can do for you, is there?" he said. "Strong, self-sufficient Emmy. You were always the same. It was always a ridiculous fallacy to believe you weak and vulnerable because you could not hear or speak, yet many people believed it, and probably still do. Perhaps I should ask what I can learn from you. We always think of teaching you, Emmy, teaching you to communicate. Perhaps we should do the learning, and learn not to communicate, or to do it in a different way. Now there is a thought. Perhaps we could learn your peace if we could share your silence. What is it like? 'Tis not a dreadful affliction to you, is it? You have found meaning in silence. You are almost like a different being. You have perhaps the strongest character of anyone I have ever known." He had stopped signing, and he had spoken at great length, as he had always used to do. She had always understood him, perhaps because she had loved to gaze at him. She felt anything but strong. At this moment, she almost wished she had given in this morning and let life happen to her for the rest of her days. She would have had Ashley for the rest of her life, as her companion, her lover, her husband. No, she would never have had him. Even if she had agreed to marry him, she could never have him. Ashley's heart was given, buried with his dead wife. She could never be happy with just what was left, especially when it was offered out of a sense of obligation, an obligation she had placed him under.
"Perhaps one day I will learn silence,"
he said, and his one good eye smiled gently at her, making him look like the old Ashley, despite the mutilation of the rest of his face.
"But in the meantime, perhaps I should teach you to speak, Emmy. Now that might be a gift worth giving."
She caught her lower lip between her teeth.
"Have you ever tried?"
he asked. He leaned slightly forward toward her.
"I suppose 'twould not be impossible. You make sounds, you know, Emmy, especially when you laugh. You could probably speak if you could only hear. Have you ever tried?"
"When I was a small child," she told him, with busy and eager hands, "I did speak a little." He gazed at her.
"You?" he said. "You could speak? You could hear, Emmy? What happened?"
"I had a fever," she told him as best she could, "and then I could not hear."
"Sounds," he said. "I did not know that. Do you remember sound, Emmy? Do you remember speech?"
"No," she told him sadly. "No, I was very small."
"You should be able to speak again then, Emmy."
He had leaned forward, looking eager and almost boyish despite his battered face.
"Have you tried?"
She had often sat before a looking-glass, forming with her mouth the words she read on other people's lips. She had even tried making sound, but she had no way of knowing if the resulting effort was speech. She had never tried it out on anyone, and she could not remember how it felt to speak.
"Zounds, you have!"
He smiled broadly, and then fingered his lip again.
"Admit it."
She nodded, feeling embarrassed.
"Say yes," he said. "Let me hear you."
She felt breathless, as if she had been running for 5 miles without stopping. She should never have admitted the truth, but he would have known.
"Say yes to me."
His smile had softened. She drew breath and moved her lips in careful formation of the word. At the same time, she forced what she thought was sound. Then she hid her face in her hands. There was laughter in his face when she gathered enough courage to remove her hands and peep up at him. He had been laughing.
"The word was correctly formed," he said, "and there was sound, but there was no communion between the two, Emmy. I believe you blocked the sound, perhaps with the back of your tongue. It came through your nose."
She bit her lip, horribly mortified. What had happened to his idea of learning silence? Would she laugh at him if he got it wrong?
"Try again," he told her. "Let the sound come through your mouth. Let the air come through your lips."
She did not know how. She could not remember. "Say the word to me," she demanded with one hand. But when he did so, she still did not know how. She wriggled closer to him until their knees almost touched. "Again," she commanded.
"Yes,"
he said, while she stretched out one hand and set her fingertips lightly against his throat. She could feel the vibrations. "Again," she motioned, frowning in concentration.
"Yes, yes, yes."
She set her fingers against her own throat and tried to make vibrations. He had told her to let the air out through her mouth. She set the other hand before it. She could feel the air, and then the vibrations. She darted a look up at him.
"You have it, by my life," he said. "Sound, Emmy. coming through your lips. Now say yes.
Yes,
she said. The gleam in his good eye was not exactly amusement. It was triumph, the type of look she had seen in Luke's eyes when Joy took her first step.
Yes,
he said, stretching his swollen, cut lips and showing her that the final sound was a more violent one than the one she had produced.
Zzz,
she said. He was enjoying himself. The old Ashley, though somewhat battered, but she was concentrating too hard for the thought to be conscious.
Yes,
he said.
yes,
Yes.
yes,
Yes.
yes,
Yes.
yes.
He was laughing.
Yes, Emmy, yes,
he said, and he opened his arms to her. She was laughing too, helplessly, excitedly, like a child with a hard-won prize. She could speak. She could form words and make sound and be understood. She could speak all of one word. She could not stop laughing. She swayed forward a couple of inches and stopped. The laughter went from his face, even as she felt it drain from hers. His arms dropped back to his knees.
Emmy, he said, marry me. Marry me and make me laugh again. Marry me and teach me your silence, your serenity. Marry me and let me teach you to speak, to hold a whole conversation, to drive people distracted with your constant chattering. Marry me.
The temptation was almost overwhelming. For a few minutes, 7 years had fallen away, and they had been purely happy together, as they had always used to be. In a rare two-way communication, he had stepped into her world as surely as she had stepped into his. The temptation to believe that those few minutes could be expanded to a lifetime was powerful indeed. She shook her head. He had sat looking at her for a long time before she gave in to a small temptation. She lifted one of his arms from his knee, nestled her cheek against the back of his hand, and turned her head to kiss it. Then she set his arm back over his knee.
Yes, I know,
he said, when she looked into his face again.
You love him, Emmy, and there have been Alice and Thomas in my life. Our fondness for each other will not overcome those barriers. Have it your way, then.
She smiled at him.
But, Emmy,
he said, and he was signing again.
If there is a child, and there may be a child, you must marry me. You must. Do you understand? 'Twould not be just you and me, then. There would be someone else, more important than you or me. Children are so very fragile, and so very innocent. Protecting them must always come before any other consideration. Promise me.
She could see in his face the rawness of memory, the knowledge that there had been one child, his own son, whom he had been unable to protect. His hands made a baby seem a tender, precious being. She nodded.
Yes,
she said.
Thank you.
He reached across and took both her hands in his. He raised them one at a time to his lips.
If you do not catch a chill, Emmy, in that soaked dress, there is no justice in this world. Come back to the house with me.
yes,
she said, getting to her feet and grimacing as her dress clung wetly to her. She walked beside him, glad that he did not offer his arm. When they reached the lawn, she smiled at him, gathered her wet skirts about her, and ran off alone in the direction of the side door. A maid answered the bell she had rung, and she signalled to the girl that she wanted hot water. When the maid returned, she carried a large jug of steaming water and a message.
His Grace wishes to see you in the study at your earliest convenience, my lady,
she said, bobbing a curtsy. Emily felt a fluttering in her stomach. Of all of them, Luke was the one she most dreaded having to face. Not that he had ever been harsh with her. He had never chastised her, or any of his own children. But then Luke never needed to use either harsh words or violence in order to impose his will on his household. His very presence was enough. His eyes were worse. The study. It was a formal summons then, and her earliest convenience meant now or sooner than now. She washed quickly, pulled on a clean, dry gown over small hoops, dressed her hair in a hasty knot, and drew a few steadying breaths. A footman opened the study door for her. Luke was seated behind his desk, writing. He neither looked up nor got to his feet for the whole of 1 minute. Emily stood silently facing him across the desk. This was deliberate, she knew. She was being made to feel like a recalcitrant servant about to be disciplined. He set his pen down at last and looked up. As she had expected, his eyes were cold. Also, as she had expected, he did not speak for so long that she had to make a conscious effort not to squirm and not to drop her eyes. She, who did not deal in words, was suddenly cowed by their absence. He did not invite her to be seated. "Well, Emily," he said, "you have made a young man very unhappy and very angry today. You have humiliated him in the eyes of your family and his own. 'Twas not well done." She swallowed. "You have made your family very unhappy," he said, "including Anna. Anna's happiness means more to me than anyone else's in this world. I do not feel kindly disposed toward you." She had glanced down briefly as he had lowered his pen. She had seen his knuckles. There were no marks of violence on his face. It had been punishment, pure and simple then. Ashley had not fought back, just as she would not fight back now. "I would ask one question," he said. "What exactly you did with my brother last night, and how it came about, is a matter for the two of you alone. I am without curiosity. But I would know if it was by mutual consent, Emily. Were you in any way coerced?"
"No. Oh, no," she told him. They would never be allowed to think that of Ashley. Had he asked Ashley if he had been coerced?
"Thank you," Luke said. "I did not believe so, but I felt it necessary to ask. And so, Emily, you have freely and rashly given what you had no business giving, and now you choose not to allow Ashley to make restitution. Is that correct?" She nodded. "And there is no chance that you do not fully understand, that when you do you will change your mind, that we may prepare for a wedding within the next week?"
Only if she was with child, but she would not know that within a week. She shook her head. Luke set his elbows on the arms of his chair and steepled his fingers.
"Then you have won back a modicum of my respect," he surprised her by saying. "It takes character to refuse a man you love more dearly than life, merely because marrying him would be the wrong thing to do." She had been prepared to stand stony-faced through a scolding and through an argument to allow Ashley to do the proper thing. She felt a rush of tears to her eyes at Luke's unexpected approval. He waited for her eyes to clear. "You are dismissed," he said, nodding curtly, and he lifted his pen and lowered his head again. On the whole, she thought, stepping from the room and closing the door behind her, she felt almost as if she had been severely punished. Her legs trembled beneath her, and her palms felt clammy. It was a strangely comforting feeling. It was no longer pleasant to be at Bowden with his family, Ashley discovered, and that was stating the case very mildly indeed. He wandered into the drawing-room, where his mother, his uncle, the Hornsbys, the Severidges, and Lady Sterne were taking tea, and felt that he had collided with a wall of frosty silence. He wandered out again. He climbed to the nursery, where all the children, with the exception of the Hornsbys' newest, who was sleeping, and young Harry, who was taking his private tea with Anna in an inner room, were ecstatic at seeing a potential new playmate, and were instantly buzzing with questions about his face. But Doris made him feel decidedly unwelcome, and even Vimes merely raised his eyebrows and turned away to deal with the tug at his coat skirts from a tiny son, who clearly wished to be picked up. Ashley smiled at the children, drew roars of delight from them by telling them he had run into an angry bull, which now looked infinitely worse than he did, raised a hand in farewell, and withdrew. He would stay, he had decided while walking back to the house with Emily, and help her somehow to face down the terrible scandal that had erupted during the day. At least it had been confined to the family. He doubted that Powell had been treated to the full truth, unless Emmy had been rashly honest with him. He would stay, Ashley thought, and court her more slowly. Given time, she would realize that she had no alternative but to marry him. There could be no other husband for her now. He would stay and teach her to speak. He would do something useful with his life for a change. It seemed an eternity since he had last done that. He closed his eyes for a moment and remembered how very busy and how very happy he had been during most of his years with the East India Company. Learning to speak would be wonderfully liberating for Emmy, and with one word, slightly mispronounced and spoken in a strange little contralto voice, she had shown him that it was possible. Staying, teaching her to speak, courting her, would be good for him too. They would take his mind off a past that could not be remedied and could not be atoned for. Perhaps, and perhaps too, he would stay and learn from her. There was at least as much to learn as there was to be taught, he suspected. But soon after returning to the house, he changed his mind. Emmy had set her own course today. She had broken off her betrothal with Powell, and she had refused his marriage offer twice, even though he had tried, and he was sure other members of her family had tried, to explain to her the inevitability of their marrying. She would not change her mind. Emmy was someone who never took the easy course, if it was not the course she wished to take. She recognized the inevitability of nothing. One could only respect her, and wish sometimes to shake the living daylights out of her. He smiled despite himself. He was fonder of Emmy than of anyone else in his life, strange as the thought might be, especially considering the fact that he had almost completely forgotten about her while he was away, though he was no longer so sure of that. There had been that urgent, quite irrational urge to come home to Bowden. However it was, his fondness for Emmy was the main problem today. He did not want to marry her, if the truth were known. He was as relieved by her stubbornness as he was alarmed by it. He hated to think of Emmy as a wife, a lover. He remembered her warm, soft, shapely body, naked beneath his own. He remembered her tight virginity. He remembered the urgency of his need driving into her. And he felt something that was definitely not revulsion, but was a great sadness, a deep shame. He had known what he had no wish to know. He had known her as a woman. Yet he wanted to know her only as the sprite he had seen yesterday morning, when she had stood on the rock at the falls, refusing to listen to Powell. And he wanted to remember her as his little fawn of 7 years ago. "Where may I find his Grace?" he asked a footman in the hall, looking him directly in the eye, scorning to try to hide his face in the shadows. One could be very sure that what the family knew above stairs, the servants knew in even greater detail below stairs. That was in the nature of life in a great house. The servants probably knew exactly how many punches Luke had thrown, even though Ashley himself had not kept count. "He is in the study, my lord," the footman informed him. "Ask him if Lord Ashley Kendrick may have a word with him," Ashley said formally, and waited in the hall until the footman reappeared and beckoned him. Luke was seated behind his desk. He looked up coolly when his brother came inside, but neither rose to his feet nor offered Ashley a chair. Ashley recognized the tactic, which had always been damnably effective. Seated behind his desk, Luke was the Duke of Harnden, undisputed master of Bowden and all its properties, undisputed head of his family. 8 years ago, as a wild, rebellious young man who had been going nowhere in life except to possible ruin, Ashley had stood thus before Luke's desk more than once. Now he felt like that young man again. He had become an independent, successful, highly respected businessman in India. But he had let his life fall apart, and it had continued its decline in the few days since his return home. It was time he did something about it. The resolve he had made within the past half-hour was strengthened.
"You wished to speak to me?" Luke asked. "I will not ask if she may stay here," Ashley said. "'Twould be an insult to the love you and Anna have always shown her. I would ask only that you ensure she is left in peace. There are to be no recriminations, no insults, no coldness. She is blameless." "And yet, my dear," Luke said, "she has assured me that she was not coerced." Ashley's jaw tightened. "She was blameless," he said. "You will promise me something, Luke?" "I will." No one looked more haughty than Luke, with raised eyebrows. "You will send for me," Ashley said, "if she is with child. I will come immediately, bringing a license with me." "You are going somewhere?" The eyebrows were still up. "Where I should have gone as soon as I set foot in England," Ashley said. "To Penshurst, to Alice's home, my home. There will be work to do there. A steward has been running the estate single-handed for over 4 years, since the death of Alice's brother. 'Tis time I took the reins into my own hands." "Yes," Luke said. "You were always good at that." "I will leave at first light tomorrow," Ashley said. "But 'tis not far, only in Kent. I can come back here quickly." "Yes," Luke nodded. "I am fond of her," Ashley said. "I want you to know that. 'Twas not ugly. I am fond of her." "Yes." Luke's eyes coolly examined his face. "You always were, Ash. Fond of her. Sit and have a drink with me. When my eyes alighted on you in the ballroom 2 evenings ago, and when I had convinced myself that they did not deceive me, I was more delighted than I can possibly express in words. My brother, my only surviving brother, had come home. I pictured myself having long conversations with you, taking long walks and rides with you, while our wives and children became acquainted. 'Tis a picture that has been dashed into 1,000 pieces since then." He came around the desk, set a hand on Ashley's shoulder, and indicated 2 chairs by the fireplace. Chapter 12. Ashley was leaving. He was going to Penshurst, the estate in Kent he had inherited through his wife. It was not as far away as India. Indeed, it was only a day's drive away, closer than Victor's or Charlotte's. But Emily knew, as she sat on the window seat in her room, hugging her knees, the side of her head resting against the cold glass of the window, that it was as far away as India. Father. When he had gone to India, there had been the hope, however faint, that he would come back some day. This time there was no such hope. He would not come back to Bowden, not while she was there. It was altogether probable that she would never see him again. She gazed out over lawns and trees. It was a day very similar to the one on which she had left before, grey and blustery. She could not see the front of the house, or the stables or carriage-house. She did not know if he had left yet. She remembered the feeling of panic that had clawed at her stomach the last time. It had driven her finally to rush outside and down to the driveway so that she might hide among the trees and see his carriage pass. She felt the same panic now, but this time she could do nothing about it. She lowered her forehead to her knees and closed her eyes. This time his leaving had been entirely of her own choosing.
And if she had the choice to make again, if he came now to ask her one more time, she would not change it. He was going because she would not have him, because she loved him. She wondered if her suffering was sufficient to atone for what she had done to Lord Powell. She did not feel sorry for herself. She deserved this feeling of black despair. She hoped Lord Powell would find someone else. She hoped he would be happy. She hoped he would look back at some future date and be fervently glad that she had rejected him. She concentrated her mind on him, picturing the dark, handsome face with its heavy eyebrows and rather large nose and slightly crooked teeth. She tried to analyze why it was that handsomeness did not always require perfection of features. She tried to distract her mind. Ashley was leaving. She would never see him again, and if she did, seeing him would make no difference to anything. It would only make her feel worse. No, there was no worse way to feel. She had not gone down to dinner last evening, nor had she joined the family in the drawing-room afterward. Anna had come to her later, after she had been to the nursery to feed Harry, and had told her that Ashley was leaving.
"Everyone will be returning home soon, Emmy,"
she had said, taking her sister's hands in hers and smiling her sunny smile.
"Everything will be back to normal again. There will be just Luke and me and the children and you, the way I like it best. Even Mother is going, with Doris and Andrew. You can live your life as you wish again. You can paint again. You can be at peace again. You will be happy, Emmy, once the rawness of these few days has passed. Lord Powell was pleasant, but he would not have understood you as Luke and I do, or loved you half as much. You did the right thing,
dear Anna." No mention of Ashley, or of what had caused her to break off her betrothal. And so today he was leaving. Had left. There had been more than an hour of daylight already. Anna had said he was to leave at first light. He was gone. He was an hour on his way. Emily's arms tightened about her legs, and she squeezed her eyes more tightly closed, shutting herself in, totally. The rest of her life had begun. So be it then. And she would not cower in her room forever, or escape outside merely for the sake of escape. She was going to dress respectably, just as she had almost every day since Lord Powell had first arrived, and she was going to go down to breakfast. There was the danger, of course, that everyone would be there. It did not matter. She would go anyway. "Yes," she said, getting determinedly to her feet and crossing to her dressing-room. She stood in front of her looking-glass.
"Yes,"
she said. No, it was not quite right. Her lower jaw dropped too far. He should have told her yesterday, as he had told her about the S sound. This was the way the mouth and jaw should look.
She
said.
"Yes."
That looked better. She would scold him for not scolding her. She smiled at her image, and then her face crumpled before her eyes. She dropped her face into her hands and sobbed with unabashed self-pity. "Emily will come home with Constance and me," Victor said. His face was unsmiling, almost grim. "'Tis only fitting. I am her brother, head of her family. Elm Court is where she belongs. I will be able to keep an eye on her there."
"And Charlotte and Jeremiah will be close by," Constance said. "'Twill be a consolation to her to be close to the church."
Jeremiah added, "I have always said, have I not, my love? I have always said that an unmarried daughter's place is in the home of her birth, with whoever is head of that home. Emily can be taught to be useful at Elm Court, and Charlotte will help Constance to provide moral guidance."
"La, it sounds almost,"
Doris said,
"as if Luke is not considered a responsible guardian."
The Earl of Vimes laid a hand over hers on the table, and she subsided into silence.
"Emily would probably be happier away from here,"
the Dowager Duchess of Harnden said.
with her own family and away from all members of mine. Emmy will stay where she belongs, Anna said, her cheeks flushed with colour, where she has always been happy and loved. She will not go with you, Victor, to be made to feel that she is somehow a child who needs to be disciplined.
Luke did to Anna what the Earl had just done to Doris. He set a hand over hers. "You need not upset yourself, my dear," he said.
"If truth were known," Victor said, "Luke will be only too glad to be rid of Emily, Anna. It cannot be comfortable for him to know that his brother was the one to dishonour her, or that our sister was the one who refused to allow Lord Ashley to retrieve his honour."
"'Tis true, Anna,"
Constance said, looking as if she was on the verge of tears. Anna already was in tears.
"And you must consider your husband's feelings before your own or Emily's, Anna," Jeremiah added. "He is your lord and master." "'Tis remarkable, by my life,"
Luke said, his eyebrows raised haughtily, though the eyes beneath them looked more lazy than cold,
"to find that so many people are privy to my inmost thoughts and feelings, and choose to speak for me."
He had not finished, but Emily, who had been sitting at the breakfast table, watching herself being spoken of in the third person, watching her future being decided for her, though she had kept her eyes determinedly on her plate for much of the time, did not wait for the rest. She got to her feet, folded her napkin, and set it neatly beside her plate, and left the room. She resisted the urge to run. There was nowhere to run. There was nowhere to go. Whether she wished it or not, they would decide for her. She was now and forever the spinster member of the family, a burden on them all, whether or not they ever admitted it, even in the privacy of their own minds. It was the desire to avoid that very situation that had made her decide upon marriage. Better an unexciting marriage in which there was no deep love, she had decided, than dependence upon her relatives for the rest of her life. Now she had no alternative to dependence. And worse now was the fact that she was not even a maiden relative dependent upon them. She was a fallen woman. Perhaps they would never describe her as such, but every word that had been spoken at the breakfast table this morning had presupposed that fact, and the fact that she was subnormal, incapable of managing her own life. How weary she was of the sight of sound, too weary even to be amused by the thought. Sound, it seemed, voices, ruled the world. It was the only sanity. She went upstairs for a cloak, and then walked outside. She walked all the way down through the terraces of the formal gardens and across the lawn below them. She crossed the bridge and walked down the driveway into the trees. Strangely, in 7 years she had never come back to that particular tree. But she knew it unerringly. She stood against it as she had stood that morning. She set her head back against the trunk and closed her eyes, shutting herself in again. This morning she was several hours too late. Luke waited for Emily to leave. He curled his fingers about Anna's hand. Like Emily, she had remarkable control over her emotions. Rarely did she become openly and publicly upset.
"'Twould seem to me," Luke said, "that 2 important facts have been ignored both yesterday and today. Perhaps 3. First, Emily is a person, with intelligence and a will of her own. Second, she is an adult, 22 years of age. Thirdly, she has already taken responsibility for her own questionable actions of 2 nights ago, and has already decided her course. Perhaps discussing her future among ourselves, especially in her presence, is not the right thing to do. Perhaps we should consult Emily's wishes." "Bravo, my lad," Lord Quinn said.
"Emmy will wish to stay here, Luke,"
Anna said.
"Emily must learn that she gave up her right to choose yesterday," Victor said. "Emily needs to learn that she must be ruled by the men in her life," Jeremiah said. "In this case, by Victor."
"I shall offer Emily a choice that has not been mentioned yet,"
Lady Stern said, entering the discussion for the first time.
"I shall offer it, not dictate it. And I would remind anyone who speaks of the men in a woman's life," she looked severely at the Reverend Hornsby, "that some women manage very nicely without such a disagreeable watchdog. Herndon has already reminded us that Emily is of age. If she chooses, she may return to London with me. 'Tis the season, when all the fashionable world will be assembled for enjoyment. I shall take her about and have the happiest spring since I had Anna and Agnes to bring out. 'Tis time that Emily was no longer coddled. She is deaf, not a mindless infant."
"Bravo, Marge, my dear,"
Lord Quinn said. Luke pursed his lips and looked amused.
"Aunt Marjorie?"
Anna said.
"Oh, Aunt Marjorie, you are a dear."
"Impossible, madam," the Reverend Hornsby said. "I would remind you that Emily is a full—" "Complete that thought, lad," Lord Quinn said in perfectly agreeable tones, "and you will be licking up the blood from your nose."
"Theodore!"
The Dowager glared coldly at her brother.
"Might I suggest the weather as a topic of conversation?"
Lady Stern said, getting to her feet and gesturing with both hands to indicate that she did not expect the gentlemen to scramble to theirs.
"'Tis dull, but invariably safe. I shall go and search for Emily. Faith, but the coming spring begins to look brighter to me already, if I can but persuade her."
Luke patted his wife's hand.
"The clouds are low and heavy, egad,"
Lord Quinn said.
"but they are white rather than black, or perhaps grey, to be strictly accurate. Will it rain, do you think, Hornsby?"
Lady Stern watched from the lowest terrace of the formal gardens as Emily trudged, head down, up the sloping lawn from the bridge. She was not wearing stays beneath her gown this morning, but even without she had a trim and pleasing figure. Her hoops were small, but then large hoops were falling out of fashion. She was not wearing a hat, and her lace cap had slipped so far to the back of her head that it was hardly visible from the front. There was, of course, all that glorious hair, which might have been described as either golden or blonde, without too much stretching of the truth. And then, of course, there were her eyes, by far her best feature. Men would fall in love with her eyes alone, Lady Stern mused, even if the surrounding package were but moderately pleasing. And Emily was more than moderately lovely. She dressed up to look quite superb. The older lady recalled how she had looked for the ball just 3 nights ago. Lud, but she would do very nicely indeed, Lady Stern thought, feeling her spirits lifting by the minute. She had begun, on occasion, to catch herself feeling old, at the grand age of 50. That was what had done it, of course. 50 sounded a whole decade older than 9 and 40. She needed something to keep her young. There was Theo, of course, but he felt more like a dear old habit than a force of rejuvenation. If she could but take Emily to London with her, if she could but be given the challenge of bringing the girl into fashion despite her affliction. No, because of it. Much could be made of the novelty of a beauty who could neither hear nor speak, except with those eyes. As for virgin brides, Lady Stern thought, if truth were told, any man would be thankful to avoid blood and skittishness on his wedding night. Emily had seen her, had realized that it was too late to take a different course and avoid the encounter, and came onward, smiling. Lady Stern came face to face with her across the low hedge that separated the terrace from the lawn. "'Tis like this, Emily, my love," she said slowly and distinctly. "They would divide you up like a bone if they could, and take you in a dozen different directions, each for your own good, of course. Lud, men and their ideas of what is for a woman's own good. 'Tis time more women stood up to them, as you did yesterday to Lord Ashley, and demanded to decide for themselves what was in their own best interest." She forced herself to slow down again when she saw the slight frown on the girl's face. "Become a bone, if 'tis your wish, child,
or take your life in your own hands and bring it to London with me. We will enjoy the season together. We will have every man in the kingdom grovelling at your feet. What do you say?"
Emily looked gravely at her for such a long time that Lady Stern felt her dream fading. The girl had not understood, and how could she possibly function in London, where all was noise and conversation and music and dancing? It was madness to have imagined. But then Emily smiled, first with her eyes and then with the rest of her face. She began to laugh in her strange, rather ungainly way, tipping back her head and looking more vividly lovely to Lady Stern than she had ever appeared before. There were wildness and recklessness and animation and sheer beauty in her face. She was a true original. Yes, that would be the secret of her success. She was an original. Every man in the kingdom, Lady Stern thought. Nay, but it was no exaggeration. She joined in Emily's laughter. It was madness, but madness felt good. It felt youth. Penshurst was situated in a pleasant valley, rounded and wooded hills behind, the park with its sloping lawns and copses in front. A wide river flowed to the east of the house. On the opposite bank was the village, clustered about a church with a tall spire. The house was squarely classical, set between a smaller, matching stable block to one side and an office block to the other. It all looked still new and rather splendid. Ashley drew his horse to a halt on the road, which afforded a wide view across the park to the house, and the village and the hills. His carriage with his valet and his baggage were coming behind him. It was all very beautiful and very peaceful. He felt sad for Sir Alexander Kersey, who had purchased the land, pulled down the old house and built this one. He had built it with the fortune he had made with the East India Company. He had intended to retire here, set up his dynasty here, but the dynasty had ended very soon after him. His son had died before him, Alice soon after, and Thomas with her. So already Penshurst had passed into new hands. His. And he did not want it. Grand and lovely as it was, much as he had always wanted to settle on an estate of his own here in England, it had come to him in the wrong way, and too late. Throughout his voyage home, and in the days since, he had several times thought of selling it, going somewhere else, starting fresh. If Emmy had married him, perhaps he would have done so. He would not have wanted to bring her here. Emmy. He felt a sinking of the heart whenever he thought of her, and she was constantly in the back of his thoughts, no matter how much he tried to concentrate his mind on the challenge ahead of him. He had ruined her life. He did not believe he was over-dramatizing, especially since there was still the chance that he had got her with child. But he could not think of that now. He nudged at his horse and continued on his way. Each time he had thought of it, he had realized that he could not sell Penshurst. Not yet, anyway. He had to go there, see the place where she had lived, where she had grown up. For her sake, and her father's, he had to see that the estate was well run. He felt somehow tied to it, like a millstone about his neck. He remembered something his friend, Major Roderick Cunningham, had said to him in India when he had announced his intention of resigning from his post and returning to England. Roderick had advised him to come back, to marry and have children, to put the past behind him. But finally he had set a hand on his friend's shoulder and squeezed hard.
"But you will not, Ash," he had said. "You will go to Penshurst, and you will find her there and punish yourself with memories. You will make it the best-run estate in England as a kind of penance, and you will be miserable. Well, do it, but not forever. Forgive yourself at last. Sell the place. Go somewhere else and get on with the business of living the rest of your life."
Rod had been right, at least on everything except that last point. Ashley did not know how he would ever be able to forgive himself. But self-pity would serve no purpose. Look where self-pity had got him in Bowden. He winced at the memory of how Emmy had found him just when his spirits had been at their very lowest ebb, when he had touched the very bottom of despair. He had grasped for peace, and had shattered it. Ashley smiled and touched his hat to several people he passed in the village. It was a pretty place. At the far end of the main street, a hump-backed stone bridge crossed the river. At the far side of it was a cottage, somewhat larger than those in the village itself, and beyond that were the high gates leading into the park. They stood open. But he paused beside the cottage. A young child was swinging on the gate leading into the well-kept garden. He stared at Ashley with large blue eyes. His dark hair was short and curly.
"Good day to you, lad," Ashley said. "And who might you be?"
I am Eric Smith,
the boy said.
Who are you?
"Eric!"
A voice called from behind him. A woman stood in the open doorway of the house. She was dressed plainly but decently. She was young and rather lovely. Ashley thought she must be the child's mother, though her hair was lighter.
"Madam,"
he touched the brim of his three-cornered hat.
"Good day to you. May I present myself? Lord Ashley Kendrick of Penshurst."
She half inclined her head to him, though she did not curtsy as he had expected she would. Her face, which had looked embarrassed when she first called out to her son, was now expressionless. But before Ashley could ride on, someone else appeared in the doorway, an older man who stepped around the woman and came walking down the path toward the gate. He was smiling, though he looked at Ashley with shrewd, perhaps wary eyes.
"You are expected at the house, my lord," he said. "Ned Binchley at your service. My grandson, Eric."
He set his hands on the shoulders of the child and stopped his gate swinging, then turned his head to look back at the doorway, which was now empty.
"My daughter, Mrs. Catherine Smith."
"I am pleased to make your acquaintance," Ashley said. The man was dressed as a gentleman, even if his coat and breeches had seen better days. He also spoke as a gentleman.
"I was Sir Alexander Kersey's steward for 15 years,
Mr. Binchley explained.
"I have an interest in the estate, my lord. If there is anything in which I can assist you, I am here." "But you are no longer the steward?" Ashley asked. "I retired," Mr. Binchley said, "almost 5 years ago, after young Mr. Kersey died." Ashley nodded, touched his hat again, winked at Eric, and rode on. The Kersey name had been mentioned. This was where they had belonged, where they had been known. This was where she had lived. She had ridden and walked along this driveway perhaps 1,000 times, and she had lived in the house that was coming into view again. There would be signs of her inside. Unless decisions had been made after Alice's death without his having been consulted, many of her possessions would remain in the house. He could almost feel her presence already. He shivered. Chapter 13. Lady Stern and Emily had agreed between them during the carriage journey to London, though Lady Stern did all the talking, of course, that for the first week they would stay at home, preparing to launch themselves into all the busy activities of the season. And so Lady Stern had all the delight of summoning her mantua-maker, and of spending 2 long days having Emily's measurements taken, and choosing patterns and fabrics with her, and convincing her that she needed many more clothes than Emily had first thought. She had the delight, too, of spreading the word that the sister of the Earl of Royce, the sister-in-law of the Duke of Harnden, was in town to take in the season. She made a particular point of having it known that Lady Emily Marlowe was totally deaf and without speech, but that she could read lips, and that her beauty surpassed even that of her sisters, who were remembered as great beauties. Had not one of them snared Harnden, the most handsome, the most discriminating, the most eligible bachelor of his time? "Egad, but you are happy, Marge,"
Lord Quinn said to her when the week was almost over. "I have not seen you so happy in a long while."
"Of course I am happy," she said, smiling sleepily at him. "'Tis the effect you always have on me, Theo. And it has been 3 whole weeks, an eternity. You were especially good today, dear."
Discretion and the strictest of good manners had kept them apart at Bowden, but now that both had returned to London, they had resumed the weekly trysts that had brought them together for years. They were lying in each other's arms, lazy after love-making. Lord Quinn chuckled.
"Only because you were happy and especially eager, Marge," he said. "'Tis the girl. You are enjoying having her. How the devil you were to launch her when she is stone-deaf and has none of the pretty conversation the bucks all enjoy, I do not know. But the very impossibility has you enjoying yourself immensely, by my life."
He kissed her lips.
"'Tis one last chance," she said. "I thought 'twas lost, Theo, when she was to marry Lord Powell, and I was glad for Anna's sake that all was settled. But I cannot pretend to be sorry that I could bring her with me. She is going to have all the young blades prostrate at her feet."
Lord Quinn chuckled again.
"I'll not forget," he said, "how we schemed to bring my nephew together with your goddaughter 8 years ago, Marge. They were married within a week, and, as I predicted then, she was brought to bed exactly 9 months later."
"With a daughter," she said. "You said 'twould be a boy, Theo. But we did do rather well, did we not? Dear Anna, she is still happy with him, and the boy came later. Boys, 3 of them."
She sighed and wriggled a little closer to him.
"By my life, Marge," Lord Quinn said, "I believe we should try it again."
Her head went back, and she looked into his face.
"With that scamp of a younger nephew of mine and your little girl," Lord Quinn said.
Lady Stern looked at him consideringly for a long time.
"Why did it happen, Theo?" she asked at last. "'Twas not ravishment, I am happy to say, for Lord Ashley's sake. But why, then? She seemed fond enough of Lord Powell."
"Marge, my dear," he said, "I thought 'twas women who were the romantics."
She looked at him long and hard again.
"Do you believe so?" she said. "Do you really believe so?"
"Egad," he said, "but only one thing bothers me. If she loves the lad, why would she not have him? Perhaps I am wrong."
"Oh, pshaw," Lady Stern said. "That should be as plain as the nose on your face, Theo, and as plain as the nose on mine. I would have seen it sooner if I had but crossed my eyes. Why else would she refuse him? Of course she loves him. Why else would she have said no?"
"There it is,"
Lord Quinn said, his brows knitted into a frown.
"Female logic. I never could get the hang of it by my life. But you agree with me, Marge?"
"Faith, but you have deflated all my hopes," she said. "I brought her here to find her a husband, Theo, despite all the odds. But if she loves Lord Ashley and will not have him, she will doubtless not have anyone else either."
She sighed.
"Then perhaps, my dear," he said, "we had better do what we did before. We had better bring them together."
"Lud, but how?" she said. "He has offered, and she has said no. He has gone off to Penshurst, and she has come to town. How can we bring them together? With Luke and Anna 'twas easy. They were to attend the same ball. All we had to do was arrange it so that they took a good look at each other."
"Egad, but 'twas more than that," he said. "There was Luke swearing he would never marry. There was Anna swearing that she never would. But marry they did. We have to get the boy to London, March."
"How?" she said. "He has just gone to Penshurst, nursing a broken heart over that poor dead wife of his. Doubtless he is also nursing a sense of shame over Emily. Does he love her, do you suppose, Theo?"
"He will," Lord Quinn said. "But we have to bring him here to see her enslaving all the other young bucks, Marge. I can think of one sure way."
She gazed at him.
"You are looking positively sheepish, Theo," she said. "Whatever are you plotting?"
'Tis like this, Marge, he said. I believe 'tis time I made an honest woman of you, my dear.
Lady Stern stared at him with incredulity for a few moments, and then she tipped back her head and laughed. "Theo," she said when she was able, "you have been making a sinner of me for longer than 20 years. We have agreed on a number of occasions that 'tis better so, that neither of us fancies the shackles of matrimony."
If we were to get shackled, Marge, in St. George's, of course, with all the fashionable world in attendance, my nephew would have little choice but to come too.
"We would marry," she said, "merely to bring Lord Ashley to town, Theo? 'Twould be the most eccentric reason for marrying I have ever heard." He tightened his arm about her and kissed her hard.
"The fact is, Marge," he said, "I have been a bachelor all my life, and have never thought of loneliness till recently. But with the creeping of the years, I find myself with a hankering to have someone to wake up to in the nights and in the mornings, and someone in the chair on the other side of my hearth in the mornings and the evenings."
"You have been eyeing the crop of young girls this season," she said, but she was blinking her eyes hard to keep the tears at bay. Lord Quinn chuckled.
"I am old enough to value comfort, Marge," he said. "I am comfortable with you, my dear."
"Comfortable?" Her eyebrows shot up.
"Egad," he said, "'twas not well expressed by my life. You know I love you, Marge. I loved you in those days when you were married to Stern. I loved you after you were widowed. I still love you. There has never been another woman for me. Never will be."
She turned her face into his shoulder. "But to marry in order to promote another match, Theo," she said. "You must mean soon, do you?"
"We could have the banns read for the first time next Sunday," he said. "You see, Marge, I have thought of how you will be after the girl has gone. She will be gone, you know, either back to Bowden or off to Elm Court when summer comes, or else she will marry someone, though I cannot see it happening. But the girl is not my main concern. You are. You will be unhappy, my dear. You will be lonely, again. You think I have not noticed in the last year or two that some of the sparkle has gone out of you. Perhaps you need a new life, a new challenge, one that will be a little more permanent than finding a husband for Anna's young sister. I'll be a challenge. I promise to be a challenge."
"Oh, Theo," she said, her face still against his shoulder. "Lud, but I am tempted. 'Tis ridiculous."
"After the season is over," he said, "I would be able to take you to France, Marge, and to Italy and Austria, and all the other places you always say you would visit if you but had the chance. Harkee, we could be young again, my dear. Not in years. I have no wish to be young in years again, but young in hope. Egad, I like the sound of it. Marry me, woman."
"And Lord Ashley will come to town for the wedding, and we will convince him that he loves Emily," Lady Stern said, laughing, "and convince Emily that he loves her. And then we will attend their wedding. 'Tis the wildest of wild schemes, Theo."
"We will do it,"
he said, raising himself on one elbow and leaning over her.
"Now say yes, Marge, and kiss me, without any more delay. There is still time to have each other again at our leisure. You know I hate to be rushed. Let us waste no more time, then."
She sighed audibly. "Yes, then," she said, and she raised her head to meet his lips with her own. Emily had never had any desire to go to London, to enter society. She might have done so with Anna and Luke, who occasionally went to town. She had always shuddered at the thought of being away from the countryside, of being forced to dress and behave as a lady all day and every day, of having to be in company with people who would look on her as a kind of freak. She had made sure, before deciding to take Lord Powell's courtship seriously, that he was the sort of man who spent most of his time on his own estate. Luke had understood that when choosing her suitors. But now she found herself in London, preparing to enter society with Aunt Marjorie, subjecting herself to long sessions with a mantua-maker and lengthy shopping expeditions to purchase shoes and hats and caps and fans and a dizzying array of other frivolities. It was the season in London, and she knew that they would attend fashionable entertainments every day, sometimes more than once a day. She would meet polite society. Soon, just 1 week after her arrival. It was madness. It was impossible. She faced it all with a sort of wild excitement. All of her carefully planned future had been thrown to the winds in exchange for a moment of foolish indiscretion out of the Falls. The seemingly inevitable consequences had been defied and denied when she had refused to marry Ashley, and the stifling net that had been about to fall over her head in family plans for the remainder of her life had been avoided at the last moment. She had not been forced to go to Victor's or Charlotte's. She felt incredibly free. She felt as if the whole world, the whole of life, was awaiting her. She felt as if she had not lived thus far in her 22 years. She felt as if she had a great deal of living to do, and as if at last she had all the opportunity in the world to do it. She would not look ahead. Had she done so, she would have known that the season would come to an end, that she could not live with Lady Stern for the rest of her life, that eventually she was going to have to be dependent again on her family, and that perhaps she would not be allowed to determine her own very limited fate. She refused to think about it. She had not gone to London with any intention of finding herself a husband, though she knew that Lady Stern had hopes of her doing so. She would never marry. Partly it was because she could not. She was no longer a virgin, and she knew that virginity was a man's primary requirement in a bride. But mainly it was because she had no wish to marry. She had given herself once to Ashley. She would never give herself again. Yet even the fact that she was not in search of a husband was freeing and exhilarating. There was no ulterior motive to her coming to London for the season. She had come merely to enjoy herself. She had no idea how that was to be accomplished, but she did not much care. She revelled in every moment of the week of preparation. "I have never known a young lady more patient or more docile through such lengthy fittings, my lady, I declare," Madame Delacroix, the mantua-maker, said to Lady Stern while Emily watched her lips. But Emily wanted to be transformed. She wanted to be as fashionable, as beautiful as she could be. She wanted to forget everything else, her deafness, her differentness, her guilt, the mess she had made of her life. She wanted to be a new person, a normal person. She wanted to forget the world in which she had always been trapped. "And I have never known one more beautiful," Madame Delacroix added. Doubtless she said the same things to every young lady client of hers, Emily thought, smiling at her image in the glass. But it was impossible not to be warmed by the compliment. "Let me look at you." Lady Stern had stood up when Emily entered her drawing-room, and now she clasped her hands to her bosom. "Lud, I thought you lovely, child, on the evening of Harden's ball. You are 10 times lovelier now. What say you, Theo?"
"Egad," Lord Quinn said, "if my head does not swell to twice its size tonight, with 2 such lovely ladies to escort, 'twill be a wonder."
Emily pirouetted slowly. They were to attend Mrs. Cadou's ball on Berkeley Square. It seemed madness that her first appearance should be there, when she was deaf and would be unable to hear the music or dance. She tried to forget the one occasion when she had been foolhardy enough to try it. But she had readily agreed to attend when Lady Stern had held the invitation aloft and said she thought it might be the perfect start. Her gown was blue. The sack dress, fitted tightly at the front and flowing loosely behind, opened down the front and trimmed with elaborately ruched robings. The petticoat, of a slightly darker blue and worn over large hoops, was well covered with flounces and furbelows. Her stomacher was trimmed with fashionable ribbon bows of diminishing size. There was lace at her bosom and elbows. Her hair, dressed rather high in front and elaborately curled at the back, was carefully powdered. A lace confection of a cap had been pinned to the back of it, its lappets fluttering freely to her waist. For the first time she wore cosmetics, rouge and colouring for her eyelashes, and a small black heart-shaped patch on one cheek, a frivolous concession to fashion. She opened her silver silk fan and plied it gently before her mouth, laughing over the top of it at Aunt Marjorie and Lord Quin.
"Lud, child," Lady Sterne said, "those eyes are deadly weapons."
"There will not be a gentleman present who will not be slain by them by my life,"
Lord Quin said.
"Ladies,"
he offered them each an arm after making them an elegant bow. In truth, Emily found a scant half-hour later, as their carriage inched its way forward for a chance to deposit its occupants before the well-lit doors of the house on Berkeley Square, this was not going to be quite as easy as she had anticipated. Her heart was beating painfully with excitement and fear. How could she meet a whole ballroom full, a whole house full, of strangers? But it was too late now to turn back. She looked about with wide eyes when she entered the house on Lord Quin's arm and ascended the stairs slowly to the ballroom and the receiving line. And she had thought the ball at Bowden a crowded and splendid affair. This ballroom, she discovered when she was finally inside it, was surely too crowded to allow for dancing. There were people conversing in groups, couples promenading about the edge of the space kept clear for dancing, people, mostly gentlemen, standing and looking. She felt dizzy and frightened. This was more than madness. And soon there were people converging on her own small group. Ladies come to greet Lady Sterne, gentlemen come to wish Lord Quin a good evening, and gentlemen come with the express purpose of being presented to her. Emily suspected, after the first few moments of surprise, that it had been arranged thus, that both Lady Sterne and Lord Quin had been busy ahead of time seeing to it that she would have partners, if not for dancing, then at least for strolling and conversing. Certainly none of the gentlemen who came seemed surprised to find that she could not speak, and could hear them only when she could see their lips. Emily smiled and nodded, and shook her head in appropriate places, and even laughed. She plied her fan against the heat of the ballroom, and smiled over the top of it. And when a young gentleman came and talked with Lord Quin, and was then presented to her, and showed surprise at her handicap, she knew that finally she had attracted someone who had not been persuaded ahead of time to take notice of her. She smiled all the more brightly. Viscount Burdett secured her hand for the first set and directed her toward a sofa that was just being vacated by a couple who intended to dance. It was the beginning of a strange, delirious sort of evening. The sofa became the place from which she conducted her court, to use the phrase that Lord Quin used in the carriage on the way home. She did not know quite what the attraction was, but gentlemen sat beside her, stood beside her, hovered in her vicinity. All had secured introductions through either Aunt Marjorie or Lord Quin. They talked with one another. Sometimes they talked to her, using such precise lip movements that she laughed at them. They seemed amazed when she nodded or shook her head at appropriate times, and they realized that she really had understood. She suspected that they saw her as some sort of amusing curiosity. She did not care. They were amusing curiosities. She was amused. She was wildly happy, or wildly enjoying herself at least.
"'Tis hardly to be wondered at that you are a success, child,"
Aunt Marjorie said in the carriage, patting her hand.
"You were not only beautiful, child, you sparkled, I do declare, and gentlemen can never resist sparkle. All those poor girls who are instructed to look bored lest they be accused of rustic enthusiasm are badly advised."
"Egad," Lord Quin said, "'twould be strange indeed, my dear, if you did not acquire a large and permanent court. Burdett asked if you and Marge intend to be at home tomorrow afternoon, and a dozen other young bucks listened avidly to the answer."
Emily laughed. "Theo," Aunt Marjorie said, leaning forward to set a hand on his knee,
"shall we tell Emily?"
Emily looked across the carriage at him. She was still smiling.
You will be the first to know, my dear,"
he said, catching Aunt Marjorie's hand as she was about to remove it and bringing it back to his knee.
"Marge here has done me the great honour of accepting my marriage offer. We are to be married here in London as soon as the banns have been called, at St. George's, with half the world present."
Emily bit her lower lip. She did not know which one of them to hug first. She looked from one to the other with shining eyes. She had known them both for a long time, and loved them both, and she had always thought that there was a fondness between them, stronger than mere friendship. "I dare say all your family will come to town for the occasion," Aunt Marjorie said. "My only relationship to any of you is as Anna's godmother, but you have all been kind enough to call me aunt. I want you all present when I marry." She would see Anna, Emily thought, and Anna would see how happy she was. She had been so worried that London was not at all the place for her youngest sister.
"And all my family too," Lord Quinn said. "Doris and my sister are already in town. Luke will come from Bowden, and Ashley will come from Penshurst."
Emily's insides performed a complete and uncomfortable somersault. "You may think it quite unseemly at the age of 50, Emily," Aunt Marjorie said, patting Emily's arm with her free hand, "but 'tis going to be the happiest day of my life." Ashley would come from Penshurst, as soon as the banns had been called, for the wedding. Within a month, she would see him again. Ashley would come. Emily closed her eyes and rested her head against the cushions. Her eyes ached. Did other people's ears ache from incessant conversation the way her eyes sometimes did? She longed suddenly for solitude and the sweet, undemanding companionship of nature. But she had stepped out of that life into the real world. She had come to enjoy herself. She was enjoying herself. She opened her eyes determinedly and smiled, first at Lord Quinn and then at Aunt Marjorie, both of whom were regarding her silently but rather intently. Ashley would come. Chapter 14. There was no separate breakfast parlour at Penshurst. All meals were taken in the huge dining room, with its gilded, panelled walls and its coved and painted ceiling. The massive oak table had been made especially for the room. Ashley sat in lone state at the head of the table, eating his breakfast and reading his mail. There was nothing from Bowden. He had leafed through the pile first to ascertain that. Of course, the news, if and when it came, might not come from Bowden. She had gone to London with Lady Stern. Luke had already mentioned that in an earlier letter. Emmy in London, with the very sociable Lady Stern. It was difficult to imagine. Poor Emmy. He had been at Penshurst for almost 3 weeks. She would probably know by now, or at least suspect. Would she tell anyone immediately? Would she even understand? Emmy was such a curious mixture of wisdom and innocence that it was impossible to know. But the suspense was weighing heavily on him, and he could not at all decide if he wanted it to be so or not. Emmy with child. With his child, and forced, after all, to marry him. Part of him hoped fervently that it would not happen. He did not want her in that way, and he did not want her forced into doing something she so clearly did not want to do. But part of him wished that she would be forced into allowing him to do the decent thing. And part of him longed just for her closeness, her companionship, her unconventionality. But he could never put into words exactly what it was about her that he longed for. And part of him longed for a child. Son or daughter, it would not matter. A child of his own body. His first. There was a letter from London, but it was from his Uncle Theo, and not from Lady Stern. Theo would hardly be the one elected to send for him. Sometimes he considered going on his own, to London. It was the season. He was newly returned to England. It would be easy to excuse his going there for a week or two. just to see that she was in good health and good spirits, just to see if she needed him. He had always been the one to need her, not the other way around, he realized. It was quite the contrary to what an outside observer might have been led to believe. Emmy had always been the strong one, the independent one, right to the end. He looked down at his uncle's bold handwriting when he had broken the seal of the letter. He read the short note twice, and then smiled and chuckled. The old rogue! It was an open family secret that Theo and Lady Sterne had been lovers for as far back as Ashley could remember. Finally they were to be married, and they were not going to creep quietly off to the nearest clergyman with a special licence. They were going to have a grand wedding at that most fashionable of all London churches, St. George's, in the presence of as many members of the fashionable world as could be packed within its pews. He wished them well. He had no doubt that they would be happy together. They knew each other well enough, in all possible ways, Ashley did not doubt. It would never be said of them that they had rushed into